Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Qingshan County, Languling, high mountain and dense forest. The mountain stands like a large and small all, which is relatively peculiar. In the depths of the mountain forest, the Nanzhou Sipin Xiaoqi guerrilla general, who arrived in secret to lead the crowd to accompany Wu Wuren to acquaint him with the situation in the mountains. Standing on the hillside shaded by the trees, looking at the people lying around or sitting in the shade of the trees, all of them changed the military uniform of the court, put on the variegated armor, and if they were not surrounded by weapons, I don't see a team. One by one gnawed at the noodles and dare not to set fire to smoke. Wangyao Ridge originally had a group of thieves known as Fong Thieves. It was wiped out by my head yesterday. When the target came back, we raised the flag of the Fong Thief and attacked the thief. Xiang Wuren pointed out, explained in a man wearing a miscellaneous suit. Yin Duo said sarcastically, thousands of horses, thousands of cavalry, and dare to attack the regular army. Even if I don't understand the military, I understand that someone is counterfeit. Xiang Wuren shook his head. It's not important. As long as you start, the other party should be able to guess. Just an excuse. It's really not possible. I will admit that I have colluded with the bandit. The following people do not know the real situation after hearing the order. He reached out again and invited him to look on the other side. After crossing a hillside, it is convenient to open the official roads in the mountains, and pointed to Warren. This is the only place to enter Songlu County. As soon as the target has arrived, I will immediately siege and entangle on the side. They asked for the target level in the chaotic army. You have to think about you. Strictly observed the terrain and nodded slightly. The two went down the hillside, crossed the official road, and went up the opposite hillside again. Soon after going deep into the forest, they came to the horses hiding on the other side. Yin Duo made Xiang Wuren busy with himself, but he came to the foot of a mountain. There were dozens of monks standing or sitting here, and none of them had a good-looking face. Some people still held a token to threaten them. Yin Duo sighed softly. Hidden in the mountains and waited for a long time. Approaching the evening, the ambush horses became restless and got up one after another. At the foot of the mountain, the robbers who were meditating cross-legged and others were also disturbed. They grabbed a flash and flew to Xiang Wuren's side. He did not wait for him to ask. Wuren had nodded and said, "The frontier spies reported that it should be the target. Please get ready." Strictly immediately turned around and called a group of monks to prepare. The wilderness is desolate. The farmland is barren. The road has bones. And a group of thousands of people walk without disease. And the 4,000 steps that Feng Ruojia has allocated to her sister are in place. Niu Yudao, sitting on horseback, looked around from time to time. Since entering the territory of Qingshan County, what he saw and heard was obviously a lot worse than that of Guangxi County. It was full of people not talking about livelihood. On the way, occasionally, he could stumble on the road. The corpse is also unattended, and the clean white bones chewed by something are not rare. It can be seen that the ability of the county guard here is more than a little bit worse than that of Feng Lingbo. And it is no wonder that Feng Lingbo has enough manpower to dare to fight against the court. Ask the people here to survive in order to survive in the broad county. Lan Ruoding, who was also on horseback, took out the map from time to time. He suddenly said something to Shang Chaozong. Shang Chaozong looked at the mountain peaks standing at the end of the wilderness in front of his eyes and raised his hands and said, "Stop." At the same time, Feng Runin also made a gesture to pause the march. Feng Runin waved his hand and stopped the march. When Shang Chaozong and Lan Ruoding approached, they said indifferently, "What's the matter?" Lan Ruoding pointed to the mountain at the end of the front. "Princess, the mountain in front is named Langyao Ridge. The terrain is dangerous, but it is the only way to Songlu County. If someone wants to be unfavorable to me, this is the best where to start. Feng Runin looked around and said indifferently, "He who can ambush thousands of troops here. No one but the court. Do you think the court dare?" The spies did not find any clues back and forth. "What do you want?" Lan Ruoding smiled. "Princess, be careful." He looked at Bai Yao. "If it is possible to send a few mages who can come and go to investigate and confirm, it is the most appropriate." "Humph." Feng Runin sneered coldly. In fact, she didn't feel any harm in being careful. She just didn't like the people on Shang Chaozong's side pointing at her and pointing at Niu Dao. "Aren't you a mage beside you? Let your mage went to explore." Niu Dao looked back and immediately threw a fist on his lower back. "Alas," he said, "when I have been riding for a long time, when will I be able to take it off? This waist is almost tired." Feng Runin despised. "No guts scumbag." Since the other party made this request, Bai Yao didn't think it was a bad thing to be safe. He turned to the Tianyuman disciples behind him and said, "Go and see." Immediately, 4 Tianyuman disciples flew out, and one landing was almost 100 feet away. This bounce distance is 200 or 300 meters away. For Yuan Gang, it is a little unscientific with a little envy in his eyes, but not too incomprehensible. On the way, Niu Dao explained to him the doorway. This was just gliding by ejecting out the air at the rate of fire. That is, the air was winged out and gliding with air buoyancy. Yuan Gang couldn't see the air wings, but Niu Dao could see the wingspan of a monk who walked if he had luck with his eyes. This kind of color in the form of energy is like wearing a filter to see it. The reason is related to the so-called dark matter that Niu Dao once explained to him, which is invisible to ordinary people. For example, ghosts cannot be seen by ordinary people, but Niu can see it if he has luck in his eyes. This is the so-called Dharma eye. And those who can skim so far away, it is estimated that the cultivation base has reached the foundation period. Jinxiu Xiuwei was able to glide a little further, but that's also because Xiui's higher ejection force was stronger, but when it was time to land, it had to land. There is no way you just jump that high without blessings. It is impossible to glide indefinitely with continuous power. It is also necessary to look for the power point to generate the ejection glide action force again. However, if you stand on a high mountain and jump down, you can glide far away, but the gap between the foundation period and the Jindan period is not small. The air resistance cannot be ignored, and the strength of the wings is not the real thing. There is not enough density and mass, air resistance, and high-speed friction of air wings during high-altitude taxiing, and the loss of air exploding energy are actually very large. In the process of rapid lapse, mana consumption is fast, and the monks in the foundation period can't bear it. Relatively speaking, the Jindan period is much deeper and stronger than the foundation period, and the mana is more durable. At the same time, the density and strength of the energy are not comparable to the foundation period. The friction loss during high-speed taxiing is naturally smaller. Continuous taxi time and distance can be compared during the non-foundation period. In spite of this, it can be seen from the uninformed, non-monk, ordinary people, whether it is the foundation period or the Jindan period. In that case, it is no different from flying, which is enough to shock the ordinary people and treat them as flying celestial beings. If Xiuyu reached a higher state of yuanying, that is another matter. The so-called yuanying period has the meaning of rebirth or rebirth. Xiuwei has already cultivated to a state that can transcend the flesh, and the energy can be free. In the space of heaven and earth, the problems faced by the Jindan period and the foundation period have been overcome for the infant period. For example, the problem of airfoil friction loss and the problem of power propulsion in the air are not problems. That can be said to be a real flight. Soaring freely between heaven and earth, it is really a godlike existence for ordinary people. Niu Dao's current cultivation practices are not as good as those he sees before, and naturally he can't go so far, but it's okay to easily lap up and down for tens of meters, playing a treading wave with the help of water tension to surprise ordinary people. There is no problem for heaven and man. You can show it off. Soon, the monks of Tianyuman disappeared into the mountains in front of them. The people here watched away, but the people hiding in the mountains came to witness. Not good. complained to Wu Run. Hiding in the cover of the thorns, he snatched his head and looked at the guerrilla general beside him. The other party is going to investigate deeply. There are so many people here, I am afraid I can't hide. Xiang Warren clenched his fists in both hands. www.novel.com. The ambush plan was probably broken. He couldn't help but gritted his teeth and cursed. Hasn't the spy who has been exploring the path probed back and forth several times? Be so careful. In order to prevent spies from discovering before, he kept hiding people deep in the mountains, even if he didn't dare to be too close to the roadside now. He was not careful and careful. Seeing the way that the four monks split into the mountains and probe into the mountain, Xiang Warren still held a glimmer of hope and turned back and said, "Let everyone hide it." People beside him quickly made a hidden gesture to the back, and there was a commotion in the rear, and they looked for places to drill. After a while, the people who came to investigate had flew over the woods and looked down. He had just noticed that there were flying birds rising up here. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the grass and thorns had been traversed. Traces, so many people temporarily drilled, it is impossible to leave no traces, followed some traces to look around, and immediately found some hidden personnel. With a snap, the comber drew his sword in his hand and suddenly issued a warning sign. "Be careful. There's an ambush. Withdraw." The other three people who came together also found anomalies and quickly flew back. The four mage detectives drifted away quickly, and Yinduo and others slowly came out of hiding. And Yinduo looked back to the general. "I was found. I was already frightened by snakes. It was impossible to ambush, and I could entangle the other party. It is unlikely that you will catch up with the target again. Let's withdraw it. The other party is really too careful. You can explain the reason for the miss. You're worried that there is no excuse to stop. How do you know that the other party will run away? People like Feng Runin are not afraid to run away from the wind. Maybe there is a chance." Xiang Warren gritted his teeth. Horan turned back and said, "The order, the men and women assembled, attack," robbed him silently. He was not good enough to continue to prevent the other party from carrying out the task. Otherwise, if he turned back to push the responsibility on him, he would not be able to eat it. Unknown to Xiang Warren, he had made a military order before Zhou Shouxian. Can't help but say anything. Xiang Warren's men and horses are gathering quickly, and the war horses hiding far away in the mountains have been heard. 4 path-seeking monks quickly flew back and reported, "There are ambushes in the mountains. The specific number is unknown. There should be a lot." "Does actually have an ambush?" Feng Runin was shocked. Changing held in his hand, his momentum changed. He shot and shouted, "Array!" The accompanying cavalry and infantry quickly set up a battle formation. The shield was erected, and the archer's arrow pot was drawn on the bow and prepared. Shang Chaozong made a gesture, and the cavalry of the ministry quickly took control of the weapon. Bai Yao tilted his head to the same door on the left and right, and the same door prepared. After a while, I saw that a large group of horses rushed out of the forest in front of him. For those with some experience on the battlefield, after a short estimate, there's a rough estimate, no less than 10,000 horses. Shot Wu Run in his hand, and the horse rushed out of the mountain forest and came to the front. Yin Duo waited for the monk to slowly ride behind him. Unsurprisingly, did not flee. Xiang Warren laughed, suddenly pointed his gun forward. Cavalry shocked, the infantry palace, be sure to pester them. Immediately picked up the horn and blew a dull hooking sound with the cheek gang and issued an offensive order. "Kill!" The cavalry commander waved, changing, and shouted angrily. In a moment, thousands of war horses galloped out, shouting to kill the charge in a cone array, and the earth rumbling and trembling. The rear of the cavalry battle array, slamming Wu Run to fight the horse without pressing, and the infantry attacking phalanx of 9,000 soldiers behind him followed. Seeing that the enemy directly launched an impact, people who have not seen the offensive position can feel the shock. Niu Yudao has seen the world again in his previous life, and he has never seen such a scene of tens of thousands of people fighting with cold weapons. Bai Yao and other monks cast eyes and quickly looked at each other's charge camp, not knowing what to observe. Feng Runin squinted his eyes towards the Shang dynasty sect. Your lord, the one who has arrested you, is here. There are few enemies. Are you afraid? Are you afraid to escape? It will be too early, too late. The Shang dynasty turned back, glaring at each other. Feng Runin disdainfully said, It's the prestige of Wang Yongning's battle for a long time, but it has nothing to do with you. It's useless for you guys to block in front or hide behind. Hurry up and take your people back. Don't block the front. General will protect you. Don't worry. This time it wasn't just the Shang dynasty. All the guard were tensed with their cheeks. It seemed to them that they were proud of the heroic and mighty guards. And when they were looked down upon like this, they still needed one woman to protect. Niu Dao looked at the appearance of these guys and knew that it was not good. He secretly made a bad call. He quickly persuaded Shang Chaozong. The prince should not be angry. Shang Chaozong ignored him, looked back at his sister Shang Shuqing, and pulled out his horse-cutting sword. Shang Shuqing lifted his hand to pick up the saris, threw his hands to reveal the ugly face, pulled a piece of cloth from the horseback parcel, shook it against the wind, a red flag like flames, a golden eagle like a phoenix flying with wings and wings. There are several holes in the battle flag, which seemed to be shot by arrows. The eyes of hundreds of guards were all fixed on the battle flag. Each chest was ups and downs, and the emotions were inexplicable. One guard handed spear. The lance was set as the flagpole, and Shang Shuqing carried the lance, raised the war flag, and flew in the wind. Feng Runin and other Broad County people have also looked at this broken flag in the wind. Seeing the wrong situation, Bai Yao said in a deep voice, My lord, the other party's goal is you. Don't be reckless. The Shang dynasty ignored him and looked forward. The enemy cavalry had approached a lot of distance. The sword was raised in his hand and shouted, Who wants to die? The guards behind him suddenly roared in unison, Ing Yang Wu Lai. They pulled out their swords, and a strong, killing spirit spread out. The group suddenly shouted like this without any warning, but it surprised the horses on Feng Runin's side. Shang Chaozong roared again, Who wants to die? The collective guard roared behind him, I. Shang Shuqing also shouted, I. In this voice, no one would care about the long ugliness or not, and no one would pay attention to her appearance again. Lan Ruoting's scholar-like man also shouted, and he pulled out his Wei sword. Who wants to die? I. This question and answer made the whole county broadly shocked inexplicably. Niu Dao looked back at the group of lunatics. Yuan Fong and other Nanshan temple monks were all stunned, and Yuan Gang looked back at these people with tight cheeks. Wang Yi, Niu Dao also wanted to block it. The Shang dynasty had already won the war horses to stand up, and the horseshoes rushed out like an arrow off the string. The horse took the lead, waving the sword, and rushed to the front. Did not shout loudly. Hundreds of guards quickly followed the horse, and the air of killing seemed to roar and spray out with the roar of the roaring hoof. Looking like a weak woman, Shang Shuqing, the woman's thin and weak back carrying the battle flag, followed closely behind her brother, and so did Lan Ruoting's sensible scholar. For dignity and honor, this remnant of the weak and old Ning Wang all rushed out, as if for the dead and alive. The last hysterical cry was made. No matter whether it was a weak woman or a scholar, no one was conscientious, advancing and multiplying their own. The enemy cavalry charged forward. This group of people, Niu Dao's sword sheath stretched out one by one, stopping Yuan Gang, who almost rushed out with the horse. So many and so violent battle horse impact lineups have become a trend. Even under the chaos of swords and guns, he dare not say that he can protect himself. How can he let Yuan Gang take the risk? The moment when the team rushed out, there were obviously not many people, but the momentum condensed instantly hit Feng Runin's atrium hard, and she knew the goods. Feng Runin stared at the man who was ahead of his charge, and sternly pouted his lips, seeming to despise. As a general, I don't think how to command, but instead take the lead like a headless fly to strike, and brave the common man. However, she knew that in the face of this situation, such a group of people under the Shang dynasty collectively attacked no longer needed any command. Princess, isn't it time when you are in a mood? and you don't send troops. Bai Yaoshan shouted. Feng Runin, no hurry. Let him try the other party's fictitiousness and then cope with it too late. You can pay attention to him. She said this, and Bai Yao said nothing more. Feng Runin was good at commanding operations on the battlefield. Bai Yao waved his hand, and immediately 2 fellows, who were also Jin Dan Wei, rushed out. The purpose was naturally to protect Shang Chaozong from accidents. In fact, under normal circumstances, the monks will not directly rush into the battlefield to fight. The key is that the small number of monks rushing into the battlefield will have little effect. Even if you can run the army and kill a few, the army is rushing towards you without running. How much can you block? When morale collapses and you are defeated, no one will listen to you if you have strong personal force. A small number of monks and the army directly fight to increase the number of casualties at most. The larger the scale of combat, the less influence the monks will have on the battle situation when they participate in the killing. And those who are truly high enough to reverse the outcome of a war with personal force are already at the top of the food chain. Only a few people are needed. What is the point of taking part in such a slaughter and carrying some killings? As Feng Runin said, the Lord will not be used to charge the enemy, but to direct, and the role of Su Master is to protect the Lord. Bang! The cavalry of the 2 sides slammed together. Shang Chaozong slashed his arms and smashed a shot stabbed by the enemy. At the moment when the 2 sides staggered, they returned with a knife and cut the enemy off the horse, killing it neatly and clearly. He is also the one who knows and fights immediately. The 2 sides are intertwined with each other. People turn their horses jump, people roar. Shang Chaozong brandished his chopper sword and chopped left and right all the way, blood splashed all over his face. The guards on the left and right rear wings followed him at any cost and prevented him from ordering. Someone was picked and dropped and immediately jumped off the horse, desperately to fill the position, both to maintain the rhythm of the attack and to protect the Shang dynasty. The whole team of Yang Wu Lai Wei is very skillful. Some people even have to maintain the integrity of the shock position even at their death and maintain the maximum power of the shock position. Among a group of men, Shang Shuqing, who was thin and thin, grabbed the battle flag and carried his teeth on his shoulders. He was bitten and bitten. Although he was once used to seeing him in the military camp, he actually entered the battlefield for the first time, unlike his brother. She was forced to go to the battlefield by her father when she was a teenager. If she was not afraid and nervous at all, it was fake, but she had no choice. Seeing the cut-off of Fei Fei, the head of Fei Fei, the scream of sternness, the flurry of swords and guns, the splash of blood, and the rich smell of blood. Shocked by the endless symphony of gold and iron, Shang Shuqing sniffed the pungent smell and wanted to vomit, forced to shake his head, blinked the blood on his eyes, and gritted his teeth desperately to catch up behind his brother. He almost held the flagpole in his arms. With one hand, he drew a sword and manipulated the reins in his hand. When he encountered occasional stabs, he also struggled to block it. Yu reading www.yuyukangshu.com. Fortunately, most threats are offset by left and right guards. Although Lan Ruoding understands swordsmanship, he does not need any tricks at this time. The sword is hacked in his hand. His swordsmanship can only be said to be strong and healthy, and he can usually only do some simple self-defense and enter the battlefield. Even if it's not enough, but it also suffers from personal guards. The cavalry and horses of the 2 sides quickly killed each other and separated. The cavalry holding the flag of the wolf thief was obviously killed. After the rush, the horses were scattered and no longer form a cluster formation. On the other hand, the sect of the Shang dynasty was still ironclad. Everywhere the battle flag went, everyone followed. The situation was as if the less than 500 cavalry had killed the enemy Qinshi with only one impact. Most of the people who fell on their horses and fell to the ground were cavalry under the banner of the wolf-tooth thief. With only one head-on impact, they fell 200 or 300 people. The loss of the Shang dynasty sect department was not much. I played more and less, and it turned out to be like this in one photo. Behind the footsteps, Xiang Warren was frightened by the foot pressure. At this time, he also clearly saw the battle flag flying in the lineup of the Shang dynasty. He took a breath and wondered, in Yang Wuliwei? No wonder. Feng Runen, who was also advancing under pressure, held his breath, silver teeth bit his lip, and there was a shock in his heart. Is this the legendary King Ning Wang's invincible martial arts? There is also a trace of shame in my heart, and everyone on the battlefield who was fighting for death and courageously was not qualified to humiliate. Bai Yao said slowly. It is said that King Ning led 10,000 heroes and martial artists to rescue the driver, and he entered the unmanned state in a 100,000 Korean army. Today, he is well known and well deserved. I saw that the Shang dynasty led the men and women to go round and round and went back in an arc. First, they rushed towards the disrupted enemy cavalry again, and the thin body with the battle flag behind him hugged the flagpole and followed closely. This side, the men and horses were scattered by the impact, and the cavalry leader was still shouting, preparing to regroup the men and horses into a formation. On the other side, the formation of the sect of the Shang dynasty clan was not chaotic. It was already roundabout, without giving the enemy a chance to breathe, and then rumbling back, compared with each other, while scattered and assembled, while charging in clusters. The consequences can be imagined. This is a terrible gap on the battlefield. Seeing the rallying impact, the wolf thief cavalry commander screamed and shouted, "Assemble! Hurry, hurry!" It was already terrified to say nothing. Shang Chaozong came straight to him with a sword, and he was cut off with a gun. Then he was swept away by the gun, and then the waves of the sword waved from behind successively flashed like a cloud, and the successive swords were caught by surprise. Several splashes of blood were chopped off his body, and the person fell down under the horse, and the flesh and blood trampled by the rushing hooves blurredly rolled. The cavalry commander was chopped off, let alone the formation of the camp, not to mention the impact. In the face of the opponent's impact, even the effective resistance was too late to construct. The Shang Chaozong seized the fighter and led the Yin-Yang martial arts guard to sweep through the wind like a raging fire. In order to tear up all the momentum, the killing people turned their horses all the way, screaming again and again. Many wolf thieves quickly dialed in the face of such a rush to kill. The horses fled, and the morale collapsed. Thousands of cavalrymen faced less than 500 riders, only suffered 2 shocks, and they were completely defeated. This imposing fighting scene is shocking to Lord Dao. I have never seen such a fighting. I have seen a lot of fighting between hundreds of people in the Jianghu gang, but it is completely incomparable with this. Compared with this, it's just like a crowd of people, and children can't get on the table like a house. Even if he does not understand cavalry, he can see the difference between the two cavalry. One needs the commander to dispatch at any time, which seems to be loose. The one where they go is seamless, and they cooperate with each other highly effectively. Wherever you go, Yuan Gang only felt the blood boiling. His fists were squeezed and held. In Yang Wuliwei's military training method, I will try to get it. Feng Runen whispered to himself. He couldn't reach 500 rides, and at thousands of rides, he was defeated by 2 blows and brought to her the same is shocking. Even she herself had to admit that she had replaced Qian Qinshi and Shang Chaozong to face each other. I was afraid that it would be the same. The situation on the battlefield couldn't help her thinking. Shang Chaozong defeated the opponent's cavalry head-on, allowing her to quickly capture the fighter. She knows that this kind of plain combat cavalry is the most powerful attack weapon. The enemy's most powerful weapon has been defeated by the Shang dynasty. The remaining infantry phalanx will be difficult to block the impact of the cavalry here. Left to attack the left wing of the enemy infantry phalanx from the left, right to attack the right wing, and 2 wings to attack. Kill! The left cavalry commander shouted loudly, leading 200 cavalry rushing away. Kill! The right cavalry commanded 200 cavalry rushed towards the right wing of the enemy. Attack at full speed. Feng Runen, dressed in red makeup, shouted a command and waved a long tassel, leading the 4,000 infantry behind him to strike at full speed. Ingyang Wuliwei. That's right. The man who led the ride was the Shang Chaozong. Xiang Wuren, who pressed the infantry phalanx for a lot of distance, finally confirmed that he had seen the Shang Chaozong, which was also sent by him. One of the reasons, pointing to Shang Chaozong, shouted, "In duo," and others looked dignified. I didn't expect it. I didn't expect that the main lord of the Shang dynasty would be rushed to kill him first. Urgently reminded Warren, take him, take him. He knew that as long as he settled the Shang dynasty, he would be defeated and victorious. Go! Severely shouted, and dozens of monks took off with him and flew away. There was a sudden movement, and Bai Yao, who was closely watching him, flew from the horse's back instantly. Except for a Jindan monk who guarded Feng Runin, all other Tainyuan disciples attacked. It is not Bai Yao's unsentiment, but to some extent, Feng Runin is not as important as the Shang dynasty. Tainyuan sent 2 Jindan monks who approached the battlefield to flash at the first moment. They descended from the sky and shouted to Shang Chaozong, "Withdraw." Both fell on the horseback of the Shang dynasty and stretched their feet a bit, each with one arm of the Shang dynasty, took the Shang dynasty away from the horseback, and drifted away from the battlefield. Sovereign, follow the Lord. Lan Ruoding glanced around and shouted. Shang Shuqing immediately turned the mount, carrying the battle flag, and chased away the Shang Chaozong who had drifted away. The rumbling movements on the battlefield, people who are a little further away can't hear clearly. A group of guards only know to follow the battle flag. Shang Shuqing carries the battle flag, and the guards' iron rides follow. Chase. The figure in the sky flickered, and Bai Yao, who was the first to rush, had fought with the seizing volley, and the cold light flashed, and Bai Yao's long sword came out of the sheath. The foot kicked in the back of the missed snatch. Bai Yaoren rose again in the air and rushed to another person. "Let the arrow!" shouted to Wu Ran. In the face of cavalry, the infantry phalanx has already set up the shield phalanx, and the archer behind the shield shoots arrow rain. The cavalry who impacted left and right picked up their shields and faced them forward to resist. From time to time, war horses tipped over and fell under the rain of arrows. The cavalry warrior who hit the front on the left side waved out the meteor hammer with one hand, banged, and knocked over the shield that was blocked by the front row. The horse also slammed into it. Such a huge impact directly rushed the shield array out of the gap. A long branch of hair pierced from the rear, and the war horse screamed and blew blood. The general who dragged the meteor hammer to the ground rolled and crawled, waving his shield against the spear from the thorn, and the meteor hammer, swept against the ground in his hand and turned over, was on top of his head, and then the horses that rushed out jumped over them one after another, directly rushing into the infantry phalanx, and immediately ripped the defense line out of the gap, and the subsequent cavalry rushed directly in. The right cavalry also attacked. The cavalry rushed into the infantry, which caused great threats. The people could not resist the collision of the horses, not to mention the rushing of the cavalry that formed the impact battle. It was a slaughter along the way. It was unstoppable. The screams were everywhere. Feng Runin, who was rushed by the horse, ignored the bypassing Ingyang martial guard and saw the enemy camp entered the bow and arrow shooting range. With a command, the dull whine of the horn sounded and killed the cavalry in the enemy battle. Immediately rush out. Feng Runin had 3,000 infantrymen shouting loudly, rushing out at full speed. 1,000 archers stretched their bows diagonally to the sky, and with the sound of letting an arrow, Jianyu swooped through the air, fighting from the sky. Bai Yao and the others roared overhead, scaring Bai Yao and the others to jump, and quickly landed. It is not a joke to be shot with so many cold arrows during the fierce battle. Arrow rain hurriedly fired, and waves of arrows lingered in the air, pouring into the enemy camp. I don't know how many people turned over, and the screams continued. Wait until there was defense over there and raise a shield to resist it. The dull horn sounded again, and the 2-winged cavalry once again entered the mace camp. At this time, the Langfang camp was almost caught in chaos, and Feng Runin's 3,000-step soldiers shouted again, and the morale was almost one-sided. The morale of the mace camp collapsed, and someone began to run away. and a group of monks who were forced to fight by the arrows of rain fell into the army of 3,000 shocks. Countless messy knives looted and slashed. A group of non-stop repairers waved their weapons constantly, and the sword gas burst out. Sword gas is vertical and horizontal. One shot is a flip. The lethality is amazing, but it is nothing to this group of shocking crowds. Someone blocked the sword of Tiananmen disciples. May wished to throw a few spears into the body behind him. Yang Tian issued a sorrowful roar and returned to overthrow a group, and was immediately overwhelmed by a flooded messy knife and a gun. He rushed over with his body. Feng Runin flicked his fingers, and 1,000 archers beside him put down their bows and arrows, shouted loudly with a knife and a gun, and rushed towards the enemy camp. Shang Chaozong's men have returned to her side. Bai Yao, who killed dozens of free repairs in a row, rushed out of the chaotic army, quickly returned, and chased the free repairs of several people who flew towards Xiang Runin. The two Jindan monks who brought back the Shang dynasty nodded to the Jindan monk who protected Feng Runin and flew out of the air to stop several rush repairs. However, two people can only stop one person at a time, and 3 of them flew away towards Feng Runin. Feng Runin waved his hand calmly. The 100 cavalry guards beside him, Zhang Gong pulled the string, and the arrow rain swooped away, and he shot at the monk. The 3 monks volleyed their palms and blasted the arrows. Crossbowmen waved shooting. Shang Chaozong drank, while Feng Runin ordered www.untilnovel.com, and Yang Wuliwei quickly retrieved the crossbow arrow hanging on horseback. Hundreds of people divided Wei's continuous shooting, blocking the enemy's approach, delayed the opponent, and bought time for Bai Yao, who was chased. Seeing the killing, Bai Yao came back. The 3 Sanshio immediately dispersed to both sides and fled, knowing that they had missed the opportunity and escaped to the depths of the wasteland. The morale of Xiang Wuren collapsed, and the defeat was downhill. Shouting to Wuren a few times, it was difficult to resist the defeat. Hi! He punched his chest heavily with his fists. 1,000 cavalry, 10,000 elite, so defeated. I did not expect that his 1,000 cavalry was so vulnerable to the impact of the Shang dynasty. Knew that the general situation had gone, and it was difficult to recover. Xiang Wuren led a dozen riders and fled among the deserted soldiers, who were chased by him. Seeing the defeat of the army, Bai Yao returned to his target. Knowing that there was no chance, the 5 or 6 free repairs in the fight also quickly separated from their opponents, quickly ran away, and scattered away. The disciples of Tiananmen did not pursue, but quickly returned to the protector here. Until seeing the defeated men and women scattered into the forest, it is difficult to gather again. The tilted battle flag was held by Lan Ruoding on the side. Lan Ruoding looked back and was startled. Seeing Shang Xuqing's crumbling look, someone exclaimed, "The master is hurt." Shang Chaozong suddenly turned back, walked quickly, and opened Shang Xuqing off the war horse with open arms. Upon inspection, he discovered that Shang Xuqing had no idea what weapon was drawn by his back, and his body was covered with blood. If you don't pay attention, I don't know that she was injured. After a long battle, Shang Chaozong knew that his sister was a symptom of excessive blood loss. The younger sister did not say anything before, and she had been holding on to the war flag. Shang Chaozong immediately reddened her eyes and shouted, "Mage!" No one knows the sorrow and anger in his heart. His family is in the middle of the world, and he is actually down to the point where a weak woman with ink-fragrant hands is on the battlefield to help boost morale. Yin faced the dead parents and brothers. "Brother, I'm fine." Shang Xuqing shook his head weakly. Niu Yudao flashed over, quickly shot Shang Xuqing's acupuncture point, stopped bleeding, gave Shang Xuqing a pulse, and checked the back of Shang Xuqing. For this woman, Niu Yudao really did not know what to say. Originally, such a dangerous thing. He felt that he was risk-averse and righteous, and he could not commit his life to others. As a result, this woman rushed to the battlefield. It's a bit of shame to confuse things that are not clear. Of course, there was no sign of shame on his face. He was worried about Yuan Gang now, and even he felt a little guilty. Yuan Gang, who was stopped by him, might not know what kind of feeling he felt, and there was a slight bitter smile in his heart. "Your lord, the governor is okay. That is, he has lost too much blood and can recover after a period of care, but the wound on the back is a bit large, afraid that it will be sutured, otherwise it will leave a large scar." Niu Yu Dao, after the inspection, reminded Shang Chaozong. "I heard that there was nothing wrong." Shang Chaozong was slightly relieved. Hearing the wound suture, he suspiciously said, "Suture? How to sew?" Niu Yu Dao froze for a moment, only to remember that there is no such explanation here, and explained, "It is to sew the wound like sewing clothes with stitches, not only conducive to wound healing, but also minimizes scars. Then there are many benefits to keeping the wound open like this." Shang Chaozong took a breath and felt nothing if he was chopped with a knife. He sewed his flesh as clothes with needles and threads. Hearing that his scalp was numb, "The flesh and blood are not clothes." "Are you kidding me?" Niu Yu Dao touched his forehead. "The problem of concept is difficult to reverse. It is estimated that no matter how it is explained, it is useless. After thinking about it, I am too lazy to explain it. Whatever." Shang Shuqing asked weakly, "Dao Lord, can the wound be conducive to recovery after being sutured?" Niu Yu Dao nodded. "Of course." Shang Shuqing, "Can you trouble Dao to stitch the injured brethren below?" Some of the guards on the side of the injured person took a breath of cold air, felt the back of the back straight cold, covered the wound, and subconsciously stepped back, the same feeling as Shang Chaozong. Sewn his own flesh as it seemed to sew. "Open, what a joke." Shang Chaozong frowned. "Chinger, how can such a thing?" Shang Shuqing interrupted and said, "Brother, I don't want to talk to each other. If it is effective, it will be a good thing for the injured brethren." She looked at the scared guard around her eyes and decisively said, "Tao ya, let me sew it first. Obviously, we must set an example." Niu Yu Dao smiled and turned back. "Monkey, prepare something, boil some water to disinfect." Yuan Gang nodded and turned to prepare to go. With a wave of his hand, Yuan Fong waited for the Nanshan temple crowd to immediately slap their hands. Lan Ruoding squatted down beside him, took out a package, took out 2 porcelain bottles from the inside, poured out a red pill and a green pill, and let Shang Shuqing take it. The pill Niu Yu Dao looked familiar, and read the description in the book. "I just saw many injured people seem to be taking this. Try to ask, is Ichi Bushu a Dan and Qingliang Dan?" "Yes." Lan Ruoding nodded. Niu Yu Dao said, "Ichi Bushu a Dan is easy to understand. The green Qing Dan can prevent the wounds from purging after taking it. In fact, his understanding should be anti-inflammatory drugs, which are all standing things in this world battlefield." Shang Chaozong did not accompany his sister at this time, and this could not be the case at this time. There were many injured brothers below, as well as those who died in battle. Even if the sister could not be relieved, Shang Shuqing was still handed over to Niu Yu Dao to take care of it. Other things went. After the bodies of the 30 guards were found, they gathered together. The Shang dynasty was silent and looked up silently at the Yingyang martial arts guard flag fluttering around him. 33 people were killed in battle, and hundreds of people were injured, with varying degrees of serious and serious injuries. For the victory, it was definitely a victory, but for his existing manpower, his loss was not small and could not withstand such consumption several times. Not far away, Feng Runin turned his head from time to look at the blood-stained Shang Chaozong, and occasionally turned back to see Shang Shuqing after the injury. Think about the previous scene. The king of the court was ignoring the death of the soldiers. The weak woman carried the battle Qi Chong was trapped, and the family style of Ning Wang's family brought shock to her. It was no wonder that Ning Wang could bring out a powerful army. She also had to admit that she looked away with prejudice and underestimated the brothers and sisters, but she would not admit it. But she finally walked to Shang Shuqing's side and asked lightly, "Is the county lord all right? Sister-in-law all right?" Shang Shuqing echoed weakly. Feng Runin hummed and noticed the disgust when he noticed the cow on the edge. At that time, everyone rushed out. Instead, the mage hid behind him. He had never seen such a stubborn mage. "Tao, shameless rats." Niu Yu Dao wanted to refute. Think about it. Forget it. This time endure. Feng Runan turned around and called Wen Li to take care of Shang Xuqing. There was no other woman on Shang Chaozong's side. It was inconvenient for a group of men to take care of an injured woman. Temporarily set up a tent, Yuan Gang prepared everything, and Shang Xuqing lay on a blanket. The ready-to-hand Niu Yu Dao stretched his hand towards her back and froze, remembering that the man and the woman were unaccompanied, hesitantly said, "Sovereign, I may want to tear the clothes on your back." Shang Xuqing understood what he meant, and he saw the skin on his back. Silver teeth bit his lips slightly, secretly ashamed, but said on his mouth, "Salvage on the battlefield does not pay attention to that. I am not rude people." The last sentence clearly hinted, "Do it mess up," Niu Yu Dao said, tearing the clothes on her back a bit and helping her clean up the wound bloodstains. She found that although the woman's face was ugly, the skin on the back was delicate and fair like porcelain. The shocking wound is indeed sinful. Unfortunately, there is no alcohol disinfection. There's a chance to come out a whole bit. Niu Yu Dao grunted and copied the cooked needle thread. The needle thread is obviously not applicable. The needle is a sewing needle. The thread is cotton thread, but under this condition, only it's coming. Seeing Niu Yu Dao piercing needles there, Shang Xuqing was also shocked to see it and quickly turned his head to not look. Niu Yu Dao gave her acupuncture points to relieve pain and then quickly sutured the wound. Meticulously, "I hope that the wound can be healed as much as possible, and I can't see any scars. It is a little guilty. Watch from the side." When Li only knew what she was going to do, her face was frightened, her chest tightness and shortness of breath. Her hands and feet were cold. How could she toss her skin like clothes? So scary. After everything was done, Niu Yu Dao helped Shang Xuqing get up. "Okay, be careful not to pull the wound. When the wound is healed, remove the thread. And you should not see too conspicuous scars. Scars don't matter." Shang Xuqing shook his head. The scars on her body were no more ugly than the bad spots on her face. She cares about whether she can really help the brethren to recover from the trauma as soon as possible. There are not many. One can be restored as soon as possible. The body moved a little bit and found that it seemed nothing, not as terrible as expected, and immediately laughed. Trouble Master Dao helped the injured brethren to stitch again. Niu Yu Dao smiled and said to Yuan Gang, "You go to deal with it, and take the old bears by the way. Let them follow up and practice. There are many injured people. More people will be faster." He didn't have time to personally help everyone come. Yuan Gang turned and left. When Li helped Shang Xuqing put on a robe, Niu Yu Dao looked back and looked at the pale-faced Shang Xuqing, who couldn't help but sighed. "You obviously not good at assault. Why do you run out and be brave? Our brothers and sisters are not qualified to hide their hearts and watch their brethren die. If everyone is selfish and selfish, there is no heroic martial arts guard." Shang Xuqing explained lightly, but it embarrassed Niu Yu Dao again. He is that selfishness is hidden among the crowd. Shang Xuqing glanced at him. www.untilnovel.com suddenly asked again, "Master Dao, if Master Yuan rushed to the battlefield, would you go?" "It depends on the situation." Niu Yu Dao laughed and, through a sentence, got out of the tent, did not want to say more about it. Settled Shang Xuqing. Wen Li quickly returned to Feng Runan and informed him that Feng Runan's words and colors had changed, and he used people's living skin as clothes to sew. Bai Yao came to say, "This is what the people in the devil do." The sight of Niu Yu Dao in the distance was slightly deep. However, Shang Xuqing was leading by example. The wounded guards of the Shang dynasty could not hide. Yuan Gang took the Nanshan temple to sew the wounded people. This thing is very simple. It is very fast to learn, so dare to start too. In the face of Yuan Gang's fists and feet, Yuan Fong and others did not dare to start, but also had to lay down their hands to start. But the stitching skills were not good enough to complement. So the wounded guards of the Shang dynasty screamed, pig-killing one after another. A group of great masters were not afraid of losing their heads, but they were afraid of this. The cow with his hand, looking around everywhere, shook his head straight. Of course, it doesn't matter with Yuan Gang that they don't know how to relieve pain. I heard that the wounded of Ingyang Wuliwei were receiving treatment like that. Feng Ruo, male suspected. Is this a special treatment for Ingyang Wuliwei? She now has the intention to observe and learn about Ingyang Wuliwei, and she can't help but go to the scene to check it out. As a result, the woman's nature is inevitable. She was shocked, her chest tightness and shortness of breath, and she couldn't bear to look directly. The screams made her rush to dispel the idea of helping her own people treat likewise. It was too late, and the party did not pass through the Langya Ridge, but found a mountain that was easy to defend and gather. It was ready to leave before dawn. The war damage situation and the incident situation have been reported to Feng Lingbo by Goldwings. The Tianyuman monk has also lost a dozen, and Tianyuman will need to redeploy personnel to supplement it. These are all afterwards. 1,000 elite men and women are so vulnerable that they should sin against Warren. In the main hall of Nanzhou Assassin's house, Zhou Shouxian's roaring sound almost overturned the roof, and the teacups smashed to the ground, making Xiang Warren's assist lead to the defeat of the defeat, and even the assassination failed. Not only did it fail to kill Shang Chaozong, but as he said, the 10,000 elite men under his command were so vulnerable. What do you think? Angry roaring just vented. After sitting back on the chair, he slowly closed his eyes and fell into silence. Guanshuan County. Feng Lingbo, who received the news, was furious, and things were clearly shown. Everyone is not a fool. A mace? Guessing, it can be guessed that it was Ma Qian from Nanzhou, whether it is a wolf thief or not. In short, Feng Lingbo accounted for the imperial court. The broad area troopers displayed an offensive posture and mobilized at the outset. Immediately, guests from Nanzhou Shishifu entered the gate of Taishifu and negotiated with Feng Lingbo. What benefits did they appease? I don't want both parties to make the matter big. The big deal quickly subsided. Beijing, Song Palace. In an elegant small courtyard, Song Jioming Linqi did not speak. The butler Lu Lu hurried forward and reported. The third man was very angry when he heard the news and was losing his temper. Song Jioming frowned slightly and could feel his son's feelings. The Shang Qingzong sent a wide message in the practice circle, listed his son Song Shu's various crimes, announced that he was expelled from the teacher's door, and buckled the teacher's head to destroy the ancestor. Big hat. This hat is worn down. Even the ordinary people in the world can't bear the crime of bullying the teacher and destroying the ancestor, which can be said to stink Song Shu's reputation. How can Song Shu go out to meet people in the future? This matter is hard to explain clearly. Sometimes the truth of the world is very easy to stand on the side of the weak and express sympathy. Who can believe that the Shangqing sect will actively find the Song family's trouble with the eggs? I never imagined that the Shangqing sect dared to take the initiative to tear the face with the Song family, and instigated another school to go to the Shangqing sect. It turned out that the Shang Qingzong had already gone to the sky, and through himself. Song Jioming said slowly. Isn't there any news of Shang Qingzong? Lulu, abrupt walking. I don't know where to go. I'm still checking. Song Jioming kept his hands closed, frowning, and somehow recently there seemed to be a vision, and suddenly found that many things had changed and were out of control. The Shangqing sect got rid of the Song family's control, and the Shang dynasty sect also, after getting rid of the control of the court, the assassination over Nanzhou also missed. Due to the drag of infantry, the cavalry can't move fast, and the distance that can be completed in a day or two is just a few days. After a few days on the way, Feng Rinan noticed that the anomaly was also riding, and seized a large number of war horses from the raid horses to ride on the wounded on his side. The wounded on his side had not dared to move too much, afraid of breaking the wound. But Shang Chaozong's wounded people can climb up and down on the war horses themselves. They no longer need any help from others, and some of them can walk lamely and carefully. The recovery of the wounded of the Shang dynasty was obviously faster than that of his own. Feng Rinan naturally knew what it meant for the wounded on the battlefield to recover in advance, let alone reduce the logistical burden, and he could quickly restore a batch of troops. This is not a trivial matter. The injured guards of the Shang dynasty saw that they were recovering quickly, and found that the sewing needle was indeed beneficial, and the shadow of fear of the sewing needle was swept away. The injury recovered quickly and relieved some worries to a certain extent. Everyone was happy and happy a lot. The sergeants who battled in the sand are respectful to those who can save their lives. Goodbye to Yuan Gang and Nanshan Temple monks. Master, this is a few bird eggs that the brethren have just pulled from the bird nest in the woods, and they have been cooked. During the temporary camping at night, a wounded soldier who had been treated by Yuan Fong came and stuffed a few green eggshells as large as a few eggs into Yuan Fong's hand, and Yuan Fong was not affected. Give him away. It is one thing to thank the monks of Nanshan Temple for their help. It is also one thing to have respect. It is also said that this group of monks will be asked to help them remove the thread. Everyone is a little afraid of the unknown. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's a good idea to look back in advance so that people can show mercy. The few bird eggs I started with were obviously freshly cooked, and I still had some hot hands in my hands. The square, Amit Ba Sin Sin. Eating bird eggs is also a killing, and the round square can't lay a mouth. Give the eggs to the monks, and let them be used by the wounded. A group of monks smiled and took the bird's egg. Yuan Fong also had a smile on his face. Recently, a group of monks, including him, clearly felt the respect of everyone. The big guys with delicious food first thought of them, and the things they eat were first picked and delivered first. On their hands, this respectable feeling is really good. A group of monks found that following these people is actually quite good, and Yuan Fong also felt that the Buddhist truth was correct and began to nag to the monks and help others. Shang Chaozong, who was sitting by the campfire, looked around and saw that the brethren were in good condition, showing a smile that was rare in the past few days. It is still Qinger who has a vision. It seems that Dao Ye's healing method is indeed effective. Shang Shuqing pursed her lips and smiled. Lan Ruoding nodded his head, agreeing he was aware of the injuries on the battlefield. For example, he was cut with a knife on his leg and had a deep cut. Under normal circumstances, no 1.5 months in a month who dare to walk down, but only a few in front of him day. He pondered, those monks are also learning now, and it seems that this healing method is not difficult to learn. If Dao Kin teaches us, it will be of great benefit to the future battlefield treatment. Shang Chaozong was silent, afraid that others were inherited craftsmanship and would not easily teach people, could not help but try to say to Shang Shuqing, Qinga, would you like to find a chance to try Dao's attitude? Good. Shang Shu nodded. Here is saying that there was a commotion on his side. Feng Runin came with someone, and I didn't know what she was doing. The pestle was beside a guard. Shang Chaozong and others immediately got up and walked over to see the situation. Princess, the personal guard, saluting in front of the campfire. Feng Runin turned around him twice and suddenly said, take off your pants. The guard was stunned and looked at the walking Shangzong. Hearing this, Shang Zhaozong's face fell, and Feng Runin was already his woman. After all, what made him feel so disgusted? Ran Fengruo's words made people feel relieved. Look at the injury on your leg. Despite this, Shang Shuqing is still speechless. This sister-in-law is fierce enough. Even if there is a reason, what does a woman say when she tells a man to take off his pants? Is it okay to clarify things aside? Eventually, the guard dropped his pants, exposing the stitched wound on his leg. After observation and confirmation, Feng Runin gestured to Shang Chaozong and others to move to the side and said with no expression, your wounded soldiers recovered well on your side. Shang Chaozong said indifferently, it's Dao Ye's extraordinary shot. Feng Runin, since they're all a family, it doesn't make sense to favor one another. You let him help my wounded soldiers on the side. It turned out to be this matter. Lan Ruoding's expression was a little weird, and it was not easy for this woman to say the family's words to the prince. However, he could understand Feng Ruoan's feelings. As the general of the army, if there is a way, how can he look at the injuries of the brothers below, to a certain extent, bow his head to the prince? Shang Chaozong pondered. This is Master Ye's craftsmanship. I'm afraid it still depends on whether he wants it or not. Feng Runin had already made this judgment. Before seeing that Niu Yu Dao couldn't shrink back on the battlefield, She understood that Shang Chaozong had little influence on Niu Dao. Go directly to Niu Dao, and Shang Xiaozong just wanted to find a Chinese person to help. Shang Chaozong did not think much, did not quit, and led her to meet Niu Dao. Niu Dao was meditating and practicing in the tent. A group of people had not approached Niu Dao's tent yet. Yuan Gang came out of nowhere and stopped them. Yuan Fong also came out with some insufficiency and stopped, and Yuan Gang left and right. Yuan Gang has already given him an explanation. Protecting Dao's safety is his responsibility. If Dao does something wrong, don't think about it. Yuan Fong also knows that he still needs Niu Dao's asylum. No matter whether he wants it or not, he can only do so. The monks of Nanshan Temple also appeared one after another and stared here. These people have gradually formed a small group centered on Niu Dao without knowing it. Under the silent and deliberate control of Niu Dao, these people are not bound by Shang Chaozong and Feng Runen and gather together beside Niu Dao. Feng Runen's teeth tickled as soon as he saw the round side, but he had to endure if he had something to do. Such a conversation before the tent, the voice of Niu Dao came from the tent. Let them come in. It was blocked by the outside of the tent, and the group squeezed into the tent one after another. Niu Dao, sitting cross-legged inside, stood up and bowed. Shang Chaozong told Feng Runen here, but Niu Dao noticed that Lan Ruoding was shaking his head slightly at him, and it seemed that he was not agreeing to it. www.mtlnovel.com. Shang Shuqing was a good observer. Pay attention to Lan Ruoding's reaction. After listening to the message, Niu Dao sighed, "It's a little late to stitch now." Feng Runen's face stretched and said, "If there was any offense before, it was my fault. Don't go to my heart. I am here to pay compensation to him. I also hope that he can blame him and raise his hand. Make sure that the previous things have been revealed and that you will no longer be entangled in finding differences." Niu Dao raised his hand and scratched his nose, knowing that the woman had misunderstood, and smiled bitterly. "Princess, you are afraid that it is a bit skewed. If the needle was okay in time, the wound has begun to heal and healed these days. Stitches are really not suitable." Feng Rumen pleaded again and again. The result was the same, and finally turned away with a cold hum. Neo has no choice but to guess that the image of his villain has penetrated into the woman's heart, or misunderstood. A group of people have left one after another. After a smiling Lan Ruoding, Niu Dao approached and asked, "What does Mr. Lan tell me not to promise?" Lan Ruoding's sneaky look, biting his ear, and said, "The princess is still reluctant to live with the prince." Dao Prince's idea of turning Feng Lingbo's horse into a prince's horse. I quite agree with him. As a general, I see a ant bear the suffering of the soldiers below. If Dao can use the healing method to match the princess and the prince to live together, it can be described as the beauty of an adult. After all, the two have already been married and have a husband and wife status. Niu Dao suddenly realized, why do you say such a grand sound? Is not to use the treatment as a means to threaten Feng Runen and Shang Chaozong to sleep together. I found this guy insidious enough and glared. "Mr. Lan, I'm not as insidious as you. It's not that I don't agree. I said that the truth is true. It is really not suitable for sewing needles to the wounded." Lan Ruoding choked, but he deliberately pinched Feng Runen when he saw his own sign. Even if he wasn't, he was wondering, what makes me insidious? Who came up with bad ideas? You are all under medicine. Who is insidious? Lan Ruoding had just left for a while, and Shang Shuqing came again. He tentatively asked, "Did Mr. Lan not let Dao Yi heal his sister-in-law's wounds?" It's not that healing is not allowed. Mr. Lan wants to match the prince and the princess. Niu Dao directly pointed out Lan Ruoding's meaning. Shang Shuqing couldn't help crying and found out how these men thought about these bad things. But she was not good at evaluating this matter, and returned to the question she wanted to ask. "Dear Master, your healing method has great benefits to the soldiers who battle in the battlefield. I don't know if it is not convenient for me to teach us." Niu Dao waved his hand in disapproval. "It's no big deal. I want to learn how to find a monkey. He is more powerful than me in treating trauma. Many craftsmanship in the world is well known. Shang Xuqing was also worried about the other party as self-preservation. He did not expect that the other party promised so much. For the soldiers fighting in the battlefield, this is indeed not a trivial matter, but for Lord Dao, it is really nothing, he said happily. There is no need to think a trifle. By the way, you have to discuss with Mr. Lan. He wants to use this to make your sister-in-law bad. Said this again. Shang Xuqing was a little ashamed, but nodded. That night, Feng Runan noticed the situation. One rider came from the direction of Songlu County and was stopped by the guards. The other party reported that he was from Shang Chaozong. The latter came to confirm. I don't know what news that person brought. In short, after the people like Shang Chaozong and Lan Ruoding entered the tent, the lights in the tent seemed to be on all night, and I didn't know what was plotting. The same situation was noticed by the monks in Nanshan Temple. Yuan Gang had already arranged these monks, and after collecting the situation, he also told Lord Dao. The next day, the party continued to hurry up. At half-afternoon, they finally arrived at their destination and entered Songlu County. County Magistrate Lu Linmao and County Chung Fong Mingzhao and others have led county officials and local famous squires to arrive at the border to meet them in advance. After taking the picture above, Songlu County and others politely said that the Shang Chaozong, who was sitting on a high horse, didn't mean to dismount, staring blankly at the crowd. After everyone had finished the ceremony, Shang Chaozong said coldly, "Can you be guilty?" Everyone laughed in a daze, not to mention them. Even Feng Runan and Lord Dao said they were a little unknown. County Magistrate Lu Linmao surprised with a look on his face. "I don't know why Lord Ye said this." Shang Chaozong, as a court official and corrupt official, as a local squire, he should be guilty of bullying the land and bullying men and women. Lu Linmao said aloud, "Your lord, this must be framed by someone." Shang Chaozong didn't talk to them, waved his hand and gestured, "Take all." A group of guards jumped out of melee and tied the county magistrate and County Chung and others on the spot and tied them up. Although the other county government subordinates also had swords, they dared to resist in the face of such a wolf-like guard. Together with those squires, all were forced to kneel down on the ground honestly. Suddenly came out like this. It can be said to scare a group of people who came to greet them. A few monks who didn't know which school were responsible for collecting the spirit grass were startled and frightened. They looked at this scene in amazement, and Shang Chaozong did not mean to move them. Feng Runan and others are a bit wondering what the Shang dynasty was doing. Although Songlu County was the dynasty of the Shang dynasty, it was only a confiscation. Since the riots of the Wu dynasty, all countries have learned their lessons. The so-called lands are mostly nominal. Dependency, to some extent, enjoy the taxation of the fiefdoms. The appointment of officials has been vested in the court, and the Shang dynasty is higher than these local officials, but has no right to govern them. County Magistrate Lu Linmao struggled and shouted, "Your lord, even if we are guilty, the court should interrogate and convict. How can the lord surrender?" The Shang dynasty said indifferently, "Right and wrong. This king will report to the court. This king is enshrined in the land. Qi Renjir and other scourges. Not killing is not enough for civilian indignation." The hand wave cut. Several guard hands rose and fell. Several screams, blood burst, and the heads of several officials in the county government landed. The rest of the bureaucrats and squires never dreamed of this. Such scenes scared these people to their faces and trembling. The local gentry who came to the scene afterwards were all in custody. The Shang dynasty left a part of the escorts, and the rest quickly rushed to the county with him. After arriving in the county, Feng Runan, Lord Dao, and other talents understood what the Shang dynasty wanted to do, not to eliminate the violence, but to directly control the entire Songlu County and completely eliminate the power of the court. The use of force to forcibly clean up makes it clear that it is necessary to support the soldiers. As soon as he arrived in the county town, there were more than 1,000 people in the Shang dynasty. The old Ning Wang Bureau that had been lurking so far has emerged. In cooperation with the existing man and horse operations, almost all the officials of the entire county have been copied. Although it was a new arrival, some locals led the way. The list is in hand. The situation and route are very accurate. Obviously, Shang Chaozong and others had already prepared here, killing county magistrates and county chung and others, and immediately a set of ready-made groups came up to fill the seats. In the county town, borrowing some of Feng Runin's manpower and attacking everywhere, not only copied the homes of those officials, but also the shops related to those official squires. At the same time, dozens of horses rushed to various townships in Songlu County to check the homes of certain squires. They did not give those people a chance to breathe. There is no reason to say that the crimes that had been found were directly deducted from the head and directly used force. Clean. In the next few days, the whole Songlu County was full of uproar. The newly appointed county magistrate Wu Fu and others were appointed directly by the Shang dynasty without the permission of the court. The Shang dynasty will not accept the appointment of the court when it arrives here. The newly appointed officials were backed by the Shang dynasty, and they made great efforts to rectify and quickly list the people. They distributed the fields of the big families to the people of the villagers. They released some of the grains to relieve the disaster victims. Thousands of people were assisted to quickly settle down the situation in Songlu County. Bai Yao knew the intention of Shang Chaozong here, and also passed the news back, preparing to send some monks from Tainyuan to take over the spirit grass here to collect things. Songlu County's specific government affairs have been arranged to deal with it. After leaving some people to assist, Shang Chaozong took the main people out of the city. Not far from the county town, in the mountains that correspond to the county town, there is a manor built by Ning Wang in his early years, and it is not a problem to accommodate tens of thousands of people. The most important thing is that it is easy to defend and difficult to attack, and there's a certain guarantee in safety. There are complex people entering and leaving the county every day, and it is impossible to seal the city. In addition, it has already penetrated into the hinterland of Qingshan County, and it has been transferred for many reasons. On the way, seeing a cart of grain and grass growing into a dragon, Niu Yudao approached Lon Ruoding and asked, "These grains and grass were copied from those rich households?" Lon Ruoding sighed. "Whereas the surplus food in the hands of the people, and the food and grass of so many people and horses can't always rely on the transportation from the broad county, and they will be cut off at any time, only from those who are generally rich and indifferent. Wealthy households have started, and the money and food they have copied out is enough for the past year. As long as Songlu County is well managed and the taxes are stable, it will be able to turn around in the future." Niu Yudao said, "Or you guys come quickly." Lon Ruoding smiled bitterly. "This is also something that can't be helped. The power of the court is not cleared. If we don't control the place completely, there is no way to gain a foothold. If you don't have money and food, you don't have the confidence. Everyone has to eat." Niu Yudao said, "It seems that you've been plotting for a long time." Lon Ruoding, "It's hard to talk about long-term planning. If Dao Ye's method of marriage is successful, we wouldn't dare to take this move. Since we have a good start, we naturally want to plan for the long term." Niu Yudao said, "Songlu County is in the hinterland of Qingshan County, surrounded by enemies on 3 sides. Are you afraid of fighting against the imperial court and becoming independent?" Lon Ruoding, "The court's first move on the way, they're justified. It should be a discussion in this county." The Tainyuan and Fenglingbo sides did not express any objection but rely on it. The court dared not act lightly. I glanced back at Niu Yudao with a smile, not knowing what he saw, so he lowered his voice and said, "This place is not the place to speak. Let's talk back." Niu Yudao looked around. Feng Runin and Bai Yao and others were not far away. Yu reading www.yukangshu.com. Some things are really hard to say. The manor on the mountain, I do not know whether it was related to the origin of King Ning's soldiers, or it was premeditated, and the building was obviously used for military purposes. Although it looks worn and old, but some people have cleaned it first, and it is no problem to check in directly. Liang Kitten gathered in place. The horses were settled. The sky was late. The party used dinner. Lon Ruoding took the initiative to keep Niu Yudao, and several people came to an underground stone room. A picture has been hung on the indoor wall. Lan Ruoding, Shang Chaozong, and Shang Shuqing brothers and sisters suddenly came together and stood in a row, facing Niu Yu Dao and Yuan Gang Chong bowed together. Niu Yu Dao and Yuan Gang looked at each other. Niu Yu Dao smiled and said, "Three people. Why do you do this gift?" Shang Dynasty Zong said with great emotion, "It's just a little thanks. The current situation is that I couldn't imagine when I left Beijing. It's Dao Yi who worked hard to reopen the situation for the king. I really can't thank you." Niu Yu Dao said, "He. I took the lead." I glanced at the stone room. "It seems that there is no need to come here to thank you," Lan Ruoding said. "Dear Lord Dao asked before, apparently wondering why we acted so hurriedly. It was because Dao's plan opened up the situation for us. Dao said that Feng Lingbo was just a puppet, is still the Tainyuman. As long as the prince is valuable to the Tainyuman. Even if the 100,000 Raven soldiers do not exist, the Tainyuman will not let go of the prince. We are very convinced of this. It is precisely because of this we have a new planning." Turned to the map and knocked on the location of Qingshan County on the map. "Seize Qingshan County and fight with Feng Lingbo in court. As long as the Lord can show his strength and can sit in a county, Tainyuman will easily give up the fat to his mouth, will not give up the prince, and will certainly support the prince like Feng Lingbo. Seize the Qingshan County?" Niu Yu Dao raised his eyebrows halfway. Although he didn't know and hadn't seen what kind of siege and land-grabbing method is here, the method of Shang Dynasty was really more and more radical. It occupied Songlu County, and now it is threatened to swallow the Qingshan County directly. It is a good thing to have that appetite, but it must also have that amount, otherwise it will have to die. He tilted his mouth and smiled lightly. Even Feng Lingbo didn't dare to say such things easily. The prince borrowed thousands of people from Feng Lingbo. Isn't this abacus too big? Lan Ruoding smiled mysteriously, stepped back a few steps, pointed at Zhaogua next door. "Zhaogua, Queen Mother Shang Yulan is the aunt of King Ning." "Oh, what's the matter?" Niu Yu Dao said with a whisper. "Is it true that the emperor's relatives have gone wherever they are, and the Princess Yin has become the Empress Dowager of Zhao State? Is it also in the early years and pro-families?" Shang Chaozong sighed beside him. It was a shame. When the great-grandfather had just ascended the throne, the situation was a bit unstable, and he married his daughter and relatives. At that time, I was afraid that no one would think that the aunt's grandmother would eventually become Queen Zhao, now the Queen Mother. In fact, a long time ago before the collapse of the Wu dynasty, the Shang family married a lot of princesses to appease the princes. Speaking of this, the royal families of all countries are more or less stained with the blood of some merchants. Shang Yulan is not a special case, but others have not. It is enough to reach her status. Niu Yu Dao nodded his head. The needs of the past life to do the business are also people who are familiar with history books. Similar situations can be understood. Just because he is familiar with similar situations, he expressed doubts. If Shang Yulan was married in the early years, he would be worried. "My country, I approve. But today Shang Yulan Gui is the empress of a country, and Zhaogua's current emperor is her son. I am afraid that she considers more of her son as mountains and maintains her children as mountains. As far as Yinghua is concerned, Zhaogua is her real home now. Otherwise, she might not be the Empress Dowager of Zhao now. Should she let Zhaogua send troops to help the prince? Take a step back and say that the court of Yinghua is her mother's family. She doesn't need to fight against the court of the prince in Yinghua, right?" Lan Ruoding waved his hand. "Yi Dao is right. Shang Yulan is at the pinnacle of Zhaogua, and naturally he will not do anything that will harm Zhaogua's interests. However, the national strength of various countries has its own time. When Zhaogua was weak, Emperor Zhaogua, the husband of Shang Yulan, had sent a son and a daughter to Yingua as hostages. The children were all from Shang Yulan. His son is now Emperor Zhao Gua Hai Wuji. The daughter is named as called Hai Ruyue. At that time, Hai Ruyue was not very young. When Yingua was hostage, he had a good relationship with Ning Wang at that time, and he took care of Ning Wang in the capital of Yingua. After Hai Ruyue returned to Zhaogua, Ning Wang has always been in contact. However, There are many situations in which countries have their own soldiers. Xiao Huang, one of the princes of the Golden State of Zhao State, is one of the princes. At that time, the Emperor Zhao Guo married Hai Riyue to Xiao Biashan. Huang's weak and sick son naturally inherited his father's business after Xiao Huang's death. When Hai Wuji became the emperor and became the emperor of Zhao State, he was determined to fight against the princes in Zhao State. Xiao Biashan, the situation is critical, and Ning Wang Bingfeng is flourishing at this time. Megatron, in the face of his brother's persecution, Hai Riyue contacted King Ning, hoping that King Ning would look to help him in the old days. And Yin Guo did not want to see Hai Wuji completely control Zhao Guo. A unified Zhao, the country, threatened Yin Guo too much, so King Ning responded to Hai Riyue's request and pressed Zhao Guo's army, forcing Hai Wuji to withdraw his defense. Therefore, Xiao Biashan and Hai Riyue and his wife passed the difficulty smoothly. Pointing back again, I pointed to the Golden State across from Qingshan County. Niu Yudao thoughtfully, saying, Wang, you meant to borrow Jianzhou people to fetch Qingshan County? Shang Zhaozong nodded. At that time, Hai Riyue vowed to repay his father, but the requests within his powers were still there. I have a blood book written by Hai Riyue here. Reputation has an impact. I only hope that she can play an offensive posture to cooperate with me or two, and don't want her to exert much force. Presumably she will not refuse. It is estimated that Zhao Guo will not object. Zhao Guo would not want to see Yin the Ministry of Internal Affairs is torn apart. As long as she puts pressure on Nanzhou, Nanzhou will inevitably concentrate on manpower to deal with it. Yin Guo understands that as long as the court dares to attack me, Hai Riyue will send troops to help, and the court will naturally throw a mouse. And Tianyuman saw my influence over Hai Riyue, and only I could occupy this site in Qingshan County. Tianyu, how can the door not support me? Niu Yudao suspiciously said. Has Haryu had such a great influence in Jianzhou? Lan Ruoding said with a smile. Dao, you may not know that Xiao Biashan has been sick and weak since childhood and has not lived too long. He died of illness 7 or 8 years ago. Xiao Biashan's son Xiao Tianjin is not yet a grown-up, and now Jianzhou is in power. In fact, in the hands of Hai Riyue, Wang Yi has sent someone to contact in secret. It is estimated that there will be a reply in a short time. Niu Yudao expressed doubt. Do you really think that having a blood book will definitely allow Hai Riyue to promise to help? I think it is better to ask for something more practical, such as money and food. She might agree more easily. At least he was skeptical. In this chaotic world where the warring states are competing for power, life and death can be torn apart between countries at any time. Not to mention blood books, even blood alliances may not be reliable. Lan Ruoding, it's okay to try. If she really refuses to cooperate, then we can only give up the plan to annex Qingshan County. Just like Dao said, it is more real to get her blood books to get some money for her. Niu Yudao and Yuan Gang glanced at each other, and the other party could confide such secrets to them. Now that the other party has pre-planned and planned, this is a good thing, and Niu Yudao is happy. Niu Yudao also has some emotions. No matter whether the other party's plan will succeed or not, the Shang dynasty will be down again. The background is still there, and a card like the sea is coming out. Even if it is not down, it is difficult for ordinary people to take it. On these resources, Feng Lingbo and Tian Yuman over there might be urging to find that thing, so they have to deal with the delay. Niu Yudao still reminded. Lan Ruoding said, the reason why Tian Yuman acquiesced in our occupation of Songlu County is that we have given an excuse to control Songlu County completely so that it is easy to find. In this way, the minimum rectification of Songlu County is to yes, it should be no problem to rectify it for about 3 months. No matter what, there should be results in Golden State. The counselor was not vegetarian, and the cereal sleeves had been made. Niu Yudao found that he was more worried. After a little hesitation, he said, My lord, I and the monkey may have to leave for a while. As soon as this remark came out, the 3 people of Shang Chaozong looked at each other in amazement. Here, they just told you the secret, and you're leaving? Shang Chaozong busy asked. But what is the neglect of this king? Niu Yudao knew that the other party had misunderstood what he meant, thinking that he was going, and waved his hand. My prince misunderstood. I have a situation in my cultivation. I need to find an absolutely safe place to retreat to practice. After all, I have settled in other forces here. It's somewhat risky, telling the prince. I hope that the prince will find a suitable opportunity to cover me away and avoid being targeted. It's not a false statement. He has already reached the peak of the qi refining realm, and he felt it on the road. The internal interest collision is getting more and more powerful. He has reached the moment of breaking through the foundation period. He has no daring to refining the amulet of law transmission in his body. Unable to suppress himself, he had to find a safe place to retreat and ventilated with Yuan Gang. Yuan Gang knew that this was a major event, and it was very important to Dao Yi, so he naturally followed the law. He said so. What else can a few people say? But how much is still a little worried that this one will never return. Yuan Gang said that Niu Yudao is an extremely sensible person. This kind of person is not easy to be manipulated and has refused to deal with this side. Several people exchanged out of the basement and went to various places, but it was not long before Shang Shuqing came to the small courtyard where Niu Yudao lived and delivered teapot in person. There was a small table in the courtyard, and the three of them sat on the moon for a while. When Shang Shu was drinking tea, www.mtlnovel.com, he asked, Dao Yi, we have selected some suitable manpower here. Can you invite Lord Yi tomorrow to help me? Niu Yudao pointed to Yuan Gang, who was beside him. It's his business to teach or not. Don't ask me. Shang Shuqing tried again. My sister-in-law is also more interested in this and wants to send some people to learn, maybe even come to learn in person. I wonder if it is inconvenient. Niu Yudao poked his thumb towards Yuan Gang again. It's none of my business. Talk to him. Shang Shuqing looked at Yuan Gang. Yuan Gang nodded and agreed, and did not drink the tea, so he got up and left. In fact, Yuan Gang has a habit, and the food that others take home will cause him to be vigilant. Once Dao eats it, he will not rush to touch it. The same is true for the tea. It must be some time before it may go. Edible is not to let Niu Yudao try the drugs, nor does he not believe in Shang Shuqing. But if there is any problem, both of them fall down, and there is no one to respond by then. Two people under the moon. Shang Shuqing stopped talking several times. In fact, I really wanted to ask where Niu Yudao was going to retreat to practice, but in the end he didn't ask for the exit. Instead, he stared at Niu Yudao's casual ponytail and asked, Why don't Dao stop hair? Niu Yudao said I haven't done it. I can't do it, so I'm too lazy to do it. Shang Shuqing sighed, said nothing more, and left after sitting for a while. That night, Yuan Gang came to Niu Yudao's house and reminded Niu Yudao, who was meditating cross-legged. Feng Runin went to Shang Chaozong's room for the night, and some daily necessities also moved over, and it seems that he has officially lived together. Niu Yudao opened his eyes, and hey, this blue ruotting is shameless enough. It really did. Ji shook his head and said, We will get up early tomorrow. He didn't explain what he got up early. Yuan Gang didn't know what he was going to do until the next morning. Yuan Gang couldn't stand the bad taste of this one, and actually took him to the door of Shang Chaozong. Seemed to guess that Feng Runin would get up early and leave early. The door creaked. Feng Runin walked out quickly and just walked to the entrance of the small courtyard. He was blocked by the swaying Niu Yudao. Huh. Niu Yudao looked startled, looked up and down Feng Runin, and then glanced towards the courtyard, jokingly said, Is it good for the princess to rest last night? Feng Runin's rare bashfulness, his face suddenly turned red into a monkey butt, but he glared confidently. What's your business? In the courtyard, Shang Chaozong saw the situation at the door and looked ashamed. He turned around and hurried back. In fact, Niu Yudao's eyes had already been glimpsed. When he didn't see it, he sighed, I am afraid you re-beating our prince again, so I am here. That means telling the other party that you came here last night to stay overnight, I know. Feng Runin hated his teeth and said, Shameless villain. Niu Yudao said rightly, Princess, this time I promise, absolutely no one will take medicine. Which pot can't be opened. Feng Runin grabbed the hilt. and wished to pull the sword and split him. It seems that the princess has an opinion on me. Niu Yudao turned and waved to Yuan Gang. Come on, I don't think there is any need to talk about the treatment of the needle. Feng Runin stared, eager to cut him 10,000 knives, and finally gritted his teeth. Stop. Eventually she was soft, and she apologized. Niu Yudao also left with satisfaction. Yuan Gang, who was beside him, reminded him, if you do this, she will only hate you more. Remember hate. Remember hate. Why should we help the prince to settle down? Scold me so much. I have to be angry. Niu Yudao said happily, and then said casually, it's better to pick than to block. Clear, no quarrel. Let her know what kind of person I am. It is normal to get used to it. I really want to make the other person bored of my heart and remember hatred. Then it is trouble. It is cruel, without biting. Besides, if she is all there is no cure, I don't have to mix it up. At breakfast, Niu Yudao discovered that there were 2 more people on the table. Feng Runin began to eat with him here, and there was another by Yao. The enemies met with a little bit of jealousy, at least embarrassment. Come on, Feng Runin early in the morning. Niu Yudao changed the object of ridicule, aimed at Shang Chaozong, and asked why. Didn't you be beaten last night? Suddenly, Lan Ruoding covered his mouth with a puff. Shang Shuqing could not help, but by Yao's mouth twitched. Feng Runin didn't hear anything, grabbed a piece of noodle cake, and bite the next piece fiercely. Under the table, he couldn't help kicking Shang Chaozong. The emperor of the Shang dynasty was embarrassed here. Someone came outside to report, my lord, a person who claimed to be Wei Duo came out and said that he was a disciple of the Shangqing sect and wanted to see the master. Several people looked at Niu Yudao. Niu Yudao frowned and whispered, Wei Duo. I remembered that the person who could know him in this world, and called Wei Duo, was afraid that there was only Tang Mu's apprentice. He heard Tu Han mentioning the apprentice of Tang Mu. It is said that he was a stutter, loyal, and respectful of the teacher. He did not have much impression of this Wei Duo. He had seen it before. When he first died in the Qing dynasty, he almost took a picture when he died under the hands of Tang Susu. He has never seen it in the future. I don't know what it means to run to find himself. Don't see. Tell him that I and the Shangqing sect have been determined and have nothing to do with it. Niu Yudao replied. He said this. Shang Chaozong naturally signaled to do the following. After the reporter left, Bai Yao suddenly said, something happened to the Shangqing sect. Everyone's eyes were immediately attracted to him. Niu Yudao asked, I don't know what happened. There is a suspicion of asking this question. According to his estimate, the Shangqing sect should have been destroyed, wondering if Wei Duo had escaped by chance. Bai Yaodao said, recently I received news that the Shangqing Zone made a public announcement in the practice circle, listing some traitors who bullied the teachers and destroyed the ancestors. Song Shu, the son of Tingwei Song Jioming, was also among them. It is also said that Song Shu colluded with the immortal sect to attack the Qing sect, which caused a lot of disturbance in the practice circle. The reputation of Song Shu was stinking. There are rumors that the Shangqing sect was almost destroyed, and the key moment was Qing Zong expelled the outcast from the teacher. Zhao Xiongga of Demon Ridge appeared and retreated to stay with the immortal sect, so that the Shangqing Zong escaped from the disaster. At present, the situation of Shangqing Zong is not very clear. Escaped the disaster? The Upper Qing sect was not destroyed? Niu Yudao froze for a moment. He also mentioned Tu Xiongga in Demon Ridge. He also made trouble to seek shelter from Zhao Xiongga. If Shangqing Zong was not destroyed, what did Wei Duo come to find himself? Feng Runin couldn't help but ask, but the Zhao Xiongga ranked 9th in the Dambang? Bai Yao slowly bites the noodles. It's him. Feng Runin was curious. Zhao Xiongga was actually a disciple of Shangqing Zong? Such a master. Why did Shangqing Zong expel him from his teacher? Bai Yao. It is said that this person was the most promising successor to the head of the Shangqing sect. It was only afterwards that he fell in love with the Mazong saint and caused some troubles. I also don't know, and rumors are not necessarily true. Here it is said, the person who announced outside came again. Your lord, that Wei Duo said he would not leave without seeing the master. Something wrong, let him come. Niu Yudao said that he was not angry, but after learning that the Shangqing sect had not been destroyed, he also wanted to see what Wei Duo was looking for himself. It didn't take long for the newspaper to come outside, and the people had already arrived, waiting outside. Niu Yudao's cake was thrown back on the table, got up and left the seat, and others left the seat one after another to see what was going on. Outside the courtyard, a man stood with his arms folded. His figure was moderate, and he looked like a loyal and honest person. It was Wei Duo who had inquired all the way. Niu Yudao came out and looked at each other with Wei Duo, both of whom had only seen each other's side, but not seen for many years. Relatively speaking, Niu Yudao has changed a little bit. Juvenile Lang grew up with only some original outlines, but Wei Duo has no change in appearance. Niu Yudao recognized at a glance the guy he had seen before, and there should be no wrong. Niu had a sword and a sword on the ground, said indifferently, "What are you looking for me for?" Confirming that it was him, Wei Duo was clearly agitated, bowing his hands and bowing. "Disciple, bye, the head." The disciple comes, late the head, suffers. Suffering. After all, he fell down and knelt, eyes red, crying. Such a big gift surprised the cow, right? What happened? With the exception of Shang Chaozong and others, Bai Yao and Feng Runin looked at Niu Yudao with some surprise. "Which head?" Niu Yudao said, "I said this elder brother. I have nothing to do with the Shangqing sect. You can't bear such a big gift. That, you have something to say, nothing to leave. I still have something, no time talks to you. The leader is wronged. They are not. They shouldn't do that. I've always been against the mountain wall after being punished. No, I don't know if they are right. To the leader." Wei Duo stammered. Niu Yudao looks at the sky and the earth. Why is it so tiring to listen to this person? Others were also tired of listening, but finally understood. Bai Yao and Feng Runin only knew that the affection Niu Yudao should have been the leader of the Shangqing sect, was captured by the leader, and was still murdered on the way. This occasion is inevitably emotional. Okay, I understand everything you said. I believe this matter has nothing to do with you, but I have nothing to do with Shangqing Zongan. It's okay, can you please come back? Niu Yudao brushed his hands. The deputy looks good. Wei Duo seemed anxious. Let's go back together. I will be the master to discuss. To be fair, Niu Yudao continued to wave his hand. No need. Kindly lead you come back. He went back when he was ill. After so many years of house arrest, he got out and went back to find death. Wei Duo. Then I will leave to protect the master. Just kidding. How could Niu Yudao leave an inexplicable person by his side? How could this not be the second Song Yanqing sent by the Shangqing sect and shouted, "Go!" Wei Duo shook his head. Don't go. Niu Yudao raised his eyebrows and said, "This is not the Shangqing sect. Can you spread the wild? Believe it or not? Kill me?" Wei Duo shook his head. Master Donghua, disciple of Master Uncle, will not be treated like this. Treat me. Niu Yudao didn't have any feelings for him at all. www.mtlnovel.com. It's really nothing. And he didn't plan to be polite to him. But he was pressed by the name Donghua Hauer in his heart, and immediately impatiently beckoned. "Come here, blast him out." Several guards came and drove away, but Wei Duo still refused to leave. As a result, he was taken out. He did not dare to use strong resistance, and he yelled his head all the way. The brain is sick. Niu Yudao shook his sleeves and strode back to his yard. But then someone came to report. Mage, the man knelt outside the gate of the villa, saying that if the master did not agree, he would not get up in one day. Where is such a second product? Niu Yudao was angry and laughed. He likes to kneel, and let him kneel well. Where he does not want to kneel, he will naturally go. The next morning, when the door opened, I found a slim figure standing outside the door. Portrait turned, smiled, and said, "Dao Yi, early." Niu Yudao stepped out. "The master of the county is waiting here early in the morning. Is there something to order?" Shang Shuqing said, "The day before yesterday, I heard that Dao said he would not stop it, but I would. If Dao did not dislike it, I would like to do my best." Niu Yudao said with a smile instead of a smile, "How dare I let the master do it for me? Shang Shuqing turned and left, and when he came back, he moved a chair and put it under the eaves, indicating to sit down. There's a good saying, no matter what you are diligent and stolen. Niu Dao whispered in his heart, wondering what the woman must have, and he would never come to set his hair for no reason. So he walked over to sit down and wanted to see what the woman was doing. Shang Shuqing walked to the back of the chair to help him untie the ponytail, holding the comb to help him comb carefully. Yuan Gang quietly approached this side and stared. Not to mention, this woman has a good feel, and the softness of hair from the time makes people feel comfortable. Niu Dao closed his eyes and enjoyed, waiting, estimating what the other party had, waiting for the other party to speak out. Dao Yi, that Wei duo, is still kneeling outside. Shang Shuqing reminded. Niu Dao said indifferently. The Shangqing sect wants to kill me. Let him kneel if he loves to kneel. Shang Shuqing was silent again, and when he helped him roll his bun, he said again, if Dao Yi needs a quiet place to retreat, we have an absolutely safe place on this side, at least not yet exposed to outsiders. Ever. Niu Dao said, is there here? Where? Shang Shuqing, don't hide the truth. Our brother and sister's foundation in Songlu County is not only what we saw in front of us, but also a secret place. Secret realm? Niu Dao slowly opened his eyes and asked, what kind of secret realm? Shang Shuqing, it's a matter of great importance. It's not convenient to tell the specific situation now. If Dao is willing to go to retreat and practice, he will naturally see it. Niu Dao pondered a little. If you can guarantee safety, you can go. Shang Shuqing, okay. Immediately arrange for Dao Yi, but may have to wait a few days to cover it up a little bit. Otherwise, if Dao Yi suddenly disappears, they will be easily suspected by the sister-in-law. Still wait for a few days. Niu Dao agreed, but after a little silence, he asked, let me go to that secret retreat and practice. Are you the king and Mr. Lan who convinced you? Shang Shuqing was stunned for a moment, and I don't know how he guessed. That place was of great importance. Lin Yo have a way to go there. Shang Chaozong and Lan Ruoding were indeed hesitant, and indeed convinced by her power. She didn't answer this question and asked, does Dao have hairpins? She had fixed the hair bun of Niu Dao, only to find that the hairpin was fixed. Seeing her avoiding that question, Niu Dao didn't ask. In fact, he knew what he was going to do and close himself. How much was he worried that he would never return? The support of the door, his role has been weakened. The key is to confide it to him a major plan before. Plus, he knows the truth of the 100,000 crows. Once leaked the news, it will make this place irretrievable. I changed my heart, and I was afraid to kill him. However, it was not easy for Shang Chaozong to kill him silently. It was also difficult to borrow monks from Feng Runin's side. There was no way to deal with Feng Runin and Tianyamen. Explain, isn't it that he has the right to find the 100,000 crows? There is no legitimate reason to do it. Tianyamen must figure out what is going on. I never have hairpins. Where are the hairpins? Niu Dao smiled. Shang Shuqing hesitated and raised his hand to pull out a relatively neutral bun from his hair bun and put his hand in the hair bun. When not going out, she didn't wear saris, only half a gauze on her face. Check the tidy and uncluttered hairstyle. Shang Shuqing smiled and asked, how does Dao feel? Mirror. Niu Dao waved his hand. Yuan Gang quickly took a bronze mirror, and Niu Dao took a picture of the bronze mirror and asked Yuan Gang, how do you feel? Yuan Gang, yes, I have a lot of energy. Bronze mirror was given back to him. Niu Dao got up and turned around and smiled with a hair bun. The master of the county did it with my own hands, and I am not willing to let it go. Shang Shuqing pursed her lips and smiled. It's okay. If Lord Dao doesn't dislike it, I will take care of it in the future. Niu Dao waved his hand. How could he be the master of other people's county? Songlu County, after a cleansing storm has quickly calmed down, several families rejoice and several worry about their own self-knowledge. The small people cannot fight against the general trend, can only follow the current. The street shop named Jingmachuan is the best shop in the county, and the grades such as pen, ink, paper, and ink are also the best in this county. Jing Xuan seems to be operating as usual, but the countertop has been replaced by people. The original shopkeeper was affected by the recent storm and said that he was away from the wind. This is not a special case. Many shop bosses seem to maintain a similar wait-and-see attitude after seeing some shops being copied, avoiding watching. The new shopkeeper was dressed in plain clothes, lean and thin, and took a feather duster to dust the furnishings carefully and conscientiously. Strolling on the street, the three people walked outside Jimakshuan, looked up at the signboard, quietly paid attention to the surroundings, and entered the store one after another. 3 guest officials point. The new shopkeeper turned around and just greeted, but he hadn't finished speaking. After seeing the first of the 3, he was stunned. Headed the burly man, looked at the furnishings in the shop, and slowly approached the side of the new shopkeeper. The voice of the new shopkeeper said lowly, "Brother Lu, why are you here?" The man also whispered, "Lu Shengzhong, Wang Heng asked you to avenge Master Yanqing. You're good. Run here and sell pen, ink, and paper inkstones. What kind of elegance?" As he said, this new treasurer was no one else but Lu Shengzhong, who was ordered by Wang Heng to take the first level of Niu Dao. And this man is no one else. The son of Lu, the housekeeper of Song family in the imperial court of Beijing, and Lu Ziyu, a disciple of Luxianzong, also got the words from the Song family. Although they are not very familiar, but because the Song family and the Wang family are in-laws, the two have contacts, so the two also met each other, naturally know each other. Shang Shuqing was ready to ask him something. Who knew that the other party's reaction was so simple? He said quietly, and said, "Master Dao, your poems are well written." "Come again?" Niu Dao smiled bitterly. "I really can't write any poems." Shang Shuqing didn't argue with him. Dao misunderstood. "I got a new poem here. Please ask Dao to appreciate 1 or 2 to see how it was written." Niu Dao whispered a little self-deprecating meaning. That is to listen to the ears. Shang Shuqing didn't stop with his hands. He was brewing for a while, and his voice was soft and gentle. Once the sea was difficult to water, but Wushan was not a cloud. There was a slight pause because I noticed that the body of Niu Dao was moving, and I only heard it. "Jokes? Yes, continue." Shang Shuqing then started again. Once the sea was difficult to water, except Wushan was not a cloud. Take the second flower bush lazy review. Half marginal cultivation path, half marginal king. Dao Yi, how about this poem? Good poetry, good, good. Niu Dao greatly appreciated and stared at the woman in the mirror and asked, "I don't know where Wushan is in the poem." Shang Shuqing, "I have never heard of this place, but there are many mountains and rivers in the world. It must be the place where the poet has traveled. The mood in the poem is also fascinating. I want to ask the poet about it. It's not too late to tell Dao the exact address." Niu Dao said aloud, "Is it time to ask for advice? Isn't the poet in Songlu County successful?" "Yes. Poetry is in the purchased stationery." Shang Shuqing told the poet about the poem and said with emotion, "It is natural for me to ask about the origin of such a good poem." The title of a shopkeeper called Jing Mo Xian, specializing in stationery supplies. I really didn't expect that there are such sage and elegant men in this small county, so I have to consult in person. It is indeed a sage and a wise man. I have a chance to see it. Niu Dao agreed. After the hair was set, Niu Dao got up and pulled the clothes, pulled the sword and pestle beside him in his hand, and personally sent Shang Shuqing out. When he walked to the door of the courtyard, Niu Dao suddenly said, "Sister, can you postpone the trip to the secret realm a little bit?" I suddenly remembered something. I wonder if it is convenient to change the time. Shang Shuqing froze for a moment, but still nodded and said, "It's okay. Dao would like to say it again when he wants to retreat." Slightly quit. After watching her leave, Niu Dao turned back and walked to Yuan Gang, sitting in the pavilion, wiping the dagger. The scabbard in his hand touched Yuan Gang's foot. Yuan Gang looked up and looked at www.mtlnovel.com, waiting for his words. Niu Dao said calmly, "Just listen to a poem. Would you like to hear it?" Yuan Gang didn't speak, and continued to wipe the dagger with his head, as if he liked to say nothing. Niu Dao said slowly. Once the sea was difficult to water, except Wushan was not a cloud. Take the second flower bush lazy review, half marginal cultivation path, half marginal king. How about this poem? Yuan Gang's head didn't lift, but the wiping motion on his hand stopped a little. Are you too bored interesting? Although he didn't have a bogey, but he didn't even hear about the poem. He had been doing ancient things for years. Niu Dao looked down at him. The master just read it to me. I never read it to her. Yuan Gang froze, slowly raised his head and said, You know, I don't do this vassal thing. The implication is to declare that I haven't told the master of this poem. Niu Dao said, This is a bit interesting. The Lord said it was a poem titled by a shop in the city that specializes in office supplies. Is there anyone other than us who has also come to this world? This is not impossible. It also appeared in the Songlu County. It would be too coincidental. Yuan Gang suspiciously. Are you sure you haven't told this poem to the second person? Ask for the key. Niu Dao turned slowly and looked far away. I did tell a person about this poem, but that person is dead, and he was slaughtered by you at Nanshan Temple. The name is Song Yanqing, is related to Song Yanqing, and also appeared in Songlu County. It is no longer necessary to guess who will be charged. Yuan Gang's dagger fell into the sheath on his leg, stood up, and stared at him. The name of the store is Jing Mo Xian. Please touch the situation. Niu Dao turned his back to the face with a faint sound. Yuan Gang didn't say anything, walk away quickly. To a certain extent, he watched Song Yanqing grow up. Song Yanqing didn't like to study when he was young. It happened to be in the practice of the Upper Qing dynasty. As soon as the Song family forced him to study, Song Yanqing immediately went to the Qing dynasty to hide. So what did Song Yanqing do for him? Naturally, it is not difficult to find someone to write a few poems against the background of the Song family. As soon as he saw the poems in his hands, he was definitely not written by Song Yanqing, but everyone was dead. There was no need to say anything, and he would not belittle them in front of outsiders. But then again, no matter what poems are not poems, he can be regarded as a servant of Lu Xingzhong, and he can actually think of the starting point from the study of the study. At first, I felt that the other party was fooling people. Now I think about it, isn't it? The use of so many pens, ink, paper, and inkstones by Shang Chaozong is indispensable. No one will be waited for. By taking advantage of Song Yanqing's poems, revenge for him is also a cause and effect. I hope Song Yanqing blessed in the heavens. Lu Shengzhong sighed and said to Lu Ziyu, This matter can't be rushed. There's a Qianyu door, the master is here. There is no way to hurry. I hope Brother Lu will be more patient. Lu Ziyu nodded. Okay. Everything is based on Brother Lu's plan. The reason for the change in attitude is naturally because of the ability of Lu Shengzhong. The fact that the outsiders have just purchased it just now proves that Lu Xingzhong's method is indeed true. Shou Lu thanked him for his consideration and asked, I don't know how many people came here from Brother Lu this time, so that I can have a bottom in my mind when planning. Lu Ziyu, there is also a brother and sister who are both Jinan monks, and they will naturally show up when it is time to appear. Lu Xingzhong secretly sighed. Power is powerful. And to avenge the Song family's grandchildren, Lu Xianzong actually sent 2 Jinan monks. In the cottage, under a vigorous old tree, the sun is warm. Niu Dao stands with one hand on his sword. There is a lazy in the posture of standing, lazy, but not lazy. The difference between the spirit and the spirit. The expression looked calmly at the busy group of people under Kong. Kanxiao is a wasteland. Yuan Gang instructed the monks of Nanshan Temple to develop it into a vegetable plot and is teaching the monks of Nanshan Temple to grow vegetables. The monks in Nanshan Temple are able to grow vegetables, but obviously Yuan Gang's concept of vegetable cultivation is more advanced. Niu Dao is a bit doubtful that Yuan Gang will one day produce greenhouse vegetables. On the way, Niu Dao asked Yuan Gang to collect some spices for cooking. However, Yuan Gang collected a lot of vegetable seeds, and Songlu County made people get some more. Others don't know, but Niu Dao knows that Yuan Gang has a problem. That is, he likes to grow vegetables everywhere he goes. Yuan Gang doesn't like to meditate and practice cross-legged. He likes to do so-called meaningful things, such as growing vegetables. At least planting vegetables seems more meaningful than meditating and practicing in Yuan Gang. His theory has its own views and ideas, and he will not force Yuan Gang to do things that he does not like. Of course, there is nothing wrong with growing vegetables. Neo Yu Dao also knows that that was the habit formed by Yuan Gang in the former collective life. The group where Yuan Gang once was good. It's just that it takes time to grow vegetables, and there must be a growth cycle for the vegetables to grow out. Knowing that he was leaving and going to retreat to practice, Yuan Gang also took Nanshan temple monks to grow vegetables. Neo Yu Dao sighed secretly. Obviously, Yuan Gang thought that he would come back, at least from another perspective, to prove that Yuan Gang was subconscious he didn't want to leave here, making him quite helpless. Some people's thoughts on some things. Neo Yu Dao feels that there is no reason to reason, and I don't know if it is my own problem or someone else's problem. For example, the monks of Nanshan Temple in front of me have done a lot of things on the underworld. As long as the morning and evening classes in daily temple life are free, they will not fall down. I don't know if it is because of Yuan Fang's long-term indoctrination. Everyone seems to be thinking about reviving Nanshan Temple, just like everyone else's belief. While killing and setting fire, he refused to eat meat. This made Neo Yu Dao feel incredible, really sick. A bear demon actually thought about serving the Buddha and often opened his mouth to dream of building a beautiful Nanshan temple, thinking of building a golden body for the Buddha. A bear demon actually dragged a group of monks to keep instilling. Don't forget the Buddha. It is completely upside down. Isn't it sick? Long journey all the way. This finally came to a halt. As soon as everyone stopped, it seems that everyone's various problems have come out, and there's also a stutter that knelt for a few days outside, which is annoying. The window was open, and the door was also open to show that the orphans and widows in the house were glorious and did nothing to hide. In front of the dresser against the window, Neo Yu Dao sat down, watching Shang Shuqing in the mirror set her hair. Since the first time, this woman will appear at his door on time every morning, almost making Neo Yu Dao misunderstand that the master of the temple likes to do the work of the maid. After a few days, Neo Yu Dao almost got used to it and almost got used to thinking that there was a waitress nearby. He even had some doubts. Wouldn't this woman like herself? If this is the case, he refuses to reject it, but he does not judge people by appearance. But you see, it ain't be scary. This is not easy to accept. However, he knew clearly that it was okay for others to take the initiative to be attentive and like or not to like themselves. The kindness of others regards themselves as such. This is the trouble of seeing clearly. So he is also confused, not how to refuse so as not to think more. Master Dao, almost ready. You can leave for the secret realm tomorrow. Shang Shuqing reminded. Oh, Neo Yu Dao calmly said. Okay, got it. Standing together, I left the recliner and stood up. The recliner was swaying behind me, with both hands in front of the sword, and my eyes were deep, saying, I know that there is protection from the Taiyan human, and I dare to find it. It seems that I will not die one day, Song family. One day won't stop easily, said Yuan Gang, who followed up. You think of a way to arrange the shopkeeper to meet me, saying that the master of the shop likes his poems and invites him to come and meet friends with poems. Other famous scribes in the city are also invited. A few things, no matter how big or small, neither publicity nor confidentiality. Yuan Gang could understand his meaning and turn away. Neo Yu Dao also went out of the yard and went straight to Bai Yao's residence in the manor. This was not a place where he could enter casually. He was stopped by the guard at the door and asked. Neo Yu Dao said, Please speak for him. Neo Yu Dao begs to see Senior Bai Yao Bai. Waited for a while at the door. Someone came out and invited him in. He took him to a pavilion inside. Bai Yaozheng was sitting opposite the same door. I didn't know what to talk about. I have seen two seniors. Neo Yu Dao bowed his hand to salute. Indifferently, Bai Yao asked he lightly, What's the matter? Someone wants to kill me. Neo Yu Dao smiled and gave a sentence. Bai Yao took a meal and slowly looked back. Am I meeting friends with poetry? In Yingwu Hall, after hearing the news from the announcement, Shang Shuqing condensed and was speechless. This was clearly a deception in the guise of beating her. Obviously, there is no intention to conceal the things that people here have to do. Isn't this a lie to swindle under the guise of hitting her? Lan Ruoding frowned. I also invited other scribes to cover up. So cautious, it seems that the shop is really problematic. At this time, someone came to report, Master went to Master by Yao. Lan Ruoding asked, Is it over there? Came to humanity. No, it is the mage who passed by himself. The three looked at each other, or the first time I saw Nyo, Yu Dao took the initiative to find Bai Yao. Instead of looking for them, they went to Bai Yao, combining the things before them. All three felt a strong rhythm of trouble. The problem is they don't know what is going on. Nyo Yu Dao's man style is so annoying. In a narrow and quiet alley in the city, a thin scholar with white clothes washed up in the wind and hurried to the door of the house. When the door of the small courtyard was pushed open, the little chicken in the small courtyard hurried towards the hen, run over there. A little woman with a dish in the courtyard was collecting clothes hung on bamboo poles and was shocked by the movement. When her husband came back, he couldn't help but glared, patting his chest and relieved. Scared to death, and thought that we were going to catch people and kill people to get our family here. Are you trying to push the door down? He scolded. The scholar was very excited, shaking a beautiful post in his hand, spreading out the contents of the handwriting, and saying, Madam, look at what this is. The little woman gave him a glance. I don't know how to read. How do you know what you reading www.yuyukiangsha.com? Blushing like this, have you taken the rat medicine? The scholar ignored the ridicule of his mother-in-law and was still excited. Invitation. The invitation sent by the master of the county, Shang Shuqing, invited me to go to the villa of Yongping County King tomorrow to meet friends with poetry. The little woman was stunned for a moment and was also a little surprised and immediately disdained. What is the purpose of meeting friends with poetry? Is it not to speak human words, say something that people do not understand, and then eat and drink? What can you do? If you have a full meal alone, can you not be hungry for the whole family? If you want me to say, it is better to give a bag of white noodles. The scholars are not so good at this. Vulgar, the little woman said contemptuously. You have the ability to be mediocre, show me, and have the ability to eat a meal with friends and poetry and look back for a year without eating. The scholar shook the post in his hand and said, Women's opinion. Do you think the invitation of the county master can be obtained by anyone? You don't look at who is in charge of this Zhonglu County now. The appreciation of the master of the county is that this turbulent time is better than going to Beijing to take the exam. Maybe you can become an official directly, and you can eat salaries in the future. Hearing that he could eat salaries as an official, the little woman suspiciously said, Really? The scholar pointed outside and said, Did you see that Wu Fu, who opened the restaurant, made the county order directly? The little woman blinked her eyes and immediately said, Anyway, you have nothing to do, just go right to drink, put on the New Year's clothing out of the box tomorrow. Coincided with the hen walking by with a group of chicks. The scholar's eyes lit up, pointing to the hen, and said, Kill the chicken. I ate tonic tonight, and it will play well tomorrow. The little woman immediately roared and roared. I still expected to hatch chicks, but also to lay eggs and sell money. You are not as good as it to make money. Killing you to sell is not as valuable as it. Some people want to eat chicken, and some people have stewed chicken in front of them, but they don't know how to eat it. Zhonglu County is located in a remote place. There is no true scholarly Confucian scholar. Even if there is, the small place cannot be retained, and he left long ago. Lin Shampa was also quite learned in the county, so he also received an invitation. On the table, Lin Shampa picked up the chopsticks and put it down. He picked up the invitation and looked at it again and again. He seemed to want to see the flowers. He finally took the invitation and left the table. Children, wandering by the bamboo forest outside the house. Ms. Lin quickly followed up and asked, The invitation of the master of the county cannot be wanted by others. Why is it so worried? Lin Shangpa shook his head and sighed. Beijing is where the real celebrities come together and gathers the learned scholars. The masters of other people haven't seen anything, and there are people who are proficient in poetry in this small place. It is an excuse to think of friends in poetry. Didn't you watch the recent developments in Songlu County? The wealthy families were almost copied, and the prince made it clear that he was collecting money. And our family is quite honest. This invitation, I am afraid that there will be no good meeting. What? Mrs. Lin said nervously. What should I do? Lin Uphill sighed. What else can I do? I'm stared at. I'm afraid I won't be able to run. The Su mansion with pink walls and deva is a rare master in the county. The old man Su Dikang is also a well-known scholar in Songlu County. He read books in Beijing in the early years and is said to be the same classmate as a young official in Fengjiang when he was young. Zhu Shang was also a court official, and now his family business is regarded as Meng Zhushang Yuze. Su Dikang was among the people who greeted the Shang dynasty last time. He originally went in a horse-drawn carriage. As a result, after seeing a scene, he finally came back. A lot of people were forced to go so far. Did not lose my life. Unfortunately, he came back alive, and the few in Sufu were not copied, so there is no danger. The butler took the invitation in his hand and accompanied Su Dikang, who was walking in the courtyard with his abduction, and asked, Master, what does it mean that this master of the county has a friend in poetry? Stick the ground with a cane, Su Dikang sneered. What else is going on? It is nothing more than killing too much to buy people's hearts, and show it to others intentionally in that way. Butler, Master, do you want to go or not? Su Dikang thought about it and sighed. I'm also in a dilemma. Don't go. The family's life is worrying. Go for it. This mediocre county lord is clearly a chaotic thief. Conspiracy. Once the court army comes, it must when the land collapsed. My Su family could be labeled as a traitor, and it would have to be liquidated if it was not done. Songlu County, near the evening, was slightly disturbed because of the spread of a dozen or so invitations. Jing Mashuan, Lu Xingzhong stood at the door and repeatedly handed over his hands and finally sent the lively neighbor to the left and right. The reason is naturally because of the invitation. The people in the shops around saw the officers and soldiers riding horses to send invitations to Lu Xingzhong. When they heard the invitations from the officers and soldiers, they naturally caused a wave of wonder and onlookers. Got clean, walked back to the counter. Lu Xingzhong opened the invitation and looked at it for a while, and finally the invitation was put in his sleeve like a good person. When night fell, he only lit one of the two lanterns at the door. After about half an hour, a guest entered the shop and stayed for a while. Early the next morning, Niu Dao opened the door, and, as expected, Shang Xuqing was already waiting outside. Dao Yi early. Sovereign early. No need to talk much. Niu Dao first opened all the windows to show the light, and then consciously sat in front of the dresser. Shang Xuqing also walked naturally behind him and began to help him organize his hair. Normally, Shang Xuqing would say something every time he came, but this time it was silent, until he helped the cow to set his hair and did not say anything. In the end, Niu Dao stared at the man in the mirror and asked, Isn't the master going to ask something? Shang Xuqing replied, Will Dao tell me? Niu Dao said, Actually, I didn't hide you, it's all your people. Shang Xuqing, it's still confused. Niu Dao said, Daily Lord Lao is like this every day. I really can't get over it. How about asking the Lord to watch a play? Shang Xuqing eyes blinked and smiled. Okay. The golden light of the sun blew through the dyed forest. At the foot of the mountain outside the city, the invitation was received yesterday. There were people coming from ox carts, people from sedan cars, and hikers. Lu Xingzhong came on foot, wearing a soft hat and looking around from time to time. Last night, I heard a bit of wind, knowing that the person who received the invitation was more than himself. So he let his guard down. At this time, all the people who received the invitation were waiting in a long pavilion under the mountain. The visitors held the invitation and greeted each other. The county town is so big, even if you're not familiar with each other. Most of them have met before. Only Lu Xingzhong appeared to be quite different. Everyone was unfamiliar. It was learned that it was Jing Moshuan's new shopkeeper. Someone inevitably asked where the original shopkeeper had gone. While waiting, everyone had different looks. There were people who didn't speak with a stretched face, those with a dignified expression, and some who looked excited, and the topic of discussion was nothing more than the Lord's meeting with poets this time. Lu Xingzhong didn't speak very much. He always smiled slightly. He was polite to everyone and listened to everyone's discussion, but he was muttering in his heart and meeting friends with poetry. Can this be the case without my poem? He can also understand why Shang Shuqing has made friends with poems. After all, Shang Shuqing is an unmarried woman, and it is unreasonable to see him alone. I just didn't know how this meeting of friends with poems was done. He also prepared another one of the 2 poems sent by Song Yanqing, which will definitely attract Shang Shuqing's attention. I don't know if that Yu Dao will show up. Is there any chance to start when he shows up? Can he get away safely? Just 100 times between his thoughts, a casual were personally entered the long pavilion and smiled to everyone with a smile. The distinguished guests are waiting for a long time, and they are neglected. Anyway, some people are polite and some are silent. The guard was not too long-winded and extended his hand to invite. You, the Lord, please come with me. Crowds came out of Chongting Pavilion successively, but were told that neither the nor the transportation tool could enter the mountain. They had to go on foot. It was the rules here. Everyone had no choice. Some people had no choice but to obey them. On the way, there were elegant people who praised the scenery all the way, Zhongling Yuxiu, Tibetan Dragon, and Tigerland, and the like. The old Su Dikang couldn't get up. Although the road into the mountain was not rugged and there were no steps, it was slowly winding up, which was equivalent to climbing all the way. He was naturally a bit overwhelmed at this age. However, in this case, there is naturally no lack of respect for the elders, their younger left and right support. Came to the mountain outside, the heavy security guard, and was already on the top of the mountain overlooking the entire county. When everyone entered the mountain village, the man kneeling on the side of the door made many people murmur in their hearts and did not know what was wrong, and looked very haggard. After the people were taken to the main garden in the mountain villa, the guard smiled to them again. Here is a restroom for everyone. There are pens, ink, paper, and inkstones. It's okay. Only half an hour, and after half an hour, the governor will come here and enjoy the meeting with everyone. Regardless of whether you agree or not, there are already a group of servants coming over, and please ask each one to follow you. Someone bowed with joy to everyone. You guys, see you in half an hour. Lu Xingzhong followed the man into the depths of the garden. The afterglow of his eyes kept looking around dimly. Since entering the manor, he has been paying attention to the internal environment. Where he went was a quiet little pavilion located deep in the garden. The servant led him into the pavilion. After pouring the tea, he asked him to help himself and then retreated. Lu Xingzhong looked around the cabinet. The tea and fruit were all available, and there were neatly arranged pen, ink, and paper inkstones on the case. Slowly turned around in the small pavilion, without touching the tea and fruit spots, and walked to the case, dripping ink in the inkstone, and slowly grinding the ink. Just as he was about to leave another poem given by Song Yanqing, there was a footstep outside, and 4 people came in. A woman wearing gauze, a middle-aged man with a sword holding his white hair like silver frost, www.novel.com, looks calm. A young man with a lazy look. When he comes in, the sword is on the ground with his hand. A young man with a tall, indifferent look followed. Only glanced. Lu Xingzhong probably identified the identity of several people. When Shang Chaozong arrived in Songlu County and entered the city, Lu Xingzhong met Yu Dao in the crowd, but did not expect to see the target when he first came to the villa. But he did not dare to start. The white-haired man with a sword in his arms made his heart string secretly tight, fearing what might be seen. As soon as he saw someone, Lu Xingzhong quickly circumvented the long case, and the Confucian scholars acted decently. Yu Dao introduced Shang Shuqing with a smile. Mr. Fangping, this is a master. Lu Xingzhong busy salute. The villain meets the master. Shang Shuqing nodded his head, whispered in his heart, I wonder if Niu Dao invited himself to come and see what drama. Niu Dao reached out and invited Shang Shuqing to sit down after the case. He and Yuan Gang guarded around Shang Shuqing, while Bai Yao moved quietly behind Lu Xingzhong, making Lu Xingzhong uncomfortable. I heard that Mr. Fangping's poems are well written. Niu Dao asked again with a smile. Lu Xingzhong humbly said, Dare not dare. It is difficult to reach the Hall of Elegance. Niu Dao said with a smile, I also wrote a poem. I would like to ask my husband to give me some advice. Lu Xingzhong said politely, Dare not teach. I would like to listen to you. Niu Dao seemed to think about it, and continued to smile and said, Once the sea was difficult to water, except Wushan was not a cloud. Take a second look at the Flower Bush Lazy Review. Half-edge cultivation, path half-edge king. I do not know how this poem I wrote. Lu Xingzhong looked at him in amazement, and he said, Is this trying to pressure me to plagiarize for himself? Shang Shuqing also looked suspiciously at Niu Dao. The moment of change happened in Lu Xingzhong stunned. Bai Yao's sword hilt suddenly stabbed out in his hand, hitting Lu Xingzhong's waist acupuncture fiercely. It's too late to wait for Lu Xingzhong to come over. At such a short distance, coupled with the strength gap between him and Bai Yao, it is difficult to hide even if he is not distracted. Dramatic pain hit the waist, a burst of mana hit the whole body. Unprepared, a huge pressure squirted from the mouth and nose, and at the same time a mouthful of blood. Still waiting for others to break open, Bai Yao had already put one hand on his shoulder at the same time, fixed him in place, and even put out heavy hands to poke him on the body, directly sealing his strange scriptures. After breaking the possibility of his mana, Bai Yao only pushed his hand and let him go. One of Lu Xingzhong staggered, dizzy, and his breath was difficult to calm down. The body fell like a river, fell to the ground, and choked two bloods. Finally came to a halt. Lu Xingzhong shook his head vigorously, and when he was awake, there was a whine in his heart, and he knew without guessing that the other party should have seen his identity. But still holding a glimmer of hope, he suddenly looked back at Bai Yao. Sorrowfully, Why hit someone? Bai Yao said indifferently. You have a mana rebound in your body. Prompt the opponent to stop pretending. Lu Xingzhong, can I not cultivate? Look here. Niu Dao greeted Lu Xingzhong and turned his head. Fang smiled and said, Introduce yourself, Niu Dao, a disciple of the Shanqing sect. I have a brother named Song Yanqing in the Shanqing sect. He once asked me to write a few poems for him. Speaking of which, he couldn't help himself, and it was funny to think about it. When he first heard the poem, he immediately thought of two people. One was Song Yanqing, and the other was Tang, who was pleased by Song Yanqing, but Tang, just turned it around and ruled it out. Lu Xingzhong instantly dumbfounded, and finally understood why the other party just said that the poem was written by him. The moment when he was just attacked, he wondered why the other party could see through his identity and did not know where he was exposed, so he held a trace of hope to quibble. Now I finally understand that the original author of the poem is standing in front of my own eyes, and I am complacent after losing myself. It is estimated that there is no difference between people looking at themselves and idiots. Thinking about this, he was ashamed to die, and Lu Xingzhong couldn't wait to be killed. He was never ashamed. This time it was really thrown into Grandma's house. Others watched him stupidly send him to the door to find death. He was already greeting the 18th generation of Song Yanqing's ancestors. The king, and he actually said that the poems written by others were written by themselves. Whoever plagiarized their poems was not good. Are they plagiarizing their brothers and sisters? When Song Yanqing was mixed with the Fengyue place in Beijing, he used poems to sway the beauty. He actually suspected that those poems were not written by Song Yanqing. But that is not important. One thing is that he is determined. Since Song Yanqing dared to say that the poems were written by himself, he must have calmed down the original author. Otherwise, he would not be embarrassed if he was jumped out and accused. But the entire Song family, Song Yanqing, does not even understand this. However, He never dreamed that Song Yanqing was more rampant and brazen than he had imagined. He plagiarized a poem of the same discipline. You just plagiarized a poem with a better relationship. You plagiarized a poem of the same discipline that was not right. How stupid can you do it? Lu Xingzhong really had the idea of digging the tombs of the Song family ancestors. He tried his best to avenge the king and bastard, who thought that the king and not only kept him alive when he was alive, but even pit him after death. What he did not know was that Niu Yu Dao had been under house arrest in Tao Weiyuan before, and Song Yanqing knew the situation. It is estimated that Niu Yu Dao is unlikely to leave Tao Weiyuan alive in this life. So he dared to plagiarize. So he dared to speak the poems openly. It was written by him, and there's also a reason for chasing after you're trying to kill Niu Yu Dao. Shang Xuqing turned his head to look at Niu Yu Dao, suddenly realized that he understood. After understanding what was going on, it was irritating and funny. The Dao refused to admit that he would write poems. Now he finally admits it. Looking at Lu Xingzhong again, Shang Xuqing had a little sympathy, but this can also be encountered. How bad is it? Lu Xingzhong slowly revealed a wry smile, raised his hand to wipe the blood between his mouth and nose, and simply spread his legs and sat on the ground. Niu Yu Dao said to Bai Yao, archery. Senior Xie Bai helped. The next thing can be dealt with by the juniors themselves. Bai Yao squinted at the person sitting on the ground, holding his sword expressionlessly, and turned away. Niu Yu Dao smiled to Shang Xuqing again. The Lord, those literati trouble the Lord to help me stabilize them. Don't let them perceive anything wrong. Shang Xuqing shook his head, feeling funny, and got up and left. After there were only 3 people left in the room, Niu Yu Dao dragged his chair and placed it across from Lu Xingzhong. The club sword sat down. If I still want to quibble, I listen. Lu Xingzhong leaned his head and spit out the blood foam. He helplessly said, since you have seen me, why didn't you start early? Niu Yu Dao said, you are just a killer sent by others. It is under my control. When is it important to do it? Lu Xingzhong whispered. Then why do you still invite some sour Confucius to cover up the paralyzed me? Niu Yu Dao said, I can think of starting from when Fangdian and setting up a stable situation to stand by and wait for the rabbits. I don't look for the door myself. If you find me on my own initiative, it's hard to doubt you. If it's not this poem, it's really up to you to succeed. It's natural to be cautious when you move with smart people. It's easy to be suspicious of you alone. A group of people, how good you look, let you go here and go. Lu Xingzhong couldn't help crying. It's a worthless killer. Just take it down. Could it be so painstaking? You yourself admit that you are worthless, so your role is the person behind you passes you, and the goal points to me. That is to say, my real opponent is not your intermediary. I also want to pass you, and you the people behind the scenes fight. You should understand what I mean. Niu Yu Dao explained slowly. Lu Xingzhong nodded slightly. Understood. Solving a killer is not enough to vent your hatred. Niu Yu Dao's finger on the hilt slowly clicked. Who is the surname? Who is the school? What is the origin? And if you don't want to fell to this point, nothing more than 2 endings, either dead or alive, Lu Xingzhong naturally chose the latter. After the other party explained all the explanations, Niu Yu Dao stared at the landing Xingzhong for a while and gave Yuan Gang a gesture. Yuan Gang went out quickly. After a while, Yuan Fong led the 2 monks to follow and actually brought the guy. After confirming the target, Yuan Fong waved his hands, and the 2 monks immediately rushed up. First stuffed a piece of rag into Lu Xingzhong's mouth, then tied Lu Xingzhong firmly with an iron chain, and then a burlap bag covered Lu Xingzhong from his head to his feet. Then the 2 joined forces to carry Lu Xingzhong away. Witnessed the process, Niu Yu Dao's mouth twitched and found that this group of monks was really skilled. He and Yuan Gang then came out of the small pavilion again and came to the small courtyard where Bai Yao lived. Stood in the pavilion and waited for a while before seeing Bai Yao walking slowly out of the house. Bai Yao, who was seated in the pavilion, did not invite them to sit and asked lightly, "Are there any results?" Niu Yu Dao said with a smile, "The person named Lu Xingzhong, not Song Shu, is Wang Heng. a disciple of Wuliang Mountain. There are also 5 Luxianzong disciples, including 2 Jinan monks. One of the 5 is the son of Song Lu's housekeeper Lu Lu, named Lu Ziyu. Bai Yao sneered, Wuliang dare to blend my Tainyuman thing, and it's really impatient to live. Well, I will deal with this matter. Niu Yudao said, Senior, Lu Lu's son Xie and let him run. It doesn't matter if other people kill him or not. It is better to leave a live mouth to go back and report the news. Lu Lu is such a son. I will look for Wuliang's troubles, and Wuliang is not worth the Tainyuman teachers, so let them dog bite them. Bai Yao was not sure. He didn't take this position, but reminded him, I just received the news that the Shangqing sect had abandoned Zomen Zuting, and all the staff were evacuated from Shankingshan. Niu Yudao froze for a moment. www.mtlnovel.com isn't the ancestral court of the Qing dynasty, even the ancestors? However, it is not difficult to think about it. It is estimated to avoid disaster. Asked, where did you go? Bai Yao, I don't know. From the time point of view, the Shangqing sect disciple who knelt outside should not know this yet. He hasn't dripped for so many days, and he shouldn't be able to persist for long. Niu Yudao said, no one let him kneel. He can leave at any time. Left here and returned to his yard. Niu Yudao immediately confessed Yuan Gang. Let the Shang Chaozong secretly control the merchant, and don't let Feng Runin know the wind. The so-called merchant was a messenger sent by Lu Xiaozhong's brother and Xiaoman from Nanzhou. Lu Xingzhong did not dare to carry the gold wings of the communication for confidentiality. So Xiaoman arranged a person to cooperate with Lu Xingzhong's operation, and the person disguised as a business trip hidden in the city, specializing in delivering messages for Lu Xingzhong. In addition, you go to the stutter and say that the people of the Shangqing sect have abandoned the gate and ran away. Let him get out quickly. Don't kneel at the door, disgusting man. Niu Yudao waved his hand with some annoyance. Yuan Gang nodded and turned away. Niu Yudao lay on a lounge chair under the tree in the yard again and developed a problem in Peach Garden. And when Yuan Gang came back again, he gave him a not-so-good news. Dao Yi, that stutter says that the head is here and still refuses to leave. Niu Yudao was speechless. In his whole life, he came across such a ribbed second-hand product, swearing, Mother, is this playing tricks with Lao Tzu? He couldn't figure out what Wei Duo thought. Blind people could see that Shang Qingzong did not welcome him from top to bottom, and he still wanted to kill him. He couldn't go back to Shankingzong to find death, and he couldn't run back to Tang alone. Is it interesting that he grabbed the position of the head? There's an open space in the south of the county town where mountain products are sold. Most of the mountain products from rural residents outside the city will be brought here. Has arrived in the afternoon. There are no more people gathered here. There are only a small number of villagers who hope to sell. A gray-haired man wandered here with his hands on his back, and from time to time crouched in front of the mountain goods displayed by the villagers to check his condition or to inquire about the price. Slipped around, the gray man went to the nearby tea house, and the tea house sat down and shouted to the folks, Come to tea. Okay, wait a moment. The man echoed. A carriage came outside the door and just stopped at the door, attracting the attention of the gray man, but no one was getting off the carriage. While looking at it, he suddenly found something on his waist that was against himself. Looking down, he found it was a dagger. Facing himself, he looked up sharply, and 2 people appeared sandwiching himself in the left and right. He was about to say something and was warned by a dagger sting. The 2 left and right did not say a word, threw several pieces of copper coins on the table, and one of them clamped his arm, held him out indifferently, and pushed him directly into the carriage. Was covered with a mouth as soon as he entered the carriage, rolled over on the carriage, tied tightly, and the carriage quickly turned around and left. The guy in the tea house brought the brewed tea out, but found that the guest was gone, put down the teapot, swept the copper coins on the table and got it in hand, ran to the door and looked around, but still no one saw it, so he scratched his head and returned strangely. Outside of the villa, a group of celebrities from Songlu County said goodbye, and Lon Ruoding personally sent them out to the place where he went down the mountain. Mr. Lon stays. A group of people did not dare again and again. Until Lon Ruoding stopped, all the talents returned to the mountain. On the way down the mountain, everyone walked briskly. Today's it can be described as full of fun. Many people have aftertaste on their faces. The master personally appeared to receive, not to mention the poems, and also accompanied everyone to lunch. Although the governor wore Sasa Li and could not see the true face, but the graceful figure, the graceful manners and grace, and the gentle and soft voice were fascinating. There is also the knowledge and the scale between words and talks, all of which show extremely good upbringing. It is worthy of being a royal family. It is not a character who can be educated in this small county. It is admirable. There are rumors that the master of the county is ugly, but no matter what he sees and hears today, no matter the figure or manner and the voice, how can such a person be ugly? Some men are already thinking about it. If they can kiss Fangza, what a wonderful thing it is. Unfortunately, their status is not doomed by themselves, and it can only be imagined in their hearts. After lunch, he changed Alon Ruoding to interview the crowd and asked for some information about Songlu County. In short, the atmosphere was good. Before leaving, Lon Ruoding gave each 100 silver coins, saying that it was a gift of Chung Yi from the master, so that everyone should not be dismissed. When I came here, the uphill forest was uphill. At this time, I was also in a happy mood. I found that I was thinking too much. I still remember the moment when I was with the Lord. I thought about my wife and compared it with the Lord. By comparison, there is a slight regret in my heart. Most people's moods are very good. Only those who resemble Su Di King seem to have seen through the Shang Chaozong's move to buy people's hearts. As for why Lu Xingzhong was missing, Shang Shuqing's answer here was to go back in advance, and everyone didn't take it seriously. In fact, some people think that Lu Xingzhong is not worthy of this occasion because the shopkeeper of the best literary shop in the city, Jing Mo Xian, dared to run as a literati as a scholar. At least these people think of themselves as literati and scholars in Songlu County. After going down the mountain, go back to each house, and when everyone returns to the city, the time is almost evening. Yuxian Narrow Lane had smoked everywhere, and the scholar who pushed the door and went home shouted, "Tomorrow the hen was slain and stewed," announced his return. The little woman got out of the kitchen and scolded, "What do you do if the Lord is hungry without having food?" Student towed into the main hall with pride, and in the face of the wife who followed him, he found out the money bag and poured out a pile of silver coins on the table. The little woman covered her mouth and exclaimed, "You dare to do stealing? At least one thing is certain, no one is willing to lend so much money to their home. Stolen? Lose what you think of it." The scholar rolled his eyes and immediately said with excitement, "Cheng Yi, a gift from the master. Do you still think that readers can't make money?" Quite a brow and exasperated taste. Sent by the master? The little woman shined her eyes and turned to close the door in front of the hall immediately. Fearing that someone else might see it, she returned to the table and hurriedly counted the money. Her hand shook with excitement. She never saw it at home. Over so much money. Do not count, 100 whole, enough for our family to eat and chew for a year. Tomorrow I will add 2 new clothes to you. The hen remembered to kill tomorrow. Just after a group of celebrities in Songlu County just returned to the city, a carriage then entered the city and stopped directly at the door of Jingmakshuan. The driver respectfully invited Lu Xingzhong to get off and then drove away. Seeing that the neighbors left and Wright hurried out of the shop, gathered around, and asked the governor about the invitation. Unspeakable, unspeakable. Lu Xingzhong tacitly bowed to the crowd and asked to let go. I can't say that everyone has no choice but to gradually disperse, but the look in Lu Xingzhong's eyes is still somewhat envious. Lu Xingzhong looked around for a while, hesitated a little, the mana was restrained, and finally he dared not run and walked to the door of the shop to remove the door panel. As soon as he entered, he quickly hurried to the back hall. As a result, he opened the curtain and froze as soon as he entered the back hall. I saw Bai Yao sitting inside, staring at him coldly, and I didn't know where I came from. Glanced at the window, Lu Xingzhong smiled bitterly. After nightfall, Lu Xingzhong went to the door and lit one of the 2 lanterns. An hour later, a figure appeared on the corner of the street. It was Lu Ziyu, who was slightly disguised, came to the door of Jingma Xuan to observe the next 4 weeks and walked straight in. After a while, there was a fighting sound inside the house. A figure crashed the door and flew out, hitting the street and vomiting blood. It was Lu Ziyu, was so dynamic that it immediately attracted several people to emerge from the dark corner of the street and flash towards this side. As a result, halfway through, he was stopped by the emerging person. Bai Yao flashed out of the Jing Mo Xian, stepped on the ground to squat Lu Ziyu, who was about to climb, raised his sword, and flashed a cold light, directly cutting off Lu Ziyu's first level. The fellow who came to rescue Lu Ziyu certainly knew that he was caught in the trap. Seeing Lu Ziyu's death, there was no need to rescue him, and seeing Bai Yao appearing again, he knew that he was not an opponent. 2 screams came from the night, and 2 others flew into the night, and there was a shadow behind them. The people in the shops around were shocked by the sound of fighting, and they looked outside through the gaps in the windows and the doors, and they were all terrified. The patrol officers and soldiers in the city came quickly. A carriage arrived, a guard of Shang Chaozong was drilled on the cart, and the token was displayed to the patrol officers and soldiers, and they took over the command directly. Yuan Gang also got out of the carriage, entered the Jingma Xuan, and dragged Lu Xingzhong out, and took it to the carriage and quickly left. Bai Yao and others also flew away and disappeared into the night. At the head of the city, someone ignited the fire, and the oil-burned firewood burst into flames. In the villa, Lord Dao, who was standing on the fence from the high tower and saw the signal from the far city head, said indifferently, "Old bear, let it go." The back square immediately grabbed a gold wing from a cage, walked to the balustrade, and threw it into the night sky, and saw that the gold wing fluttered quickly and disappeared under the hazy moonlight. After the brothers and sisters of Shang family and Lan Ruoding watching each other, Shang Chaozong couldn't help but ask, "Has the assassin been arrested?" It doesn't matter if the assassins are caught or not. The talent behind the scenes is a real trouble. I can't get someone to do it for a while. Lord Dao turned and smiled at him. "If the Lord can win Qingshan County, I will send Lord Wang a generous gift." Gift? The 3 looked at each other, and Lan Ruoding asked with interest, "I don't know what holy is." Neo said with a smile, but didn't answer. Lan Ruoding was speechless, knowing and asking in vain. This person didn't want to say, and asking was also in vain. Lord Dao seems to have left this behind her head, and the topic has been diverted. If it is convenient, you can go to the secret area to retreat tomorrow. Shang Chaozong nodded. "Okay, we'll help Dao Yi arrange it." I was still thinking about what kind of gift the other person said was a gift, which was a little tickling. Lord Dao arched his hand and said goodbye, turned around, and led Yuan Fong to the high cabinet. The 3 people in the attic sent the 2 back to their yard by the column, and Lan Ruoding suddenly felt, "This Dao Yi is not easy." Shang Chaozong asked, "What does Mr. mean?" Lan Ruoding replied, "Did the prince not find it? The bear demon has been tamed by him only from www.mtilnovel.com. The people of Nanshan Temple still have a barrier to us, but they are very close to his service, so young people have such a wrist. It is simply evil." The courtyard under the moon was quiet. Yuan Gang returned, and Lu Xingzhong with a bitter face was brought back. "It's done." The simple 4 words came out of Yuan Gang's mouth, which was a complete account of what happened in the city. Lord Dao said to Yuan Fong, "Old bear, take it down, and tell the following people to take good care of it. Never let him run away. No one is allowed to talk to him. Extreme measures can be taken if necessary. Dao Yi, you can rest assured." Yuan Fong gave a guarantee, turned and pulled Lu Xingzhong's shirt, and dragged away directly. In the middle of the night, in a courtyard in Nanzhou City, a gold wing descended from the sky and fell on the horizontal beam of the eagle nest under the eaves. And Xiaoman quickly came out, grabbed it, and took a secret letter from its foot. When I returned to the house, I saw the secret letter. It was a communication from brother Lu Xingzhong. He said that he had accidentally exposed the flaw. In order to protect himself, he had to betray Lu Ziyu and other disciples of Lucien Zong. Zong also knew about the leaking fish, and presumably Lu would soon know the news. So he quickly contacted Sherman to avoid trouble. After reading the secret letter, and Xiaoman was shocked. Who is Lu Lu? Don't look at Lu Lu as a housekeeper in the Song dynasty. The amount may not be underestimated. Lu Lu was just such a son. He was killed by the people of Wuliang Mountain. Lu Lu couldn't move the Shang dynasty for a while. Could a Wuliang Mountain still move? Wuliang Mountain must be vented. Even if Lu Lu did not say anything, Lu Xianzong must give Lu Lu an explanation. Wuliang Mountain is in danger. Brother Lu, why are you so careless? And Xiaoman stomped and stomped. Is of great importance, and the situation is urgent. He did not dare to delay. He quickly wrote a secret report under the lamp and sent out the situation urgently, with the gold wings contacting the teacher. After the incident, the house lingered for a while, and all kinds of thoughts came to mind. How much influence did Lu Lu have on Zhou Shouxian? What will Zhou Shouxian do to him? After all kinds of considerations, and Xiaoman decided to leave here decisively. It wouldn't be too late to come back if it was okay. It would be too late to wait to think about leaving when something happened. Even the lights in the room did not go out, packed things greeted the same door, and disappeared into the vast night at night. Outside the window, the haze looming in the mountains. Before the dresser, Niu Yudao sat down and watched the woman in the mirror combing her hair for herself. The lighting clarity of the copper mirror was limited. I wanted to say that I might have a chance to get a clearly illuminated mirror in return for the other party. But considering the other person's face, wouldn't it be a miracle to send a mirror with a clear face? Mr. Dao, Mr. Lan has arranged everything and can start at any time after using it early. Shang Shuqing reminded. Okay. Niu Yudao responded. After closing his eyes and silent for a while, he suddenly opened his eyes and said, I'll go to the prince for dinner later. Shang Shuqing was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, Okay, I will go back and inform. The reason why she was stunned for a long time is that since these days, the Shang dynasty has lived together with Feng Rinnan normally, and they dine together every day. Everyone feels that the Shang dynasty is no longer the previous bachelor, and they often stir meal is not suitable. First, Niu Yudao and Yuan Gang withdrew, and later Lan Ruoding also withdrew. When Shang Shuqing also withdrew, Bai Yao seemed to feel a little redundant and retreated. Niu Yudao suddenly said that she would go back to her meal, which surprised her a little bit. Arrived at the meal. As soon as Niu Yudao arrived at the courtyard of the Shang dynasty, he discovered that Lan Ruoding and Shang Shuqing had also come. It was estimated that he wanted to see what it meant to run back suddenly. After returning from the schoolyard, Feng Rinnan also froze for a moment and naturally found that there were more people this morning. She had become a habit of riding horses, archery, and martial arts every morning. I have seen the princess. Niu Yudao took the initiative to come up and bow to see the ceremony. Although he didn't stretch his face to smile, Feng Rinnan was not angry with him so quickly. The one who was being played was called a miserable, cold, sound, but he found Niu Yudao looked up and down very wrong. It seems that he is staring at his abdomen. Does stare at women like this? Why don't you feel like a woman? Feng Rinnan suddenly got angry and shouted, What are you looking at? Niu Yudao grunted his chin and muttered, Did you not pregnant yet? Lan Ruoding and others were a little speechless. How can I get pregnant so quickly? Even if I am pregnant, I can't see it now. Shang Chaozong had a headache and found that this Dao he didn't get along with Feng Rinnan. Feng Rinnan was stunned and quickly reacted, understanding what the other person was saying, angrily said, Turn you off. Niu Yudao suddenly lost his face. Wife, how can I say this? Am I wrong? Ning Wang Ku is such a son of the prince. If you marry you can't even give birth to an heir. Isn't the prince to cut off his son? Princess, wouldn't you be born out of wounds during the battle? If so, he looked back at the embarrassed Shang. Chaozong shouted, My lord, should I find 2 beautiful concubines for you? Feng Ruo's male fist clenches fists. Fart shit. Niu Yudao said, Princess, why do you speak hard to curse people? I know that Guangzhou County may not take our side into consideration, but where can you go? Do you think Guangzhou County cares about you too much? For the sake of benefit, didn't you give you something like the general to the prince, Did you take your feelings seriously? I just wanted to remind the princess whether the foundation of the overlord will be passed on to his grandson in the future. To your heir, advise the princess to think about her future and think about where she should stand. Feng Runin smiled angrily. Do you want to provoke divorce? You can do whatever you like. Anyway, in the future, it is not my heir who is suffering, sending people under the fence, looking at people's faces, and it is not me who regrets. Niu Yudao shrugged, turned around indifferently, and recruited Yuan Gang. Monkeys, people are not welcome. Why eat this suffocating meal? Go. The Shang dynasty wanted to keep it, but Lan Ruoding, on the side, quietly pulled his sleeve, shook his head slightly, and immediately said, My lord, my subordinates remembered some things to deal with and retreated first. Qing made a wink. Shang Shuqing then left. Feng Ruo's male hand was caught on the waist hilt, inexplicably a little heavy, and turned to meet Shang Xiaozong's gaze. His eyes widened, and he shouted, Look what to see. Shang Xiaozong was speechless. He was not human between the left and right, and it was the most uncomfortable. Outside the courtyard, Shang Shuqing and Lan Ruoding met together, and the two strolled together. Lan Ruoding sighed softly. Dao Yi is thinking about leaving this place, not at ease here, and intentionally planted it in the heart of the Princess A seed. I hope the princess thinks about the way back, so as not to rush to find the thing in order to force the prince too much. Some words are not easy for us to say. He has a bad relationship with the princess anyway. Simply continue to be that wicked person, and can take any words out. Master Dao is interested. Shang Shuqing replied quietly, although it is deliberately attacking the heart. But these words are not bad, so that the world's women listen to the chills. Lan Ruoding froze for a moment. How could he forget that this man beside him is also a woman? In the capital of the Song dynasty, a Meiji opened the door from the house, and Song Jioming, who had risen in the morning, stepped out and saw Lu Lu, the housekeeper who was waiting outside, and found that Lu Lu's expression was obviously wrong, and he was haggard. Lu showed a sad look and presented a secret report with both hands. Master, things are not done well. Old slaves can't bear him. He actually received a secret report from Lu Xinzong earlier, but when he was involved, he did not disturb Song Jioming to rest and waited until now. What's up? Song Jioming frowned and took a look at it, only to know that Lu Lu's son Lu Ziyu died in Songlu County. He couldn't help but look at Lu Lu, who is sorry for himself. He is sorry for him. It's him after speaking. Lu Ziyu went to Songlu County. Old Lu's sorrow. You can rest assured, this matter must give you an explanation. Song Jioming comforted. His grandson was dead. If he needed patience, he could hold down, but it was Lu Lu, a loyal butler for many years. Son, he is not easy to press down, otherwise it is easy to be unpopular. Lu said in a low body. It is his own work that is not good. No one blames others. Song Jioming sneered. The people of Wuliang Mountain are not guilty, and even my people dare to betray. Notify Lu Xinzong. Be sure to give me an explanation. Yes, Lu should get off. Song Jioming approached him again and stroked his back. Old Lu, something has happened. It's useless to say anything to comfort you. Let's look at reality and find a few younger ones. This time you listen to me, yes. While the body is still strong, I will give birth to a few more. I guarantee the future of your children. Lu Hong nodded his eyes, helpless in his heart, and grew up a few more. You don't know if he is still alive, the most ruthless above the temple. Don't look at the scenery of the Song family. Once you are gone, who knows what the situation is, overturning may be just a matter of time. The courtyard where the Shang dynasty and Feng Runin lived was the main yard of the whole mountain village. In the half-morning, several people met here again. Shang Shuqing changed her vigorous body. Niu Yudao couldn't help but glance at it more. I don't know what it means to wear this woman. Should this woman also go together? Shang Xiaozong. The three people couldn't help but looked at the round side that Niu Yudao and Yuan Gang were following. Seeing that Niu Yudao did not mean Yuan Fong to leave, Lan Ruoding couldn't help reminding, Dao Yi, the place I went to is more secret. His eyes glanced towards Yuan Fong, suggesting that Niu Yudao Niu Dao understood what he meant and smiled. My brother, there is nothing to worry about, and he's going to take him with him. Yuan Fang's eyes blinked. He didn't know what to do. He only knew that Niu Dao asked him to arrange the things in his hands, saying that he would leave for a while. He said this. He had no choice but to walk. Lan Ruoding walked aside and patted the big bags and small bags piled on the case. This is the prepared dry food for the road and other items. You need to bring it. Niu Dao went to check it and found that it was indeed dry food and other things. Could not help but wonder, is it so far with so much dry food? www.mtlnovel.com. I estimated it in my heart, at least for several days. Dry food is enough to eat Songlu County casually, not to mention Songlu County. It is enough to leave Qingshan County. Isn't the secret area in Songlu County? Shang Dynasty sect said, nearly. Master Dao will understand that Qing'er will accompany him. Niu Dao was surprised. Sovereign also go? Shang Chaozong. The place we go to must be accompanied by one of the three of us, otherwise there will be inconvenience, and the Lord will understand it when we turn back. However, it is not appropriate for me and my husband to leave things for too long, otherwise it will easily cause doubt. Qing'er had to make a hard trip. Qing'er, a weak woman, was physically inconvenienced, and on the way, Daoi took care of him. Niu Dao nodded his head. From another point of view, Shang Xuqing was hostage around him, but he was relieved of some worries. He reminded, the princess still needs to cover up. Lan Ruoding said, relax, you have prepared an excuse for concealment. Without further ado, let the princess train over there and leave as soon as possible. Explained that Niu Dao realized that instead of going out of the villa, he had to walk through the secret road, whose entrance was in a well in the backyard. The well is not a water well, but a water storage well. It is prepared for the storage of water when the water source is controlled during wartime. It is similar to a water cellar. There are several similar wells in the villa. It is also convenient to store water. The stream flowing through the mountain can be led into a well through a bamboo tube. This mountain was obviously designed with great care. Several people picked a package on their backs and came to the exit of the hall, but did not rush out. Although Lan Ruoding had already set up a dark whistle guard around, some people approached, but to be careful to avoid being too eye-catching, it is recommended to go out one by one. Niu Dao signaled Yuan Gang to open the secret Taoist institution first, came out of the back hall, and came to the backyard. Yuan Gang was alert and surrounded, approaching the well, suddenly jumped, and the whole person was directly inserted into the well. The movement was quick and disappeared suddenly. As soon as he entered the well, Yuan Gang split his legs and supported the walls of both sides. He controlled the supporting force and slid down slowly, letting go of his arms to maintain balance, and paying attention to the bricks around the walls of the well. Going down to a depth of 3 feet, his legs pushed the wall of the well, and the person was fixed on the shaft. His eyes fell on a slightly damaged brick in the front corner. There are many damaged corners of the brick, and this piece is not unusual. It is just that Yuan Gang, who has been reminded, can find its anomalies. There is a symmetrical damage on the upper and lower sides of this brick. Yuan Gang leaned forward and stretched his hand to hold the brick to exert force. It was very real. If there was no reminder, it was not like there was an organization. It took a lot of energy to push the brick out of the dull sound. After the brick was pushed in, Yuan Gang pushed harder toward the entire arc wall. A large piece of the wall, like a pivoting, movable door, opened an opening and could only be opened halfway. Stretching out his hand and climbing the oblique wall, Yuan Gang flashed in and pulled out a photo of the firefold. He found a torch on the side, lit it in his hand, looked around, and found a reason why the door was only half open. There's a stone trough behind the door, and a big long stone is placed in the trough. It is obviously this stone that was pushed just now. No wonder it is so heavy. After looking at it for a while, he understood what was going on with this mechanism. If the stone was inserted into the entrance wall to fill the gap, it would mean that the movable door would be stuck. Open easily. This mechanism seems simple and clumsy, but it is very practical. If you don't know the trick, Even if you go down the well and search around, it will be difficult to find the entrance. Turn around and probe his head at the entrance and looked upwards. He picked a piece of moss from the wall of the well and threw it into the well. Seeing the moss thrown, Niu Yudao gestured towards Yuan Fong, and Yuan Fong walked away quickly, looking around, and quickly jumped into the well. Sovereign, it's not convenient for you to climb down. Let me take you down. Niu Yudao turned back to Shang Xuqing. Shang Shu nodded and nodded. Shang Chaozong immediately said to Niu Yudao, Dao Yi, Wang Wang protects Qing. Relax, as long as I'm here, I won't let the county master have an accident. Niu Yudao gave a promise, the meaning of the words, even if something happened, unless I fell down first. Lan Ruoding also arched his hand and said, Sovereign, Lord Dao, take care. Niu Yudao and Shang Xuqing nodded and gestured and walked to the backyard together. Observing that he walked around to the well, Niu Yudao suddenly raised his palm. The ground was picked up by the piece of moss thrown by Yuan Gang. He was swept back into the well, his arms stretched out, and he took Shang Xuqing's soft waist, jumped together, and fell into the well. Seeing this scene, Shang Chaozong, who was standing at the door of the back hall, could not help revealing Yawazi. Although it is a bit pedantic to pay attention to what men and women give or receive when they are in trouble, it is just in front of their own eyes, watching their sisters just being treated like this. The other men gave him a hug. It was a bit that Qinger is still a big girl in Huanghua. Shang Chaozong couldn't help but turn around and asked. Qinger runs to him early in the morning. Wouldn't he like him? Lan Ruoding stunned. The master of the county is a decent person. Why did the prince say this? Could it be seen what clues? Shang Chaozong found that he was a bit speechless. How could such a thing be talked about, which would hurt the sister's innocence, and wave his hand embarrassingly? No, I think too much. And Shang Xuqing himself was suddenly hugged by Niu Yudao and also startled his body tight. As soon as he reached the well, Niu Yudao immediately cast a spell. The air machine was released outside, and with the help of air buoyancy, Shang Xuqing was slowly drifting out of thin air. Was so close to a man, he was still hugged by the man, feeling the man's strong arms and the masculinity. Shang Xuqing's thoughts were messy, and his heartbeat accelerated. Niu Yudao seemed to feel that her heartbeat was a little faster, and comforted softly, Don't be afraid. Nothing will happen. This storage well is not shallow, and thought that this way of directly jumping down scared the other party. Floated to the entrance, and as soon as he hit the door and wall he hit, Shushking was sent in first, and then he flashed in. As soon as the two came in, Yuan Gang reset the movable door. Slowly took a deep breath and calmed down. Shang Xuqing pointed to the stone in the stone trough and said, To reset this top, otherwise the entrance is easy to be found. She wanted to do it herself, but knew that the weight of the stone is not something she can easily push. Yuan Gang came back to get started, pulled the end of the stone bar and pulled it, and the stone bar of more than 200 pounds snapped back with a sound. There was a card slot at the end. Don't worry about pushing it over. After closing, Yuan Gang saw Niu Yudao looking for something and reminded him, I have seen it. Here is a torch. Niu Yudao made his way sideways, set aside his hand, gestured for him to open the way in front, and then asked Shang Xuqing, How come a torch? There are a large number of torches stored at fixed locations along the way, enough for thousands of people to use on the way. Shang Xuqing echoed and asked curiously, Dao, don't you have Shuyu on you? Niu Yudao, said he. The glowing butterfly only recognizes one owner. I haven't had a chance to raise it. I will definitely get a raise someday. He didn't. Yuan Fong hadn't touched it. Nor did he, for the time being. He could only rely on a torch in Yuan Gang's hands. The firelight shone all the way in the tunnel, at the foot of which were the irregularly winding stone steps. It was estimated that it descended hundreds of meters deep. There was a sound of water flowing at the end, and Niu Yudao immediately asked again, Underground river. Shang Xuqing returned, Yes, a long underground river. At the end of the descending steps, the water flow was seen, and the water flow was turbulent in the dark. Yuan Gang took a picture of the torch in his hand. It was a small underground space, with a whizzing water flowing from the top and down. Across the shore, torch! Yuan Fong pointed to the side and shouted. Several people looked back and saw a cave on the side, which was full of neat torches stacked. In the past, several people took one in each hand and ignited it. The visible distance was much wider immediately. Where are you going? Yuan Gang asked. Shang Shuqing, upstream. Several people walked up the river and turned so many times on the winding stone steps. Now, they see and even understand the northeast, southeast, and northwest at this time. I don't know which way to go. The road here is obviously naturally formed and rugged, but it is not as easy to walk as the previously dug tunnel. Sovereign Lord, give me something. Niu Yu Dao pointed to a large pile of things that Shushking leaned back on her body. The road was not easy to walk. It was inconvenient for this woman to carry a heavy package. Shang Shuqing gently refused. No, I can move back. Niu Yu Dao started directly, took the package directly from her shoulder, and handed it to the back square. Yuan Fong nodded, took the package and put it in his neck, and hung it diagonally under his shoulder, ran obediently to the front with a torch. Shang Shuqing was speechless and thought Niu Yu Dao wanted to carry forward her style and help her carry it. Not only that, Niu Yu Dao took off the package on his body and handed it to Yuan Gang who passed by. Yuan Gang didn't need to say hello, but received his hand directly on his back. Niu Yu Dao followed Yuan Fong, put Shang Shuqing behind himself, and finally Yuan Gang. So a few people walked so ruggedly. After a trip, Niu Yu Dao asked, Sovereign, have you been here before? Shang Shuqing. No, come for the first time. Niu Yu Dao stopped and turned around, frowning, and said, Have you never come here to show us the way? Shang Shuqing explained, There are a lot of forks on this road. I know the secret code of discrimination, so I can avoid going wrong. A lot of crossroads. Niu Yu Dao suspiciously. Do you have to walk long underground here? Shang Shuqing. Under normal circumstances, it takes several days to walk. This underground river is really long. A few days? Want to walk underground for several days? A few people were unbelievable. They looked at her together. www.untilnovel.com finally understood why they should bring so much dry food. It is really useful. Niu Yu Dao estimated a little bit that the secret realm is not in the territory of Songlu County. Only the entrance is here, and he could not help but yelled, Ning Wang really will find it. Such a long interval can be related. Shang Shuqing. It was not intentionally found, but the Father Wang was fighting in this area in the early years. The soldiers scattered below accidentally discovered this underground river. After he walked out, he found another place. The Father Wang later organized the manpower. Come here to determine the route. Niu Yu Dao sighed and remembered something. When he was consulting at Nanshan Temple, he suspected that Shang Chaozong had a secret way to go to sea. He couldn't help but look back and forth. He didn't know whether the secret way to go to sea was related to this underground passage. The direction of the current is generally converged to the sea, and I have looked at the downstream direction and put in my heart. Continue to move forward. The road is changeable. Most of them are natural rugged landforms. There are traces that are slightly excavated and easy to pass in some difficult places. Some places need to be catered to pass. Some places need to climb uphill. Some of the place can't get involved in it at all, and can be passed with the help of iron chains nailed on the wall. Of course, the latter two situations are nothing to the kind of person like Niu Yu Dao. When climbing a hill or crossing an iron chain, Niu Yu Dao dragged Shang Shuqing away. The rugged roads under normal circumstances have little effect on Shang Shuqing. Ning Wangfu was behind. Shang Shuqing has practiced for a period of time in order to improve himself. His hands and feet are still more robust than the ordinary women who stay in the boudoir and embroider. Less. Going on at this speed, Niu Yu Dao took the matter of domesticating the lighting butterfly Xiaoya as his heart. If Xiaoya lighting explores the way, he can take Shang Shuqing to fly through this underground space quickly and use torches otherwise. The quick skimming will be blown out. Underground river channels have wide areas and narrow areas, so various styles are formed underground. Thousands of different shapes, and strange shapes are rare on the ground. The bamboo shoots and barbs in the stalactite region of the route are magnificent, and the people are as if they are among the giant fangs of the monster. In some special places, the torch shines, reflecting the psychedelic glory. This underground river channel is formed by groundwater erosion. The reason why the river channel is wide and narrow is related to the geological solubility of the erosion by the current. The easily soluble section naturally widens under the long-term erosion of the river. The narrow places naturally do not lots easily dissolved. Everything is so good. Think about it. This stalactite is limestone infiltrated with water containing carbon dioxide and dissolved calcium carbonate. You don't know what to say. In short, the limestone infiltrates water to dissolve some of the substances. The water dries when it drops. After that, the dissolved things are resolidified, and one bit by one has accumulated like this after tens of thousands of years. Do not believe you can take a closer look to see if there are drops of water on the chutes. Shang Xuqing was amazed by certain underground features. Niu Yudao couldn't stand such a clever woman, so ignorant, and could not help explaining it casually. He walked in the front and shook his fingers, explaining at random, but Shang Xuqing was quite moved. He followed his head and looked at the back of his head with a complex look. Dao, you know so much. Even this underground change is also known. If you have a chance, please ask Daoi not to be ignorant of children's ignorance. Know much. The corner of Yuan Gang's mouth pulled back, and he murmured in his heart, "Why don't you ask about the changes in the sky? Do you understand much?" Niu Yudao smiled and shook his head. Simple common sense was good or not, but this did not need to be explained much. The more explanations, the more doubts there will be. I don't know how long this walk. Shang Xuqing walked slower and slower, tired enough to choke. The key is to walk quickly to catch up with the speed of the three men. The soles of the feet have been rubbed out, and the pain is hot. Pay attention to the ditch, Niu Yudao reminded, and when he looked back, he found that Shang Xuqing's walking posture was a bit wrong. He asked, "Did you twist your feet?" Shang Xuqing didn't say that there was a bubble on the sole of the foot, and he said, "No, it's just that I'm not used to this way." So I continued walking for a while, and finally found that the woman was breathless and sweaty, and she really couldn't walk. She walked to a suitable place where a large number of torches were stored. Rest. Niu Yudao, 3 people can still go with enough physical strength. This way is not too much for the 3 people. In fact, Niu Yudao meant to continue walking with Shang Xuqing behind, but Shang Xuqing refused to live or die. If there were male or female inferiors, Niu Yudao had no choice but to stop. Anyway, slow walking slowly goes slowly. As everyone knows, it is too much for Shang Xuqing to hug him. If Niu Yudao had done so suddenly when she went down, she let Niu Yudao pull her hand down the well. How could a man be casual embrace that way? Make people's backs even more excessive and spread their legs on their bodies? Chest close to others? I can't accept it if I think about it, and naturally I will not accept it if I die. How to say? Niu Yudao can also understand the concept of chastity of women of this era, but he still made up a sentence in his heart. Dao Yi, I have no interest in you, is estimated to be the reason why he has never walked such a difficult road since childhood. This unusually smooth way of walking up and down and bouncing up and down really makes Shang Xuqing tired enough. After sitting down in a clean place around the corner, Shang Xuqing quickly fell asleep with his head tilted. The ground was chilly. Niu Yudao took a piece of clothing from the package and put it on Shang Xuqing. Shang Xuqing didn't even notice it and slept deeply. Looking at Shang Xuqing's tired appearance, it is estimated that he will not be able to wake up in a while and may have to sleep for a long time. Although it is not unsafe to walk all the way in the underground passage, it is still necessary to maintain some minimum vigilance. Niu Yudao is a class. Yuan Fong and Yuan Gang are a class. Trust comes from trust. When Yuan Fong hasn't been able to let go completely, letting Yuan Gang accompany him is also to prevent accidents. Don't get confused by Yuan Fong. Yuan Gang looked to the first class. Niu Yudao meditated cross-legged and closed his eyes to adjust interest. I don't know how long it has passed. Niu Dao suddenly felt a chill in Qing Ming, a very abnormal chill. The normal chill came as a whole, but this is a trace of nothingness, which is the kind of energy penetrates into the capillaries to suppress the chill of life. This kind of chill can only be felt when something unclean is encountered in the ancient tomb. Niu Dao suddenly opened his eyes. It happened that Yuan Fong also stepped in. Yuan Fong saw him suddenly open his eyes, knowing that he also noticed, and whispered in his ear, "Dao Lord, there seems to be a ghost here. Just now I saw something in the corner." In a flash, sneaky, not necessarily good intentions. Niu Dao pondered the feeling just now. It was stronger than what he had felt in the shade. Obviously, it has become a climate, not a general ghost. In layman's terms, it has become a ghost. Check out. Niu Dao gave a nod, roundly nodded, turned around and lit a few torches and threw them in all directions, including across the river, and then took another torch and floated around to check. Niu Dao looked around. In this dark place, the first thing that comes to mind is the lighting problem. Although the sight distance of the French eye is beyond the ordinary people, it is also useless in the dark place when there is a light source. He gestured his head toward the place where the torches were stored. Yuan Gang immediately took a piece of clothing out of the package and walked to the place where the torches were stored. He continued to use brute force to break several pieces of bread, and broke a bunch of bread into the clothes. The head of the torch was too long to wrap, and made a package on his back. Niu Dao lifted his sword and walked to Shang Xuqing, and found that the woman did not know what nightmare she was doing. She even burst into tears in her dream. The ugly face was full of tears, and there was nowhere to look. The look of tired of crying in a dream like this. It can be seen how sad it is in my heart. Sovereign Lord, Sovereign Lord. Niu Dao called twice and couldn't wake up, then reached out and patted her face twice. Shang Xuqing sat up in shock, staring at Niu Dao in a daze, then seemed to realize that she was crying, and lifted her sleeves a bit awkwardly and wiped away the tears. Found that he was covered with a piece of clothing when he climbed up, and recognized it as Niu Dao's clothing. When he was warm in his heart, he was a bit shy. "Dao Dao, have I overslept?" Niu Dao noticed that when she stood up, she stepped on the ground a little unnaturally and said, "You can't go anymore. I will carry you." Shang Xuqing could accept such intimate behavior, and shook his head. "My feet are fine. I can go." Niu Dao said, "You think too much. We have been stared at, and you will slowly affect everyone if you walk slowly." While talking, he looked around. Shang Xuqing froze, only to find that Yuan Fong was no longer there, and there were torches thrown away in the distance. Soon, she saw Yuan Fong floating from the other end and said to Niu Dao, "Dao Master, I don't know where to go. It's not a problem to consume here. Let's go." Niu Dao leaned his head and gestured, handing the sword to Shang Xuqing. Shang Xuqing froze for a moment, but when she took the sword in her hand, she was dragged by Niu Dao and took her by her hand. Niu Dao, no matter how sorrowful she was, after the person pulled over, turned her hands over her two thighs and carried the person directly behind her. He promised that Shang Chaozong would protect Shang Xuqing as long as he was still there. He was the strongest among the few here. This posture is too embarrassing. Shang Xuqing's pink ears were instantly red, and the upper body did not dare to touch his back, holding his sword against his shoulder, supporting the upper body not close. Who would have thought Yuan Gang handed her the torch that was just lit and could not answer it? Several people left quickly, except for Shang Xuqing on Niu Dao's body. Several people maintained their original formation, and they were still in the front. Yuan Fong and Yuan Gang both took two lit torches in their hands before and after. Without the burden of Shang Xuqing, the three of them traveled several times faster than a little bit, and the torches screamed in the wind. The melted flaming oil drowned, fearing that it would fall on Niu Dao. After a while of bouncing up and down, Shang Xuqing had to lie on Niu Dao's shoulders. Rubbing on the back of the road, www.novel.com gave her shamelessly, lying on Niu Dao's cheeks and exhaling. For her, it is more than the speed of travel, so the travel is definitely more comfortable than her walking. quickly arrived at the next torch storage point, empty. Yuan Gang walked into the hole and reached out and touched the oil on the wall before smelling it. He turned back and said, "Yes." Shang Shuqing, who was lying on Niu Yudao's shoulders, said, "It is impossible to have it. This is reserved land. Generally, it will not be used without authorization. Even if someone has used it, it will be reported unless it is taken away by outsiders. Go on." Niu Yudao leaned his head and gestured, and the three continued to move forward quickly, connected two torch storage points, and found that they were still empty, and their torches were almost burning. Niu Yudao looked around and suddenly said, "Old Bear, pay attention to the river." Yuan Fong immediately flew out and floated up and down on the river surface. Unsurprisingly, Yuan Fong quickly found the torch floating from the upstream. The reason is very simple. According to Shang Shuqing, if there are definitely torches on the storage points along the way, according to the previous stacking level, there are at least thousands of them. Even if someone takes them, it is not convenient to take them all together. According to the anomalies found before, if someone is fooling now, the most convenient way to deal with it is to throw it directly into the river. Fong Fong grabbed two torches and flew back. He overfired with a lit torch. The burnt crackles were soaked in water and difficult to ignite. Someone wants to darken us. Don't fall into the hands of poor monks. The round side of the wet torch was thrown around. The mouth was cursed and the face was sullen. Everyone can see that someone intends to do harm to them. Otherwise, there is no need to destroy the torch and pit them, and make it clear that they will only deal with them. The other party is familiar with the environment here, and the time spent here should not be short. Yuan Gang reminded. Niu Yudao slightly nodded his head, agreeing that some areas here are eroded by the river like a maze. If Shang Shuqing is not easy to follow the directions, if the other party is not familiar with it, he see it and easily find the location of the torch. He leaned his head and asked Shang Shuqing behind him, "Sovereign, haven't people found anything unusual before?" Shang Shuqing, "I haven't heard of it. It should be." Niu Yudao, "How long has this tunnel been useless?" Shang Shuqing, "I don't know. At least some things remained silent under the court's cleaning after the father's accident. A few people understand. That is to say, the other party may spend a few years here, and it is entirely possible to be familiar with the environment here. As for where the other party came in, it is not necessarily the entrance and exit plan by Ningguang. Who dares to guarantee that there is no other hole in such a long geographical area?" Niu Yudao was silent for a while and said, "In fact, there is nothing to worry about. The other party's strength should be limited, otherwise it can be found directly, and this is not the case. We can't let the other party take the nose, otherwise we will run down the road and take our own weakness. But it is easy to let the other party succeed. We have to calm down. We cannot let ourselves be in a weak position." Shushing behind him put down, and he gestured with his head, "Old Bear, the torches in the river are more fishy. Come up." Yuan Fong said with amazement, "I can't light it. What's the use?" Yuan Gang immediately dumped a sentence. "What are you talking about? Lord Dao let you do it. You just do it." Yuan Fong chin laughed, but looked at the torch with the weakening fire in his hand. And Yuan Gang had untied a package on his body, untied it on the ground, and threw a broken torch head to him. Although the handle was not long, the length of the holding position was still enough. Yuan Fong was stunned for a moment. I didn't know when Yuan Gang had prepared so many torch heads, and then it was no surprise that Niu Yudao, of course, had served the two of them. Even this is ready. Did you guess that the other party would do something on the torch? This is because he thought too much. Before Niu Yudao, he did not expect that the other party would do things on the torch. After all, it is still unclear about the status of the enemy and the enemy. For the old rivers and lakes, the first thought is to judge the disadvantages that may occur. The lighting problem in the dark is the first one. Decisively first take some control of this problem and prevent it from happening. Shang Shuqing had slept before and did not know when Yuan Gang had prepared so many torch heads. It was also a bit surprising. After lighting another torch in his hand, without worrying about the lighting problem, he flew to the river to work and found that the torch floating on the river immediately picked it up and threw it on the bank. It can also be seen that the other party has been destroying the torch storage point along the way, trying to put this side completely at a disadvantage. Niu Yudao took the sword from Shang Shuqing and came back with a pestle, smiling at Shang Shuqing. You are also tired. Wake you up after not sleeping long. Continue to rest? No. Something. Shang Shuqing shook his head. After the accident, who was still asleep, leaned against the stone wall and sat around, looking around from time to time. Yuan Gang left 2 heads of the torches in his back, and the rest were lit up in a pile. After the fire was burning, the torches of several people were thrown into the fire as firewood, and the wet water was thrown ashore. The torch was collected in a pile, and it was thrown into the fire in the wet, and it was also fired while burning. After, a bunch of wet torches were collected and placed beside the fire to bake, and one was busy. After seeing the round side of the river, I suddenly realized that I finally understood the purpose of Niu Yudao to let him pick up the wet torch, and he had a good idea, and the hanging heart was put down, so he picked up the torch in the river alone. Throw a branch to the shore. Niu Yudao's figure was straight, and his sword stood beside the fire, his eyes slowly glancing around. Shang Shuqing, who was sitting on his knees, naturally understood what she wanted to do now, and she was relieved when she saw the orderly preparation here. Then she looked at the figure standing alone by the fire, feeling just like her patron saint, but also everyone's patron saint. With this standing patron saint, there seems to be no difficulty to make them difficult, making her feel an inexplicable sense of security. After understanding what was going on, Shang Shuqing also got up and sat next to the fire like Yuan Gang, helping to bake those soaked torches. Niu Yudao, who stood up with his sword, just glanced at her without saying anything, and he focused on observing all around again. When the wet torch on the shore had piled up like a hill, when Yuan Fong came back again to change the torch, the cow said, "Old bear, enough. You have something to eat first. Rest first." Yuan Fong was indeed tired enough to choke, a little breathless. This has been casting waves on the river. After a long time, the mana is very powerful, but he smiled and said, "It's okay, I still." Shut up immediately, knowing that, according to the old rules, Dao Yi asked what he did. Yuan Fong obediently unwrapped the package, pulled out the dry food, and sat beside the fire. Roasting a fire, eating and watching others work, especially watching Yuan Gang's work, somehow feel like a pleasure in this environment. With a cheerful smile on his face from time to time, has gradually become accustomed to having a good relationship with Niu and Yuan Gang get along. Niu Yudao said to Shang Shuqing, "Sovereign, you also have some rest." Shang Shuqing shook his head and said, "I'm not hungry." Yuan Gang said lightly, "At this time, if you don't understand, you must obey and put down the face of the governor and let you do whatever you want. No one will harm you." Yuan Fong, who was eating something, couldn't help it. Or Yuan Yi had a personality. Niu Yudao looked around and explained with a smile. He has nothing else to do. In this case, be sure to restore your physical strength to the best condition as soon as possible, in case of accidents. The tone and attitude are gentle, not as casual as usual, makes people feel warm. It's not that his attitude towards Shang Shuqing has suddenly been reversed. He is a man who is always rational and sober. If he is too rational and sober, he sometimes seems impersonal and even cold-blooded, so few people and things can make him do it. Impulsive or something, so it won't suddenly turn his temper because of Shang Shuqing. Appeased Shang Shuqing because he knew that this woman must be very worried now. At this time, it is not appropriate to put pressure on this woman to make her afraid. She may become more troubled by the fact that she will become more cumbersome and not good for anyone. What's more, this woman can show no fear and no trouble for everyone in this situation. It is already a rare strong among women. It should be given comfort and confidence. There is no need to tear her strong shell to see her weakness. The two worlds were human. There were many women Niu Yudao had met, and there were not many women that she could admire. To a certain extent, Shang Shuqing was one, but it was too ugly to be looked at. Shang Shuqing realized that Yuan Gang didn't mean anything. Silver teeth bit her lip and touched the dry food in the parcel. She bowed her head and nodded. Yuan Fong was full and drunk, just meditating cross-legged next to the fire to adjust the rate and recover. After Shang Xuqing was full, Niu Yudao smiled and said, "Just sleep by the fire, not cold, warm, and have a good rest." The tone was calm and gentle. Shang Shu nodded, obediently, took the package as a pillow, took a piece of clothing to cover the body curve, and laid down on his side. Yuan Gang, who roasted the torch and added firewood to the fire from time to time, whispered and asked, "Dao Yi, can the other party see things in the dark?" The implication is that if the other party cannot take advantage of the darkness, why destroy the torch? Watching the surrounding Niu, Yu Dao explained, Yin and Yang are different, adapt to their respective living environments, and at the same time, they live in harmony with each other. Most things that live in the sun are not used to living in the dark, and most things that live in the dark, it is also unsuitable to survive in the sun. If you want to merge with each other, you need certain conditions. For example, people need to use firelight to survive in the dark. Yuan Gang, what do the so-called ghosts need to do to survive in the sun? Niu Yu Dao said, Yang Qi. Yang Qi. Yuan Gang wondered. Niu Yu Dao said, according to my understanding, dark matter has certain moldability and shapeability for certain things under special conditions, and the body should have a shaping function for dark matter, such as the adjustment of the body by different exercises, to create completely different hot and cold effects. Yu reading www.yuyuqiangsha.com and even various effects. In turn, the physical body is also shaped for dark matter, such as the werewolf in the West, should be the result of being shaped. The old bear is an example. Change the conversion between the time man and the bear is actually the same as the werewolf in the Western legend. In other words, the werewolf in the Western legend is the monster in the Eastern legend. The monk's tuna breathing technique can absorb and shape dark matter. Ordinary people, there is also absorption and shaping of dark matter between breaths. The result of the transformation should be the so-called yang of the human body. Like the monk's cultivation results, yang is also a kind of energy supporting the energy way of the flesh and blood running in the yang. That's why people without yang are no different from dead people, because they lose some kind of kinetic energy. It does not exist in the form of flesh and blood, so it is impossible to create the human body's yang. Without this, it is difficult to travel freely between the sun, so it is necessary to take a form that does not work, such as absorbing the human body's yang. Idea. Yuan Gang. Does it make sense? Since it has become a ghost, why do you have to worry about Yan Yang? Niu Yu Dao said, the so-called solitary ghost is a lonely and desolate thing that becomes a ghost. But the thinking and thought have not disappeared and still survive with some kind of energy carrier. During his lifetime, few ghosts could resist the temptations of the world. Yuan Gang. Couldn't ghosts live together? Niu Yu Dao said, of course, but ghosts are scarce after all. Not everyone has the conditions to continue to exist in this way after death. Even if they can get together, the consequences of being too angry are easily discovered by those monks, or the mage will not let it go. For example, the monks who scattered the various places to collect spirit grass are a net. Once found, they will not sit and watch, and each species has the nature to protect its own ethnic group. This is not a final conclusion. It is a personal conclusion that he obtained from the experience of the two worlds and the experience of the two worlds before and after absorbing it, and then elaborated it in a way that Yuan Gang can understand. Yuan Gang, with a torch roasted in his hand, fell into thought. Shang Xuqing, who was lying on her side, was obviously not asleep, and the eyeballs under her eyelids were rolling. If Niu Yu Dao said, she listened ignorantly. What is dark matter? Oriental legend? Western legend? Or the werewolves? Thinking about it, I was too tired thinking about it and fell asleep unconsciously. Duan say to her, the round-side and cross-legged meditation actually eavesdropped for a while with his ears quietly still heard, still confused, seemingly incomprehensible. After Yuan Gang dried the torches to a pile, Niu Yu Dao whispered, Eat something, take time to rest. Later, I will let the old bear roast. Among him, Yuan Fong and Yuan Gang. In fact, Yuan Gang's physical energy is the most consumed in the running of this road. Yuan Gang is pure physical exertion, unlike him and Yuan Fong, who can save energy and save energy. Of course, Yuan Gang is also the one with the best physical strength among several people. There is no way Yuan Gang is originally a bodybuilding exercise. But then again, the recovery of pure physical strength is the slowest, not as fast as he and Yuan Fong. Yuan Gang didn't talk much, immediately stopped his hand, and stuffed his mouth gulpingly into the mouth when he touched the dry food. After eating and drinking, he moved the package as a pillow and lay down to sleep peacefully. Dao Yi guarded himself. Even in such an environment, he was still sleeping peacefully, and this way was indeed tired, and soon fell asleep. The dark underground world, the tumbling water of the Heihe River, reflected a pile of bonfires on the shore, swaying the fire from time to time to make the strange rocks near and far out. Everyone rested quietly, and only Niu Yu Dao stood alone by the fire with a sword. In this deep underground world, he was alone and vigilant in all directions. A pair of Dharma eyes kept patrolling around to keep the fire going. After 2 hours, Yuan Fong opened his eyes and moved his lower limbs to stand up. He made a gesture to indicate that he had rested well. Niu Yu Dao signaled him to continue to torch. Yuan Fong had to do so, and Niu Yu Dao continued to be alert around. After almost 2 hours, Shang Shuqing seemed to be awake, and there was a slight movement under the covered clothes, but it didn't mean to get up. It seemed that she was struggling with something in her heart, but she finally got up and turned aside silently. Walked lonely. After taking a break, the blood bubbles on his feet seemed to be more painful when he walked up, obviously limping. Don't run around, Niu Yu Dao reminded. Shang Shuqing stopped and turned around, a bit embarrassed, and he seemed to stop talking. Niu Yu Dao suddenly realized what he understood and said to Yuan Fong, "Old bear, look at it." He walked past Shang Shuqing, looking for a piece of horns, pointed his finger, and he stood by horns. A stone outside turned his back to the guard. Shang Shuqing slowly got into the horns and stood there slowly entangled. The upper half of the cow, with the upper body exposed from the stone, turned away from her. "Relax, I don't peep." Shang Shuqing's body slowly dipped into the corner of the horn, and soon a little indecent movement came out. When she came out again, Shang Shuqing was obviously embarrassed and found that she was really ugly in front of Niu Yu Dao. What was the only thing in her heart that she knew best whispered, "Okay." Back to the fire. His face and ears were blushing. Niu Yu Dao came back and found that Yuan Gang also woke up. Yuan Gang said, "Old bear, you are on guard. Master Dao, you rest." Niu Yu Dao sat cross-legged, took dry food, and used it, closed his eyes to adjust interest rates. After about 2 hours, Niu Yu Dao, who had regained his full energy, stood up and began to clean up. The round side bundled 100 baked torches on the back, and Yuan Gang carried 50. Shang Shuqing also knows the condition of his feet. If he walks, he can still walk. At least it is very slow. He has no excuses. He is lying on the back of Niu Yu Dao holding a torch. And his party set off again, and this time everyone regained their spirits, almost non-stop along the way, and had been moving fast. Found along the way that more than a dozen places to store torches were empty, obviously destroyed by the person hiding in the dark. However, only these places were destroyed, and the torch was placed well in the back storage point, and there was no sign of damage. I don't know if the other party knows that this has no effect, or if the road behind is unfamiliar. I can't touch the torch storage point for a while. The underground is not completely dark, and occasionally there could be holes in the sky above. After walking for almost a day without stopping, when a stone resembling a lying tiger was found beside the river channel, Shang Shuqing, who was lying on the shoulder of Niu Yu Dao, said excitedly, "It's almost time. There's a hole about a mile ahead. Just go straight up." As she said, after walking about 1 mile, she saw a hole with artificial excavation marks, the steps all the way up, semi-artificial and semi-natural. walked up the winding steps, and walked hundreds of meters to see the light. Even if there is torch lighting along the way, it's dazzling to suddenly be in the covered light. Aside from the vines covering the entrance of the cave, a few people found that they were halfway up the mountain between the beautiful mountains, and not far away was a waterfall that fell straight down, and below the waterfall was a green waterhole where children could be seen. Playful and playful. There are scattered houses in the mountains, which seems to be a village located in this beautiful place, just like a paradise. There seemed to be a dead volcano in the distance. At least Niu Dao and Yuan Gang could see at a glance that it was a volcano. Not far from the hillside, there was a young man in the pavilion. When the young man saw a few people coming out of the cave, he quickly rang the bell hanging in the mountain. The bell sounded melodiously in the valley, and the young man with a cautious look picked up the sword and watched the sudden emergence of several people. The bell rang, and the playful children in the water pool immediately crawled out of the water pool and ran into hiding. There seemed to be a commotion in the village, and a group of people with weapons ran towards this side. "Dao Yi, it's all right, let me go," Shang Shuqing, lying behind Niu Dao, said. Niu Dao let her down, and soon a group of men with weapons also rushed to the mountain, and many people were carrying standard crossbows. Shang Shuqing figured out a token and showed it to a man with whiskers in the crowd, and shouted, "Uncle Luo, I am Qinger. Can you still recognize it?" She came from the ground without wearing a veil. The bearded man saw the token, and then saw the ugly yin and yang face of Shang Shuqing. She immediately excitedly said, "Sovereign, put it down, put it down. Don't be rude. It is the governor who is coming. Let go." The chopper in his hand was stuck on the ground, and he hurried forward. He knelt down on his knees and arched his hand. "Bail Roan, seize the master. Grandpa," he shook his head, sobbing and crying in tears. Shang Shuqing knew that he was referring to the killed King Ning, limping to the ground, holding his hands up. "Uncle Luo, it's all gone." Roan raised his sleeves and wiped his tears, both sad and happy. These young people have never seen the master. What is the collision? And hope that the master will forgive sins. Looking back at the group of young people, said, "Not yet, please, sovereign." A group of young people looked at each other and found that the county master was so ugly, but still kneeling on one knee. "See the county master." Shang Shuqing quickly stepped forward to indicate her body, and Roan noticed her feet and asked in surprise, "Sir, what's wrong with your feet?" Shang Shuqing vomited the truth. "It's hard to do on the road. There may be bubbles on the feet. No problem." Luo and nodded again and again. Expressing his understanding, he walked through the following secret road, and it was difficult for men to walk, not to mention a woman who was the master. However, the men and women were unacceptable, and a group of men was inconvenient to support him. He hurriedly ordered him to go to the village and call 2 women to take care of him. Shang Shu's feet were inconvenient, and Luo was not in a hurry to go down the mountain. He accompanied the greeting and said, "I haven't seen each other for 7 or 8 years. The governor grew up, and the inferiority office almost didn't recognize it." Shang Shuqing teased himself. "The birthmark on my face should be well recognized. This is the sword of the governor," and Roan quickly waved his hand, not to mention it. The back of Niu Dao looked up at the bright sun in the sky, then looked back at the hole he saw, and stepped forward to ask Luo, "And what strange things have happened in the village recently?" Roan's attention came to the 3 of Niu Dao. www.intelnovel.com asked Shang Shuqing, "Master, are these 3? Niu Dao, Yuan Gang, and Yuan Fong presided over. They were all their own people. After introducing the 3, Shang Shuqing specially introduced Niu Dao. "This is the master of the county." In turn, he introduced Roan to several people. "Uncle Luo was a general under my father's command. He was originally one of the commanding generals of Inyang Wuli Wei." "Suihu, master." Luo frowned, looked up and down at Niu Dao, and felt that he was too young. Shang Shuqing reminded, "Dao Yi is Mr. Dongwa's close disciple." When he heard that he was a disciple of Mr. Dongwa, Luo respected him audaciously and he dared not despise it anymore. He knew that Donghua Haoran and Ning Wang were friends, and quickly hurriedly said, "See the master." Niu Yu Dao arched his hand and asked the sentence again. "General Luo, what strange things have happened in the village recently?" "Strange thing?" Luo stunned. "What kind of strange thing? It's been good all the time. I don't see any strange things. Are there a few children fighting in the village?" Niu Yu Dao said he. "Is there a mage in the village?" Luo shook his head. "No. This place is very safe. It is difficult for outsiders to find." Niu Yu Dao. "How long has it been since the villagers have not entered the secret road?" Luo looked a little heavy. "After the death of the old prince, we received a message from Mr. Lan. After some people withdrew from a mountain village in Songlu County, they cut off the direct contact with the outside world. The villagers cannot enter the secret without permission. Tao, the entrance has been guarded, and no one has entered the secret road again for 5 years. The master asked this, "Is there anything wrong?" "It's nothing. For safety's sake, just ask casually." Niu Yu Dao smiled and stopped disturbing. He turned around and exchanged glances with Yuan Gang. Yuan Gang knew what he meant. After encountering troubles along the way, it went smoothly. It was a little strange to see the ghost again. Judging from the destruction of the torch storage point, it stopped halfway. At that time, there was an overestimation here. Either the other party saw this way to crack their means, and it would be meaningless to destroy it again. The torch storage point will not be destroyed before it is destroyed, or both. Now, when I ask about the situation in the village, I would like to ask the ghost that even the monks dare to start. If there is no monk in this village, they have never been attacked. That means that the ghost hasn't touched this place before. No matter what the situation is, one thing can be confirmed. That ghost has destroyed so many storage points of torches all the way, and it ran away more than a little bit. Its urgency to murder can be imagined. The other party has spent so much effort. The two sides have never played, and they do not know the depth of each other's strength. So why is it so easy to let go? The only explanation is that it wasn't easy to let go, but that the ghost was very careful and did not dare to act rashly when he was not sure. It also proved Niu Yu Dao's claim from the other side that the ghost's strength was limited. 2 women came quickly down the mountain, along with a very simple chair lift, 2 rods, and a chair. Just after Shang Shuqing got on the sedan chair, Niu Yu Dao suddenly said, "Monkey, you go down the mountain with the master of the county." He gave another glance. Yuan Gang knew that it was to let him go to the village first. Shang Shuqing and others looked back, and Luo asked, "Does the master not go down the mountain?" Niu Yu Dao, "Something. General Luo, can the guard here borrow it?" He lifted his chin towards mounting. Roan curiously said, "I don't know what the master is doing." Shang Shuqing knows the habit of Niu Yu Dao and likes to leave room. It is useless to ask what he does not want to say, so he said, "Uncle Luo, listen to the master's arrangement." She all spoke, and Roan had to greet one person. "Sand Tiger, did you hear that?" The young man who used to ring the bell nodded. "I heard." A group of people then surrounded and carried Shang Shuqing down the mountain. Yuan Gang packed up a few packages and carried it on his back, and also went down the mountain. Niu Yu Dao smiled and watched, but her birth background was different. She came to this remote mountain and came to have unusual treatment, and her broken home was 100 times stronger than ordinary people. What is bitter? This is the bottom line. "Master Dao, do you want to clean up the sneaky guy?" Yuan Fong gathered around and asked in a low voice, and he clearly saw the clue. Niu Yu Dao whispered, "I'm going to retreat here, and I can't be disturbed. This ghost can't get rid of it, and I feel uneasy." "Oh." Yuan Fong understood and nodded. Niu Yu Dao said in a low voice, "I guess the ghost hasn't stopped easily. It's a good idea to follow along and want to wait for the opportunity. Now the sun is shining brightly. The yin and yang are separated. We'll come out to explore. You go back inside now. Find a place to hide. Once he shows up, immediately break his back. I will stay outside and will answer you." Yuan Fong yelled, "Understood." He said he would go in when he turned around, but he turned around and said, "Dao, if he can't do it, he will hide at the entrance." I will probably be caught by him when I go in. Now, I have a plan to avoid this worry. Niu Dao said, "Let's listen." Yuan Fong whispered in his ear for a while. Niu Dao nodded and immediately turned back to the hole with him. The torch unloaded before the hole was carried by Yuan Fong alone. Niu Dao ignited a branch of light to lead the way. The two deliberately made a sound. Six continued to drill back into the cave and generously returned to the underground river, put the torch back to the place where it was placed, and then returned together. Halfway up, the square shape flashed, hiding in the horns on one side. Niu Dao went out of the cave all the way, extinguished the torch, and threw it to the side, and walked towards the mountain. "Mage!" The young man named Mountain Tiger saluted and asked, "Do you have any orders?" His eyes also glanced toward the hole, and he seemed to be wondering why the square did not come out. "Niu Dao, is it you alone? Someone will give you a meal." "Land Rover, it's okay here, and I will be guarded by one person during the day, and someone will change at the meal. There are two people in the evening, and the 2 hours will change." Niu Dao smiled and said, "I see, so I will help you guard during the day you go back." How does this work?" The Land Rover waved again and again. Niu Dao held the sword and pestle in front of him with his hands on the hilt and said seriously, "Then I will go to General Luo to discuss again." Okay." The Land Rover scratched his head, seeming a little afraid of Roan, and walked out of the pavilion and said, "I'll bring you dinner at the mealtime." Niu Dao felt the simplicity of the people here and smiled. "No, if anyone has an opinion, you can ask the county master. In fact, it doesn't matter if he doesn't eat anything every 2 or 3 days, at least his physical weakness." After watching a somewhat confused mountain tiger descend, Niu Dao took a good look at the surrounding mountain scenery, observed the terrain by the way, and finally sat down cross-legged in Mouting and closed his eyes to adjust his breath. After a whole day walking in the secret road, it is indeed a bit. "Uncle Mon." Under the mountain, a group of people greeted, sitting in a wooden wheelchair for a gray-haired man, with a thin and elegant face, gentle and powerful eyes, and a neat and tidy body, which can be seen as a very self-disciplined and meticulous. People. Shang Shuqing, who got out of the sedan chair, ran forward and crouched beside him. Ignoring his foot pain, his eyes were red, and his feelings were different from that of this person. This man's name was Meng Shanming. He was originally the #1 general under King Ning's Shang Jianba. He was a Confucian general with a complete military and martial arts. The leg was badly damaged and was basically useless, and he could no longer stand up, which is why he was in a wheelchair. Ning Wang intended to let him enjoy the rest of his life, but he was worried about the relationship between Ning Wang and the imperial court and took the initiative to abandon the glory and wealth and brought his family here to live in seclusion. Unfortunately, he was expected, to some extent, came instead. The seclusion here escaped the cleansing of court. Today, he is in charge of this secret place. The governor has grown up. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. Meng Shanming touched her head with emotions, and her eyes were a little wet. "I received a message from the little prince before, knowing that the main leader of the county is coming, and the time is estimated it will take 2 or 3 days to arrive. I do not want to be here so soon. I couldn't meet you in time. Uncle Meng is out of sight." Shang Shuqing shook her head. She hadn't expected to arrive so fast before, but because of Niu Dao carrying her all the way forward, the rugged journey for several days just took about 2 days. Time is up. It's just that it's a matter of being walked by Niu Dao. She can't tell the story. "It's hard to work, tired. Don't squat here, go home, and talk slowly." Seeing her squatting uncomfortably, knowing that her feet were uncomfortable, Meng Shanming waved her hand. The group turned around and came to a temple-like courtyard, which can be said to be the best building in this village. The main hall is spacious and full of incense. The tables behind the incense burner are filled with spirit cards. The names are written on them. They are all the cards of the old generals. The cards of Ningguang Shang Jianba and his 2 sons are in the middle. Shang Shuqing stepped forward to worship the incense, and then in the hall, a chair sat next to Meng Shanming, telling about the experiences of the two brothers and sisters after the death of Ning Wang, and there was nothing to hide from Meng Shanming. Others were repelled by Meng Shanming, and some things were not good enough for too many people to know. In fact, the general situation of Meng Shanming is known. After all, he has maintained secret correspondence with Lan Ruoding. However, some things in the secret letter are not too detailed to talk about, and they are also more obscure. I am afraid that the gold wings may accidentally fall. There will be an accident in the hands of others, so naturally it is better to ask. After chatting for a while, Roan walked in quickly, whispering to Meng Shan. Meng Shanming raised his hand, grabbed the beard of Roan's cheek, and looked at Ruya's hand, but it was quite heavy, and Roan yelled. Snapped! Meng Shan let out a hand and tapped on the back of Roan's cheek with the palm of his hand. The Lord is not an outsider. What are you doing secretly? What can't you say as a lord? Roan rubbed his cheeks and made an embarrassment. I didn't pay attention for a while, I forgot. It looked like a rude man with a long beard, but was honest in front of Meng Shanming. Shang Shuqing pursed his lips and smiled. It seems that Uncle Meng's martial arts are not put down. It's broken, it doesn't work anymore. Meng Shanming waved his hand with a smile and turned back to ask Luo and, What's the matter, tell me? Roan, the man who came with the Lord is wandering around in the village. In some places, I don't know if I should stop it. As soon as Shang Shuqing heard it, he knew it was Yuan Gang. Meng Shanming said indifferently, The prince can make people here come naturally, reliable people. If there is anything good to stop, let me know, don't make mistakes. Shang Shuqing also added the sentence, There is really nothing to hide from him. Since there is www.mtlnovel.com, I can't hide some things. Roan walked away quickly. Meng Shanming's attention also reached this point. I was so excited to see the counting master, and I almost forgot. I heard that Mr. Dong's disciples were coming. Why didn't I show up? Shang Shuqing's expression was slightly dignified. It is estimated that something happened. I encountered some trouble in the secret passage. She told the unexpected situation encountered in the secret passage. Meng Shanming's expression also dignified. There are ghosts and boardings in it. If you don't remove them, you might be in trouble. Shang Shuqing, if I guessed right, he should have settled the matter without going down the mountain. Meng Shanming, you can be sure. Should you send someone to cooperate? Shang Shuqing, since he has movements, he must be sure. Meng Shanming suspiciously said, I have never played in the secret road. I don't know the depth of the other party. Why is the counting master so determined? Shang Shuqing, Uncle Meng, you don't know this Mr. Dong's disciple may not be the highest among Mr. Dong's disciples, but his abilities are definitely the strongest. In fact, he should be Shang Qing, the current head of zone. Talked about Niu Yu Dao being placed under house arrest in Teo Wei Yuan. How did he invite Niu Yu Dao down the mountain? What happened to Nanshan Temple? How did Niu Yu Dao help the Shang dynasty sect to marry? How to take advantage of Feng Lingbo's momentum to establish a foothold in Songlu County, and then come here the original way. Meng Shanming listened carefully. After listening, he showed a thoughtful look and said, It is indeed a capable person, but the means are not very bright, and this person is right and wrong. But in this chaotic world, too, it may not be possible to help justice through Guangming, but the Qing sect missed a talent, but it helped the prince. Alas, unfortunately, Mr. Dong was hard work. The sect of the Qing dynasty was completely down. The prince was wronged. Looking back at the Ningguang card in the right position in the hall, with a long sigh, the son of Ningguang Tangtang actually fell to the point of relying on Feng Lingbo. It is estimated that Jiang Gillen's daughter, who married Feng Lingbo, had to be underestimated. I think it's cheaper. Later, Shang Shuqing told him about the plan made by Shang Chaozong and Lan Ruoding to occupy Qingshan County. This was not her own idea, but it was from Shang Chaozong and Lan Ruoding that she had explained to her before coming. Meng Shanming's opinion, still in that sentence. The Golden Wings communication may not be secure. It is of great importance, and some things are inconvenient to elaborate in the letter. Meng Shanming was the first general under King Ning, and he has his own strategy. You want to seek his opinion there. Meng Shanming thought for a while and slowly said, I have been out of the situation for too long, and I can't say for a while. The master will let me think about it before I answer. Then he asked some other things, and he was asked to take Shang Shuqing to take a rest. After the wheelchair was pushed to the study, Meng Shanming personally wrote a sealed letter, which sent the gold wings to the Shang Chaozong's side, indicating that Shang Shuqing had arrived safely. Please rest assured that the Shang Chaozong's side. In the evening, the cow with a sword and sword on the hill watching the sunset has a calm expression, and no one knows what he is thinking. Land Rover, another young man named Six Dasheng, went up the mountain and came to Niu Dao to see the ceremony. Mage! Niu Dao turned and smiled and asked, Are you on duty tonight? Land Rover said, We are on duty tonight. Niu Dao urged, You are on duty, but remember, without my permission, no matter what you see or hear, you're not allowed to ring the alarm. The two nodded and had been told by Yamashita before coming to let them listen to the bull. Watching the red glow looming over the mountain, it was getting dark. As the moon rises into the sky, Niu Dao sits on a stone outside Maoting, holding a sword in one hand, closing his eyes silently, as if he was asleep. The breeze, the bright moon, the insects, and occasionally the chirping of the night owl, the sound of the distant waterfalls faintly came. The night is faint and the lights in the village under the mountain correspond to the stars in the night sky. Change the usual. The two on duty are unavoidable to chat and playtime here. Today, with Niu Dao, the two can't help but feel that time is difficult. They dare not move around, nor dare to talk nonsense, fearing to disturb Niu Dao. The two of them did not understand what Niu Dao sat quietly doing. 2 hours later, it was late at night, and the two came to change shifts. When the two of them left, they gently told Niu Dao's advice to the person who changed the value. Those who change value also don't understand what it means to sit here. Until the middle of the night, in the cave not far away, bang, an unusual movement came. Movements and noises sounded one after another. It seemed that the position in the cave was quite deep, and the movements to the outside were not large, but the night was quiet and the sound was clear outside. Niu Dao, in the meditation, opened Hua Ran's eyes, raised his sword, and floated up and flashed to the entrance of the cave. He was about to break in, but the movement inside stopped now, and immediately drank into the cave. Old Bear. Yuan Fang's erratic response soon came, Master Dao, grab it. After a while, Yuan Fang pulled a person out of it, an old man in white with a shawl. The two men on the side of Mao Ting couldn't see the old man in white, but only showed different movements in the round side of the hole, as if something was pulled. Captured, Yuan Fang said after he came out of the hole. Nothing dare to do bad things, and he didn't expect what the Taoist expected, and he really touched this exit. I wanted to wait while he came out to break his way. Who knows that the old ghost was very careful and actually went all the way to investigate. And I didn't hide where I was hiding. There was no way. I could only expose my hands. Niu Dao looked up and down at each other with a pair of Dharma eyes and asked, Did you destroy the torch on the way? The old man in white panicked and said, The mage spares his life. The mage spares his life. The villain no longer dares. Niu Dao asked, Where is your partner? The old man in white froze for a moment, panicking, and said, If there is no associate, without an associate, the old man will be alone. Master, the villain really doesn't dare anymore. Niu Dao, how do you get in the underground? The old man in white shuddered and said, A few years ago he was chased and killed, and when he hid in the mountain, he accidentally drilled a hole into it. Niu Dao was not interested in listening to him continue to verbose. Turn around, pestle sword on the ground. Old Bear continued to stare back inside. If he now has a colleague, dare to deceive us and kill him immediately. Old man in white. Mage, villain promises there really are no associates, and if so, plead guilty. Chong. At the sound of a sword, Niu Dao pulled his sword out of the sheath suddenly, and a cold light flashed by the moonlight. Ah! Echoed with a scream. Ah! The long sword flickered away and had been put into the scabbard standing on the ground. Niu Dao held the sword back to back. The whole person didn't seem to move. The expression under the moonlight was cold. Yuan Fong was startled. I didn't expect Niu Yu Dao to suddenly hit the killer. He let go of the old man. It was really inappropriate to let go. The old man in white had been cut in half by Niu Yu Dao with a sword, only seeing flying smoke, no blood. This scene fell in the eyes of Mao Ting on duty, but Niu Yu Dao waved his sword and cut a sharp scream, and a white man appeared out of thin air and fell to the ground. In the moonlight, the white man and two have seemed to be twitching, falling to the ground with black smoke, and the remaining body quickly disappeared, disappearing cleanly. This scene made the people in the pavilion shudder, realizing what the Niu Yu Dao beheaded, but didn't expect that there was such a ghost in the place where he usually guarded. After the gray fly, smoke extinguished to clean, Niu Yu Dao, who was staring at the movement on the ground, turned back to look at the village in the mountains, his expression calm. Under normal circumstances, he doesn't like to kill and kill by hand, and he doesn't like to kill by hand. This kind of thing is more likely to affect his mentality. Good warriors are used to the unwillingness to use their brains. Must like to solve the problem by force. He often said a word, rivers and lakes, horses, wind, or rain. When you come out and mix, anything can happen. It's good to be kind or kind. You always kill and kill. There are always times when you see a ant get past hard stubble and step into the pit. Not bloodthirsty, do not like to kill, kill, does not mean that he has not done such a thing, nor does it mean that he will not do such a thing. Yuan Fong didn't understand a bit, and just said to let him go back and continue to stare at his associates and then deal with it. How did he kill the ghost as soon as he turned around? This is capricious and a little scary. As everyone knows, if this ghost repair admits that there are associates or death, Niu Yu Dao will not kill him for the time being. He has to find a way to solve his associates. Let Fong Fong go back to squat and stay intimidated. Why did Niu Yu Dao keep him? Unlike the original situation where the square was left, Niu Yu Dao now has no energy to slowly consume, and no time to slowly understand the character of this ghost repair, and there is no time to find it slowly. Kill it. Yuan Fong turned his head to look at the cave and try to ask, Dao Dao, shall I continue to squat inside? You don't need to work so hard. Niu Yu Dao said softly, and raised his hand to beckon to the people in Mao Ting. The two of Mao Ting hurried over and saluted with fear. Master, Niu Yu Dao, go personally. Please ask General Luo to bring a few people over. Yes, the two of them should come down and give you a few words between each other. And then one of them quickly went down the mountain. A torch flashed quickly in the village under the mountain and all the way up the mountain. Soon, Luo and let a dozen people and Yuan Gang also followed. The person who notified the reporter also talked about the situation just now. Rowan already knew that a ghost had just been killed here. Master, what did you tell me? Rowan stepped forward and arched his hands. Niu Yu Dao pointed to the hole sideways. Troubled General Luo organized to move some stones to block the hole first. Send a few more people to take turns to stay for a month. Rowan tried to ask, did the master have already killed Li Gui? Niu Yu Dao smiled. Just in case, if there is no movement within a month, it should be fine. He is indeed, just in case. No matter whether there is any future trouble, he must prevent it. When a retreat breaks through when he is the weakest, there is no resistance to it. www.mtlnovel.com. There is something to warn in advance to facilitate evacuation. After a month, when he is normal, he can cope with the incident. Seeing him say this, Rowan responded, Okay. There will be general labor. Old Bear, you are here. Wait until the hole is closed and then go down the mountain. Niu Yu Dao told Yuan Fong. Yuan Fong nodded and understood what he meant. If there were ghosts and ghosts coming in and going out, most people couldn't see them. When the hole was blocked, there was a movement when ghosts came in and out. Ordinary people could detect that he needed help to stare. Niu Yu Dao clenched his fists at Luoan and then turned straight away. Yuan Gang followed him down the mountain. Yamashita met Meng Shanming and Shang Shuqing, who were waiting for the news because of this movement. Meng Shanming and his guests were naturally inevitable, and then asked about the situation just now. Because it was too late, and did not talk too much. First, let the two people take a rest. The place to rest was naturally prepared early. When the two arrived in the house, Yuan Gang poured a cup of tea and placed it in front of Niu Dao. Duan tea moistened the mouth. Niu Dao asked lightly, "What is the situation here?" Yuan Gang: "The points are somewhat scattered. The time is shorter. The specific situation is unclear, and the number of people is temporarily unknown. There are many people with disabilities in the hands and feet. The scars should have been on the battlefield. And they should all be Ning Wang, who lives here in seclusion in the old apartment. There are many craftsmen. Most of them have dependents. To be precise, this is more like a secret stronghold for the production of ordnance." Niu Dao looked up in surprise. Yuan Gang turned to the windowsill, took a few stones placed on the windowsill, and laid on the table one by one, and placed it in front of Niu Dao. A total of 3 stones of different shapes, including black, dark red, and yellow. Niu Dao took the black one and looked at it. He touched it and found his fingers turned black. He frowned and said, "Cole," put down, and took the dark red piece in hand again. After looking closely, he muttered, "Iron ore." Yuan Gang nodded. "Yes, it is coal and iron ore. I saw children playing in my hands when I was inspecting in the village. These two things should not happen by accident in a village. Also, there are some in the village. Human hands, like the hands of blacksmiths who are often close to high temperatures, should have a lot of blacksmiths." Niu Dao understood what he meant. These two things are unusual in the same place, and they have the foundation for making iron. Why do so many blacksmiths make so many irons in a secluded village? Combined with the background of Ning Wang's military, the answer is forthcoming: making ordnance. Putting down the iron ore in his hand, Niu Dao took the yellow stone again and looked at it, sniffed it in front of his nose. "Sulfur?" Yuan Gang nodded. "It was also played by children. This should be related to that volcano." After putting down his hand, Niu Dao's fingers gently tapped on the tabletop, revealing a thoughtful look. "Is it convenient to manufacture a large number of ordnance in this deep mountain? Thinking of the underground river, which can lead to the mountain village of Songlu County, and perhaps to the estuary, I can't help but smile. This village is chosen in this place. It seems that it really took a lot of thought." The next day, Niu Dao opened the door and saw a familiar figure again, smiling at Shang Shuqing outside the door. Niu Dao walked down the stairs, and Shang Shuqing was startled. He found that Niu Dao's hair was behind him, and his original hairstyle was restored. She thought a lot in her heart, a little silent. Or Niu Dao took the initiative to explain. "I want to spend 3 days meditation, relax myself to eliminate distractions. I don't want to have any restraints during this period of retreat." He was going to take this woman to help him comb his hair during this retreat. In order not to be sentimental but difficult, the master of the county always helps you to figure out what is going on. It has been a long time since the orphans and widows are unclear. The other thing is that he now knows how to distribute it and seize it. It turns out so. Shang Shuqing smiled slightly. "All right." Niu Dao glanced at her feet. "The master of the county has taken more rest recently." Shang Shu nodded his head. After breakfast, Yuan Gang and Yuan Fong followed Niu Dao and wandered around the village. Niu Dao is indeed relaxed. His clothes are not wasteless, loose and swaying. His long hair is on his back, and he doesn't even take the sword. In Yuan Gang's hand, farmland, mulberry garden, and cauliflower gently swaying in the breeze under the sun. The woman figure was busy in the meantime. Good pastoral scenery. After taking a deep breath, Niu Dao praised, and suddenly came again. "Old bear, let me tell them. How about letting them build the Nanshan temple here?" Yuan Fong refused without hesitation. "No." Niu Dao stopped and turned around, his arms wide open, and wondered. "In such a beautiful place with beautiful scenery and a beautiful environment, you are well-dressed and no longer disturbed by others. Why not?" Yuan Fong lowered his eyebrows and said, "There are too few people here. The incense can't flourish. How can Nanshan Temple hide in this silent and unknown? Always thinking about the sesame oil money. There's no interest." Niu Dao scorned. turned around and continued to move forward. He just joked. Yuan Gang, who didn't speak much, came up with a sentence. To make Nanshan Temple famous, the temple is not necessarily large, and the location is not necessarily prosperous. The mountains are not high, the fairy is the name, the water is not deep, and the dragon is spirit. As long as you host fame, Nanshan Temple is no longer remote, and some officials and dignitaries have tried their best to find a door to send sesame oil money. Lord Dao raised his hand behind his shoulder and nodded. Old Bear, listen, the monkey is saying this. You might as well let the monkey be your host. Yuan Fong seemed to be stunned and froze in place. He stared at Yuan Gang and murmured, The mountain is not high, the fairy is the name, the water is not deep, and the dragon is spirit. Lord Dao and Yuan Gang stopped and turned to look at him. Yuan Fong suddenly stepped forward, facing Yuan Gang with his hands folded, his face excited. Ba. If it wasn't Yuan Ye's mantra, the poor monk didn't know when to obsess. He bowed deeply. Lord Dao and Yuan Gang looked at each other silently, and they all whispered in their hearts. This fairy is serious. Yuan Fong straightened up and added a sentence, but it's still not enough to build Nanshan Temple here. It's too biased. The dignitaries are afraid that they can't find a way out if they try their best. The two turned their heads and left. When his words were fart, the ghost had the intention to help you build a temple here. The two have also been instructed for a long time. As long as they talk about Nanshan Temple, this goblin is very serious. If a good goblin doesn't do it, he is determined to be the host. Along the way to the back of a mountain, there's a torrent of small rivers. The lively situation in the river attracted someone on the shore carried a large log to the upstream. Someone in the river sat down on the log like a horse and quickly rushed down with the rapids. It was not a person who rushed down, wave after wave, held by the person sitting on the log. The wooden stick was used as a knife and a gun. The wooden stick was covered with thick soaked water. I don't know how many sackcloths. One by one, the sticks were swung left and right, and one after another was sent out. Go in the river. Even if Lord Dao doesn't understand battle fighting, it is obvious that it has cavalry fighting training, but this training is a bit dangerous. It is conceivable that the big log hit the rapids for a while. The trainer did int play 12 points. You can't be careful in spirit. It is too difficult to balance on a log while riding on a torrent, and it is much more difficult than on horseback, let alone fighting each other. I don't know how long it took these people to practice this balance response. I saw that someone was constantly being hit into the water and gradually drifted towards the gentle water in the distance, then dragged the wood ashore and ran upstream together. The sound of the car behind came from behind, and the three looked back. They saw Meng Shanming in a wheelchair being pushed over and stopped beside the three. Originally, their parents, wounded, disabled, dead, wanted them here to avoid the chaos of the world and live a stable life. After the news of the death of King Ning, this is not a place of long-term stability. There is no place to keep it secret forever. So sooner or later, we have to sweep here to prepare for the self-protection in advance. And we are also for the young prince. Meng Shanming watched the young men training and fighting and sighed. It was a bit noisy here, not a place to talk. He reached out and made a pleased gesture. Several people strolled along the path with their wheelchairs. Looking around, Lord Dao asked, "Where is this place?" Meng Shanming, "We have left Qingshan County. To be precise, the approximate location should be within the territory of Zhao State. However, this place is deep in the vast mountains. The terrain is not suitable for human habitation, and the natural environment is unique. Most of the mountains covered by malaria. It is difficult for people outside to find it, and without that secret passage, it is also difficult for people here to go out. Even if there is no malaria interference, terrain reasons, ordinary people want to climb over the vast and dangerous mountains around. Mr. Donghua, a master, has been here, and he deliberately entered and exited the exploration. It is estimated that ordinary people will not enter or exit here in a few months. We only occupy this small area in the vast mountains, such as a drop of the sea. It is not easy to find here, so you can rest assured to practice here. Donghua Howard has been here. Even this place has been visited. It seems that the relationship with King Ning is indeed extraordinary. Niu Yudao whispered in his heart and asked, since my master has been in and out on the ground, that is to say, can you overcome the malaise in this mountain? Meng Shaming nodded. Hiding in this mountain for a long time, how can I observe some clues to overcome? 3 days later, Niu Yudao stood in front of a cave. His hands drooped naturally, his eyes closed silently. This cave is also halfway up the mountain. Some years, it was excavated by the first person to come here. After learning the ideal retreat environment Miao he wanted, Meng Shanming asked him to see if it would work. Niu Yudao said that it was feasible and immediately arranged for people to clean it thoroughly and sprinkled sulfur powder on the ground. Arrangements were made around people day and night to prevent idlers from approaching. The reason for finding the cave is because it is thick enough. As long as someone keeps the entrance of the cave, it is not easy to be attacked by others. There are many worries in the house and the village. Niu Yudao had no experience of breaking through to the ground of the foundation period, and some of the experience is also seen from the classics. In addition, he did not have the panacea needed to break through the realm, and he needed to use his own method to break through. Disciples, who can provide safe retreat protection without worrying about being disturbed, so he can only be careful in this situation. Yuan Gang and Yuan Fong came out of the cave. Yuan Gang said, Dao Yi, after careful inspection, there will be no problems. The two thoroughly inspected the inside several times, and each corner was not overlooked. Niu Yudao opened his eyes and calmly said, there are 2 people working this time. Yuan Gang didn't say anything, but Yuan Fong said it should be. There is no much talk, www.tillnovel.com. Niu Yudao has no worries. His expression is calm. He walks into the cave unscathed and disappears alone into the darkness in the cave. Yuan Gang and Yuan Fong put down the thick mantle set temporarily at the entrance to avoid wind and rain, and then turned to stay at the entrance. How long it will take to break through? Niu Yudao himself does not know how long it will take in this situation. In short, from today on, the 2 of them will come to protect the law. They may not leave for a moment. There is not much space in the cave. The small entrance is wide and true. It is like a gourd. It is divided into several layers of platforms, and an oil lamp is placed on the ground. Going to the inside, Niu Yudao turned and sat cross-legged, breathing symmetrically, slowly closing his eyes while waving his big sleeves. A strong wind extinguished the oil lamp, and the cave was completely plunged into darkness. There's a gazebo on the hill. Meng Shanming sits in a wheelchair next to the gazebo. Shang Shuqing pushes the wheelchair behind. The 2 look at the opposite cave, watch Niu Yudao go in, watch the cloth lay down, and watch Yuan Gang. Yuan Fong was clinging to the hole. Meng Shanming asked aloud, look, he should be young. Shang Shuqing thought about it for a while. The Shangqing sect that I went to when I was a teenager was invited to go down the mountain after being under house arrest for 5 years in the Shangqing sect. It is certainly not very old and should be similar to me. Meng Shanming stared at the cave slightly and nodded, expressing a sigh of emotion. Great. Mr. Donghua really has a set of people. No wonder he accepted him as a disciple before his deathbed, and the Shangqing sect might have missed a great chance. Shang Shuqing's eyes staring at the cave fell on him, curiously saying, isn't Mongo? It's normal for monk to retreat and practice? Why do you feel so emotional? Meng Shanming, although I am not a monk in my early years after much contact, I still know a little about monks. Although the practice of retreat is normal, it is not like him. Normal practice can be stopped at any time. If there is any emergency, you can do it. There is also an abnormal practice of retreat, which is to break through the bottleneck and advance to the next big realm. At this time, the monk is vulnerable and has no self-defense ability. A 3-year-old child may kill him. Can't be disturbed, otherwise it will be a lifelong restriction, or it will get into trouble, and more serious will have life worries. You see that he is like a big enemy, and he has asked us to send someone to guard around. The county master, what kind of retreat do you think he is? Shang Shuqing was a little nervous. Like the latter. Meng Shanming nodded. I look like it too. You said that I saw him in Nanshan Temple, and the three brothers were easily defeated in his hand. According to the current situation, this man is afraid of being in close practice. The foundation of the foundation is like this. It is so young. If you are so young, you have to impact the foundation of the foundation. It should be very rare in the spiritual world. If you have a long time to go, if you can get out of the customs smoothly, make friends with this person. Don't be the second Shanqing sect. Shang Shuqing nodded and said, Uncle Meng, I remember. But I was thinking I always do this. Should not come out in a short time. Let's go. Meng Shanming said lightly. Shang Shuqing pushed the wheelchair to turn around and slowly descended the mountain. Someone came over to take a hand in front of the downhill and lifted the wheelchair down the mountain. Inside the cave, as the oil lamp went out, Nyoyudeo's body and mind gradually fell silent in the darkness, without any distracting thoughts. Suddenly a little light spread in the darkness, the body door opened, and the mind entered. In spiritual practice, people also call it inner vision. When they feel a certain degree of extremes in the body, when all the conditions are completely integrated, the structure and shape will naturally form, and everything in the body will naturally become a clear one in the mind. Image. Even for other things, when you grasp all the details, at least you can grasp the outline of things. The moment when the mind is concentrated in the body, all changes in the body are all in the mind of Nyoyu Dao. The golden light and the silver light rotate slowly around, and there is a pair in the two veins of Rindu, which is full of vitality and can burst out a powerful aura at any time. For the monks, this is a very strange phenomenon. Generally, the monk's true source of qi exists in the Dantian Qi Hai when it is quiet, but Nyoyu Dao's source of true qi has two sources, which exist in the two veins of Rindu. One advantage is that the gas function triggers the fastest response to the outside world. The remaining 31 amulet in the body is still there, still entrenched in the original 31 acupoint like a cobweb. In the original 36 ways, Xiaomiao village destroyed one for crows, one for bamboo road drifting and freezing to death, one for resisting Tang Susu's attack, and two for practicing Qingquan tactics with 31 left. After leaving the Shanqing sect, he basically did not dare to refine. If he continued to refine and absorb, the true qi became more and more full and strong, and the meridians had to be collapsed. Building the foundation, as the name implies, builds a stronger foundation, and the foundation of the qi is the meridian. The purpose of this retreat is to break through the foundation of the foundation. Breaking through the foundation of the foundation is to forge a stronger meridian, so that the channel that can only withstand the flow of small streams becomes a channel that can withstand the running river. After the Jingqi was adjusted to the best state, the two pairs of golden light and silver light in the second vein of Ren Du quickly mobilized, and the two pairs of light merged together, rushing towards a Dharma amulet entrenched in the acupoint. Around the rapid rotation, hot and cold air is intertwined with refining. Under normal circumstances, monks need a lot of spiritual pills to break through the foundations. This pill is also the most important spiritual resource for monks in the world. It is obtained by refining spirit grass and contains a lot of aura. In the various schools, when the disciples in the door face a breakthrough, they will provide a spiritual pill to help. However, Nyoyu Dao does not have this condition. The Shanqing sect has placed him under house arrest for 5 years, and he has not given him one. What is Ling Yuan Dan? Fortunately, Donghua Haoran laid down 36 amulets of amulets in his body with the source of the life law. Fortunately, his practice of Qingquan tactics can refine the alien real energy in his body. In a substantial sense, the amulet of the Dharma transmission that Donghua Haoran broke into his body had a larger content of aura. To draw an analogy, aura is like dust spilled out, and the source of the life law is a hard stone formed by dust. The gap can be imagined. This is why the power of a Dharma amulet can be used to block Tang Susu after its energy is released the reason why Jin Dan monk hit. 2 pairs of gold, silver, and light twirled around the Dharma amulet. Neo Yu Dao released the refining speed to the fastest. 2 pairs of light continuously refine the source of Dong Waharen's natal method, and the true qi produced by refining directly absorbs it, drinking like hunger and thirst. However, Neo Yu Dao, which is the carrier to contain them, is getting more and more pressure. The more true energy the 2 pairs of light absorb, the more energetic energy they emit will become stronger and stronger. Neo Yu Dao can feel the energy under the flooding. The meridians in the body are gradually filling up and gradually expanding. This situation has continued, which also means that the expansion pressure on the meridians is increasing. Gradually, Neo Yu Dao's face in the darkness appeared a painful expression, and fine sweat beads oozed from his face. The meridians in the body are being ruptured a little bit, but he still can't stop. He still has to continue, and he has to control the direction of the expansion pressure. The equal progress of all meridians. This is the real self. I can imagine the pain of tearing myself in the body like this. I don't know how long this process has passed, until all the meridians on the body were almost doubled, covered with dense cracks. It was not until Neo Yu Dao felt that he could not continue, and he felt that the entire meridian would collapse if he continued. He felt that the meridian had reached the limit of pressure, and he stopped refining and absorbing output pressure. The trembling hands slowly lifted up in front of him, and he moved the ball around his chest. The 2 pairs of gold and silver light in the body began to rush to the meridians of the limbs and corpses, constantly running around the sun, and at the same time disintegrating their own energy, spitting golden and silver starlight dots all the way, spitting countless starlight dots. A little bit of starlight that continuously volatilized began to infiltrate into the dense meridian fissures. At this time, it can be described as bitter and painful. The feeling of countless starlight infiltrating into the wound is warm and cool. The comfortable soul of the whole person wants to fly out. Extremely tired and comfortable, the comfortable person wants to fall asleep. Neo Yu Dao desperately keeps consciousness, stays awake, does not let himself fall asleep. If at this time cannot inject the energy to transform meridians to make meridians become strong and tough. Not only will, when the previous merits are discarded, the damaged meridians will be useless, and they will no longer be able to perform qi. The reason is very simple. The meridians have expanded to this state and have reached the pressure limit. Once the wounds in the meridians of the body have healed, you can't let it rupture for a second time. If you apply pressure to rupture again, it will burst immediately. As countless little stars evaporate continuously, the light on the 2 pairs of light spheres becomes weaker and weaker. This process does not know how long it lasts. Neo Yu Dao has no energy to calculate the time, only to persevere. Until the brilliance shrouded in the 2 pairs of light was completely gone, the gold and silver deity was exposed, and the deity was also eclipsed. After almost no rotation, Neo Yu Dao stopped to continue the exhibition and slowly opened his eyes. There was darkness in front of me, and nothing could be seen. He wanted to move, but found that it was difficult to move even the finger, and it didn't hurt when it was moved a little. The amplitude was slightly larger, and it felt like he was about to fall. The body was already unable to control his balance. Monkey! I don't know how many sounds were heard. There was a faint voice from outside. Yuan Yi, Dao, he seems to be calling you. Still his hearing is sensitive. Bright light suddenly showed in the direction of the hole, and some people lifted the cloth curtain. After hearing and confirming the call of Neo Yu Dao, the footsteps of the 2 quickly came. The light of a flamboyant child turned on, and an oil lamp in a corner was lit. Yuan Gang, holding the oil lamp and Yuan Fong together, approached Neo Yu Dao. He first smelled the smell. After seeing the appearance of Neo Yu Dao, the 2 were startled. I saw that Neo Yu Dao was like a layer of blood. The surface of the body has formed a shell, and there is nothing wrong with it. www.tllnovel.com. Master Dao, what's wrong with you? Yuan Gang was shocked and helped him. It's okay. Don't disturb me. I can't disturb now. Neo Yu Dao shook his head weakly. He knew where the blood came from himself, and it penetrated a little from the capillary hole when he repaired it. From Yuan Gang hurriedly let go and heard a tense expression on his expressionless face. Dao Yi, what should I do now? Niu Dao asked weakly. How long have I been closed? Yuan Fong immediately said, 9 days. Dao Yi, you have been closed for 9 days. 9 days? Niu Dao grinned miserably. After 9 days of dripping water, no wonder he was so thirsty. There was a voice in his throat. Water. Thirsty. Water. Yuan Gang nodded again and then looked around and found that Yuan Fong had put his head together and looked up and down with curiosity. Yuan Gang suddenly got angry and jumped out with 1 foot, directly rolling the unprepared Yuan Fong, going down the steps and roaring. What are you looking at? Water. Didn't hear? Don't go get it yet. The bouncing circle was somewhat inexplicable. Oh, the reaction came immediately and ran away quickly. After a while, he ran back again, holding a crock in his hand. He wanted to feed Niu Dao. Yuan Gang refused to let it. He grabbed it and carefully placed the spout on Niu Dao's mouth, slowly crossing the water into Niu Dao's mouth. Slowly swallowing a lot of water into the abdomen, Niu Dao closed his mouth. Yuan Gang Fong put the crock down and looked at him solemnly. Niu Dao said weakly, a little hungry, get some porridge. Yuan Gang turned back immediately. Yuan Fong subconsciously jumped back and repeatedly said, I'll do it. Run away like a smoke. Yuan Gang stared at Niu Dao and said in a heavy tone, Dao, how did this happen? Niu Dao, it's okay, it's normal. It should be able to recover in about a month, but I can't move for the time being. It is estimated that I have to rest here for 3 days and wait for the meridian to stabilize before going out. Yuan Gang, Master Dao, are all people who break through this level like this? Niu Dao said, it should be almost the same, except that the conditional psychic pill helps repair the damaged meridians and recovers quickly, and my previous situation was stared at by people who are not good at communicating with the outside world and didn't want to cause Tainuman. Had to take the body to resist hard. Looking at his miserable situation, Yuan Gang's cheeks tightened fiercely. Shangqing Zong shit, I will sooner or later the Shangqing Zong to the ground. Niu Dao was powerless to smile, knowing that he blamed Shangqing Zong for being ruthless so that he could use his body to resist hard. It's up to you. You beat them. Yuan Gang. You forgot there is sulfur? Niu Dao froze for a moment. The word explosive flashed through his mind, and he immediately thought of the origin of the monkey. Monkey is an expert in the use of arms and weapons. It is not a matter of preparation of some explosives by the local method. In the circumstances, it is really possible for the monkey to do this, and can't help being speechless. Yeah, the things of Shangqing Zong are over. As long as they do'n't trouble me, I do'n't want to be involved with them anymore. After all, they do'n't owe me anything. Inheriting Dong Guahaoren's feelings, Dong Guahaoren is after all a disciple of the Shangqing sect. The Shangqing sect can be kind to me, and I can be unrighteous to the Shangqing sect, but I can't hold on to the Shangqing sect. Fortunately, the rain, as long as they are no longer excessive, this matter will pass. This is my rivers and lakes. Don't mess up. Niu Dao said in a hurry. Seeing him talking a lot of trouble, Yuan Gang said, I know. Don't talk about it. Just rest. He turned and flicked the wick of the oil lamp to brighten the lamp. I was originally a slack person in Wollongong, and relying on yin and yang to hold back the heaven and earth. A weak voice of Peking opera sang slowly. Yuan Gang Huaran looked back and saw that Niu Dao sat down and hummed gently with his head down. After staring at it for a while, Yuan Gang slowly sat on the steps, listening to the intermittent singing in his ears and staring at the dim lights into the silence. At the door of Ningguang Mountain Villa in Songlu County, kneeled down there, and the barely human-like person who was exposed to the sun and rain finally fell to the ground. This movement immediately attracted the commotion of the guards, and people came out one after another to watch the movement. It seems to be dead. I see. No breathing or no pulse. I was kneeling to death. You say it lightly, let alone kneeling for so many days. You can't stand it if you kneel for a day, but he is dripping water and grains of rice so many days. Is this person having a problem? The commotion at the door attracted the attention of the guard monks in the villa, and soon Bai was disturbed. When Bai Yao came out, the guards gathered at the door had lifted Wei Duo up. Bai Yao sneered, "What are you doing? Who made you move him?" A carrying guard said, "Mage, he is dead. He just fell down. He is already kneeling to death. We lift it up and bury it." Kneel to death? Bai Yao shuddered and looked at Wei Duo's eyes full of emotion. Unexpectedly, there were still such stupid people in this world who could kneel to death alive. How much perseverance should be. Can't help but quickly step forward and personally investigate, and found that there's a trace of weak pulse. The pulse is too weak. Almost no ordinary people can't find it at all. "Fetch water." Bai Yao drank, and someone immediately ordered to go. Bai Yao quickly reached out a small wax pill from the waistband, squeezed a small pill out of the shell, squeezed Wei Duo's mouth. The pill was crushed by his finger and fed into Wei Duo's mouth. Then he lifted his breath and put it on Wei Duo's heart. When the water came, he told him again, "Slowly feed him." Seeing this, everyone probably understood that this person was not dead. Someone immediately helped lift Wei Duo's head and helped feed the water. After a while, Bai Yao withdrew his hand and called the two to carry Wei Duo into the manor. 3 days later, Niu Dao also lifted out of the cave and carried it to a sedan chair outside the cave. The one that had been carried by Shang Xuqing before going down the mountain was borrowed by Yuan Fang. Meng Shanming, Shang Xuqing, and Lu Owen, all of them were waiting at the foot of the mountain. They looked at Niu Dao wrapped in a blood shell, and the three of them were horrified. Suddenly, no one could say a word, watching the person being carried away. Returning to the secluded small courtyard, Niu Dao was stripped away, and Yuan Fang cast a spell that shook the blood shell off his body. After Niu Dao soaked in the boiled hot water, Yuan Gang stood by the bathtub to help him clean it carefully, not too hard. A few days later, Niu Dao only went out and was able to walk around slowly by himself, looking quite relaxed and comfortable. Yuan Gang followed him almost step by step. Yuan Fang was called to run errands. Early the next morning, Niu Dao sat in front of the dressing table with tears and laughter, and Shang Xuqing was combing his hair for him. He was well-intentioned and took him as an illness patiently. He refused, and he couldn't refuse. He couldn't talk too much about it, and the result was like this again. In the following days, Niu had a rare leisure, no need to practice, and was temporarily unsuitable for cultivation. So he took a walk outside, took a nap on the recliner specially made by the carpenter, and then studied the thing on a bronze mirror. The sun was warm, and Niu Dao was basking in the sun on the deck chair. Yuan Fang stood beside Shi Mo and grinded the soybeans. He didn't know where the soybeans that Yuan Gang got from the village seemed to do what to eat, so Niu Dao casually said a few words and moved the stone from the neighbor's house. Grind it over, let him soak the soybeans, repeatedly grind out some white paste. After being informed by Niu Dao, Yuan Gang poured a large grain of coarse salt from people's home, where he washed the salt with water and washed out some dark liquid. Yuan Fang didn't know that it was necessary. "Why, old bear, don't you sigh? Aren't you vegetarian?" Looking back, you thank the monkey for being too late. Niu, who squinted in the sun, pointed his finger to the boring square. After finishing both sides, Niu Dao finally got up. The three brought things to the kitchen, and the grinded things were put in the pot to cook, and they were filtered by gauze. Then Niu Dao manually adjusted the dark liquid and sprinkled it into the pot, and scooped it out. The time has become a white, tender, and smooth thing, and the round square eyes blinked. The gauze was put in a bamboo drawer and laid out. The white things were poured out of the pan. The gauze was wrapped and pressed to clean the stone. After doing this, Niu Dao closed his hands and, while washing his hands, said to Yuan Gang, "It will be fine after a moment, will you?" Yuan Gang nodded and looked at the stone-pressed object, showing rare warmth in his eyes. "Yes, it's quite simple. There are still unused white, tender, and smooth things in the pot." Yuan Gang took a bowl and sprinkled a little frosting into it to stir it, and sent it to Niu Dao. Niu Dao shook his head, went out with his back, and lay in the yard to continue the sun. Soon after, Yuan Gang also came out. Yuan Fong took a bowl in his hand and licked his tongue. He chased behind Yuan Gang and said, "Yuan Lord, let's get some more." Yuan Gang, it's gone. Yuan Fong, not yet full. Yuan Gang was too lazy to take care of him and went out. After a while back, he brought a strip of fresh fish in his hand and came back. It didn't take long for an attractive fragrance to linger in the kitchen. When Shang Xuqing came and saw that Niu Dao was taking a nap, she smelled the fragrance and went to the kitchen. At noon, Shang Xuqing did not leave and surrounded a table with several people to taste fresh fish stewed tofu. Seeing how happy it was for a few people to eat, Yuan Fong looked at the okara in his bowl, and then looked at the fresh fragrance in the pot under the chopsticks. There was a pitiful look in his eyes. Eventually, he was obsessed with words, and he could not resist breaking the ring. After being full, Shang Xuqing put down the chopsticks and shyly said, "This tofu is really delicious. Is it really made of soybeans?" Yuan Fong immediately nodded again and again. "Sovereign, yes, it's unheard of unseen. There is that tofu brain. It's so delicious to put frosting. I don't believe you let Dao you make another pot. Push the physical work of grinding I am." Pat on the chest. Shang Xuqing looked at Niu Dao and tentatively said, "If this tofu can be exported to sell, it will be a considerable fortune." Niu Dao smiled faintly and said, "I'm not interested in this. The master wants to learn as much as possible from a monkey." He knew that this woman was not someone who hadn't seen money before, and he might have been thinking about military resources again, and he was really not interested in this way of money, and he didn't have considerable strength to guard it. This way of money could not be kept in this chaotic world. The rarer the money-making business, the more trouble-seeking it is, not to mention the technical content of this thing is not high. It is easy to learn away. In the mid-afternoon, www.untilnovel.com, Yuan Gang came back from the outside, carrying a bundle of wooden sticks on his shoulders, and shouted to Yuan Fong, "Close the door." Yuan Fong ran to close the door, turned back to Yuan Gang, who was playing with a bunch of wooden sticks, and curiously said, "Yuan Yi, what is this to eat?" Yuan Gang handed a wooden stick to his mouth. "Are you eating?" Yuan Fong opened it gently, and he said, "Yuan, you would really be kidding." Yuan Gang didn't seem to be kidding, looked at him expressionlessly and asked, "I often beat you. Do you hate me in your heart?" Yuan Fong waved his hand. "Nothing." Yuan Gang, "Should I give you a chance to get revenge?" It's past, and you can't be upset with your own troubles. Talk about revenge." Yuan Fong felt a little bad, and he turned around and left. Yuan Gang stopped. "I will give you a chance to beat me today. I will not fight back. Do not hide, nor retaliate." The cow inside the house heard the words slowly came out, stood under the eaves and looked. "Can't fight back? Don't hide? Not revenge yet?" Yuan Fong didn't believe Yuan Gang's bullshit. He said, "Yuan Lord, the poor monk never thought of avenging you." He thought Yuan Gang was testing him. Yuan Gang, regardless of whether he wanted revenge or not, handed him a stick. "I let you fight." The round side didn't meet and folded his hands together. "Amit ba, shanzai shanzai." Shake his head vigorously. Yuan Gang's face sank. He waved his stick and hovered in his ear. "If you don't hit me, I will hit you." Yuan Fong was speechless. What is the reason for this? He couldn't help looking at Niu Dao for help. "Dao Lord, you have to be the master of this matter." Niu Dao, who stood on the steps, smiled and smiled. "Let you hit and hit. What's so scary?" The manly husband, with a spit and a nail, since he said he can't fight back, you can't fight back. Rest assured, I'm staring here if he dares to retaliate. You can find me. This, Yuan Fong was very hesitant. Wasn't that what the strong man was doing? Yuan Gang sticks in front of him. "I will say the last time, if you don't hit, I will hit you." Never seen such unreasonable demands. Yuan Fong was too helpless, and slowly reached out and grabbed the stick. Yuan Gang backed into the middle of the yard and waved at him, "Fight." Yuan Fong can be said to be forced to retreat without retreat. I really wish to find a pig-killing knife, stabbed Yuan Gang 10,000 knives, but he did not dare. after all, came forward. The stick in front of Yuan Gang compared and compared, repeatedly stretch. It is as if I do and know where to start, but I dare not start. Fight! Yuan Gang suddenly snorted. Yuan Fong saw that the situation was not good. The other party obviously had no patience, and he would be beaten if he didn't hit it again. Pondering about the bad luck on both sides, he simply went out, and the stick was hit with a stick. Like, gently tapped Yuan Gang on the shoulder. Strong. Yuan Gang drank again. Yuan Fong added a little force and hit him. Yuan Gang looked at him coldly. He was murderous. He seemed to be questioning. Are you playing me? Slap. Yuan Fong finally hit Yuan Gang's shoulder fiercely with a stick, and the stick was quickly regained, vigilantly alarmed. Unexpectedly, Yuan Gang turned his head and walked away, looking for the guy to retaliate, and walked to the side of Shiramo. Do you want to move a stone? Yuan Fong was terrified, throwing his stick and turning his head to run, quickly rushed to hide behind Lord Dao, asking for help. Dao, you have seen it. He let me fight. I am also forced to help. Reasonable. Lord Dao stretched out his hand, pulled him out, pointed to Yuan Gang, and motioned to Yuan Fong to see for himself. Yuan Fong was stunned. I saw Yuan Gang, and throwing it into the basket on the edge of the stone mill. Only the trousers were left, and even the shoes and socks were taken off. The muscular shape of the stone carving, the shadow of the lines outlined in the sun, seems to contain explosive power, and you can definitely see the woman's heart rippling and drooling. You think too much. He is afraid of breaking his clothes. Lord Dao said with a huh. Yuan Gang looked back at the hidden square and grabbed a blue stone slab placed on the stone mill. He put both hands on the stone slab with both hands, and suddenly the other side hit him hard. Boom! One head smashed the slate. The corner of Yuan Fong's mouth twitched, and found that Yuan Gang was really a perverted thing. Just torture him. And now he doesn't even let himself go. Yuan Gang walked back to the middle of the yard and waved at him. Come again. Yuan Fong was speechless. Lord Dao reached out and pushed a hand behind his back. Go. He is asking you to help him practice. Practice? The square that was pushed down the steps seemed to understand something. With this in mind, I picked up a stick on the ground and stepped forward. Yuan Lord, then I'm welcome. Less nonsense. Yuan Gang said coldly. Slap. Yuan Fong suddenly shot a stick, slightly shaking the figure of Yuan Gang, and made a bright red mark on his back. Huh. Yuan Gang exhaled for a long time, closed his fist with his arms around his waist, squatted into a horse step, and took a deep breath. His tendons and muscles could clearly be seen tight, and shouted, Light, focus! Is it too light? Yuan Fong's arm slammed into Yuan Gang's back with a snap. The stick snapped off. Yuan Gang stalked in place, immobile. Continue. Yuan Gang squinted. This time Yuan Fong finally understood why the other party came back with a bundle of sticks. Not much to say. Walked again and drew a stick in hand. When walking back, another stick hit Yuan Gang's body with a crack and broke again. The cow standing on the steps said aloud, Old bear, if you fight like this, the trees on the mountain are not enough to cut down. Add some internal force. Yuan Fong nodded, picked up a stick, and injected internal force on the stick, reminding, Yuan Lord, you will squeak when the strength is almost the same. Yuan Gang shouted. Yuan Fong screamed out with a stick. Yuan Gang took a stick and said, It's light. Another stick, Yuan Gang, focus again. Another stick, Yuan Gang, afterburner. Yuan Gang didn't say anything until the body shape of Yuan Gang, who struck hard every time, was shaken. So Yuan Fong started according to this force. A stick in his hand made a strong wind, and Yuan Gang knocked wildly. Yuan Gang constantly changed his body shape, sometimes marching, sometimes arching his legs back and forth, sometimes curling his back, sometimes extending his arms, and even heading his head out, constantly swapping out various body parts to withstand the blow. Yuan Fong's hit was an addictive. His eyes flashed with a trace of excitement. He was beaten so many times by Yuan Gang. This time he finally found an opportunity to vent his revenge, and he swung his stick around the circle and smashed it. The crackling sound continued to explode on Yuan Gang's body, and not long afterward, Yuan Gang's body was covered with bright red marks, and Yuan Gang seemed to be overwhelmed by the continuous beating, and it seemed that the body was triggered by the beating. The breathing gradually became heavy, not the general heaviness, and the breath grew in and out, and finally the breath sounded like the blower's bellows are general, and the breathing sound mixed with the sound of the blow could be heard clearly even if the cow standing under the eaves. With the ups and downs of heavy breathing, Yuan Gang's abdomen also changed, gradually bulging out a sphere to roll. The sphere of the abdomen sank to the position of the small abdomen when inhaling, and the sphere of the abdomen rolled again to the abdomen when exhaling. As the abdominal sphere rolled, Yuan Gang also showed amazing changes. The bloodstain marks on and off the body seemed to come alive, seemed to flow on the body surface, seemed to swim like a snake, swim and swim into the snake cave and disappear. The bloodstains all over the body are walking around, gradually disappeared one by one. The scene of thousands of blood snakes disappearing from the surface looks quite strange. The dense situation of ordinary people is estimated to be afraid. This scene caused Neo Yudao's pupils to shrink suddenly, and he noticed that all the parts where the blood marks that walked like a snake disappeared were all human acupuncture points. Blood marks are like snakes, acupuncture points are like holes. In the scene of Yuan Gang practicing hard Qigong, Neo Yudao had seen it in his previous life, but he has never seen this strange situation today. At this time, Neo Yudao really realized that the hard Qigong practice by Yuan Gang was not simple. Yuan Fong was also surprised. As a monster, Yuan Gang's eyes looked like a monster and a monster. However, this numbing scene lasted not long. After all the blood stains on the body surface disappeared, Yuan Gang swam away and disappeared every time he struck a blood stain on his body, looking normal. Yuan Gang shouted to stop after a beating that lasted for almost an hour. Yuan Fong, who put down the stick, panted a little, and looking at Yuan Gang still looked like a monster. The beaten person was like a normal person, but he was a bit tired. No way. During the hands-on process, Yuan Gang did not let him stop, but also asked him to maintain the rhythm and frequency of attacks. And there are demands on the forceful grasp, but it is not light enough, and he is afraid that Yuan Gang cannot eat it. Like embroidering, the requirements are too high, and 1 hour continues. It is indeed a bit overwhelming. Yuan Fong still found back that the beating was also a pain, no better than when he was beaten. Yuan Gang stood on the spot to move his body. His neck twisted, his bones rattled, and his shoulder bones, waist bones, and joints relaxed and tightened, all made rattling. After the tight muscles of the tendon were relaxed, a light pink color gradually appeared on the body surface. Yuan Gang went to the side to pick up the clothes and put them back. Yuan Fong threw the sticks back into the pile and sat down under the eaves, finally being able to take a breath. When Yuan Gang walked under the eaves, Neo Yudao handed him a pot of water. Yuan Gang took his head straight and irrigated his mouth. Neo Yudao set aside. It seems that your hard Qigong is a little different from before. Putting the jug down, Yuan Gang was silent for a while and said, "It was no different before. Today I feel that my body is in a wrong state. I feel that my body is powerful and nowhere to vent. It seems that something is blocked and I want to vent. It seems to have broken to another level." Neo Yudao, do you have a name for hard Qigong? The strange situation just now made him think that this hard Qigong should not be unknown. There must be something to say about www.mtlnovel.com, and he also wants to find out what this strange hard Qigong practice by Yuan Gang is. Yuan Gang froze for a while. It's called hard Qigong. How can there be any name? Air. There was a look of thought, and it seemed to remember something. Neo Yudao didn't bother waiting. Yuan Gang gradually hesitated and said, "It seems that there is something called it. I remember our chief instructor mentioned it once. It seems that there's an ancient name. What is Qi Yu?" Qi Yu. Neo Yudao wondered. The Qi Yu who fought against the Yellow Emperor in ancient times? Yes. Yuan Gang suddenly realized that it seemed to remind him of something and nodded. The chief instructor also mentioned this, saying that the hard Qigong we practiced has an ancient name called Qi Yu Wufang, Qi Yu. It is the Qi Yu who fought against the Yellow Emperor. None is lawlessness, and Fong is the method. Yes, when I think of it, the name is Qiyu Wufang. Qiyu Wufang? Niu Yudao whispered that there was such a strange name. After thinking about it for a while, the ancient books I had read seemed to have no impression of it. After thinking over and over again and again, I still have no impression. Niu Yudao shook his head. Yuan Fong, who was sitting on the steps, stood up and approached and asked, "Who is Dao?" Yuan Yi. Qi Yu. Is it a rebellion? Yuan Gang. You don't understand what you said. Yuan Fong discussed it boringly and laughed. Yuan Gang asked, I was very happy to beat me today. Are you angry enough? It is so strange to hit people like this. You have the ability to let me go. Yuan Fong whispered in his heart, but his mouth was repeatedly pleasing. No fight, no fight. It is to help master Yuan practice. Yuan Gang said coldly. I'm afraid I don't think so. Yuan Fong said with a serious face in an instant. There is no hypocrisy. Because of this sentence on this day, Yuan Fong began to practice Yuan Gang daily and confirmed that beating people is really a tiring thing. In a blink of an eye, Niu Yudao seldom walked out of the house after a month. Except for coming out sooner or later to take a walk, he spent the rest of the time meditating cross-legged in the house. After the meridian was initially stabilized half a month ago, he was already beginning to try to refine the amulet of Dharma transfer. First of all, to gradually restore the source of the natal life that almost stopped functioning, and secondly, to make the recast meridian gradually adapt. During this period, Shang Shuqing was inconvenient to come and disturb, as usual, to visit once a morning. The children in the village were severely ordered not to rush to the yard to play around and disturb the guests. Yuan Fong accompanies Yuan Gang every day for 1 hour, and during the rest of the time, he also enters a state of cultivation. Of the 3 people, only Yuan Gang is not interested in sitting and practicing all day. Yuan Gang believes that human life should not be spent in this way. If the longevity gained from cultivation is such a waste of consumption, it is meaningless. He goes in and out every day, and he doesn't know what he is busy with. This small courtyard where the villagers are not accessible has entered a very regular state of work and rest. Boom! A bang like an earthquake broke the tranquility of the village and made the villagers inexplicably horrified. Niu Yudao and Yuan Fong flashed out of the house successively, pushed open the door of the courtyard and walked out. I saw that the village organized some young men and took the weapon in the direction of the shock. What happened? Yuan Fong asked a passing villager. The villager looked baffled. I don't know. Yuan Fong turned back and found that Niu Yudao had flew away, so he took off and pursued. In a valley not far from the village, Niu Yudao came first, saw a collapsed mountain wall, saw Yuan Gang's figure, and Yuan Gang was observing what. Niu Yudao fell in the valley, watching this scene quietly. Soon, a group of villagers also arrived and saw Yuan Gang coming down from a pile of collapsed rubble. Luoan stepped forward and asked, Brother Yuan, what happened to the noise just now? Did you see it? Yuan Gang said indifferently. Nothing. The mountain collapsed. How did the movement of the mountain collapse like thunder and thunder? The circle standing beside Niu Yudao made a strange noise and looked up at the clear sky, whispering, could it be a thunderbolt? Niu Yudao looked at Yuan Gang with a meaningful meaning. It was another morning. In front of the dressing table, Shang Shuqing, with his hand released from Niu Yudao's head, gave a soft whisper, Dao good. Niu Yudao got up and sent as usual, and he did not stop when he was sent out of the courtyard. Instead, he accompanied Shang Shuqing and continued on. Shang Shuqing owed his body and laughed. No need to send it away. Niu Yudao stretched out his hand to walk, and when the two were side by side, he asked, Does the master have a heart? Normally, when Shang Shuqing combed his hair, he would talk and talk. In recent days, Shang Shuqing has very few words, which is a bit abnormal. Shang Shuqing was silent, and it seemed that she should not say. Niu Yudao looked around. This village does not look abnormal. The villagers still have the same attitude. Is there something wrong with Songlu County? Shang Shuqing said, I'm afraid that it will affect Taoist practitioners' retreat. Niu Dao. It doesn't hurt to listen. Shang Shuqing. The plan to capture Qingshan County has been abandoned, and the brother will have to find another way to win the attention of Tianyuman. Niu Dao said, Hai Ryue has ruined his promises. Will he not help the prince? Shang Shuqing sighed softly. Brother just started to mention it. I sent a message repeatedly to understand it. Hai Ryue could be said to be ruined, but it's not exactly that, but someone else mentioned it. Request. This requires that we can't do it. Niu Dao said, that is to say, in the end, it is still ruined. I don't want to help. I deliberately make a problem and make things difficult for me. Shang Shuqing. The situation is a little special. It can be said to be difficult, but here she can understand her difficulties. Niu Dao heard some curiosity. What's going on? Shang Shuqing. The problem lies with the current Jianzhou Prince Xiao Tianjin, who is not yet growing up with his father's father, and is also the son of Hai Ryue. Xiao Biashan was sick during his lifetime, and it has been difficult to give birth. As son, not only inherited his father's business, but also inherited his faults. It seems to be weaker. The person sent to contact reported that Xiao Tianjin's body is too weak, and he may not live into adulthood. Xiao Tianjin's illness is more frequent this year. Now, Niu Dao said, are the demands of the sea and the moon to cure his son? Shang Shuqing. Dao Yimingjian. Hai Ryue is exactly what that means. She also made sense when she returned. Jianzhou is his son. Although she is now in charge of the power, once her son is gone, she is afraid that she can't protect herself. Where is the ability to help my brother? So she made a request. As long as my brother can ask Qiang Zhuwa from Bingxue Pavilion to rescue her son, she will help out. Niu Dao frowned. He had seen Qiang Zhuwa in Shangqing Shisu, which is yin and yang within Yugua, but the opposite of the local attribute of growth, quite a bit of cathode Yangshengwan. The meaning of anode overcast. What diseases need to use Qiang Zhuwa? Niu Dao couldn't help but wonder. Shang Shuqing. What is the natural Tianyin blood loss? You need to take Qiang Zhuwa to completely eradicate the disease. Niu Dao said, as far as I know, the fruit tree can grow 9 fruits, 1 each year and 1 mature every 9 years. That is to say, there's 1 mature Qiang Zhuwa every year. With the power of the Xiao family, can I ask for 1 from Bingswich? Shang Shuqing. Naturally, I asked for it. When Xiao Biashan was alive, in order to save Xiao Biashan, Xiao Huang repeatedly asked people to go to the Bingxue Pavilion. Xiao Huang even asked the Emperor of Zhao State to ask, but it was useless. It is said that this fruit is exclusive to mother-in-law, and mother-in-law has to eat 1 every year to be comfortable. Jianzhou thorn history has a high weight for mortals, but in the eyes of people like mother-in-law, what is there with ants? The difference? Xiao Tianjin's life is not as important as people's appetite. Niu Dao nodded silently. Shang Shuqing hesitated for a while, and finally said, I don't know if there is any other good way to get the attention of Tianyuman. In fact, she has been asking for advice these days. Niu Dao said, I haven't thought about it for the time being, but then again, the method proposed by Wang Yi and Mr. Lan is the best method. Not only can it get the attention of Tianyuman, but it can also win the expansion of Qingshan County in 1 fell swoop. I have done 2 things in 1 fell swoop and missed this opportunity. I'm afraid it will not be easy to find another opportunity to annex Qingshan County. Shang Shuqing. Of course I know, but Hai Ryue can't help it if she doesn't agree. Niu Dao said indifferently, the way to let me think about it, reaching for her to go back first. After watching her leave, Niu Dao walked towards the fields, and when her thoughts were free, Yuan Fong found it and said nothing, and followed. When seeing a group of children running in the front, Niu Dao stopped and turned away. Old bear, your identity wants to take the Nanshan Temple monks to stand here in this world. I'm afraid it is difficult. Give them up. How about walking with me? Yuan Fong froze for a while, and he wondered why he suddenly came out, shaking his head again and again, muttering, then how to do it? The other people in Nanshan Temple are gone. All that is left is the old host's personal biography, the disciples and grandchildren. I promised the old host I see and leave them alone. Niu Yudao stood there silently for a long time. The next morning, Shang Shuqing, who groomed Niu Yudao in front of the dresser, noticed that 2 stones were placed next to the bronze mirror, one black and one yellow. After finishing the carding, Niu Yudao saw off as usual. Before going out, Shang Shuqing looked back at the 2 stones on the table and looked a little silent. After the farewell, Niu Yudao slowly shook himself to the rushing river, watching a group of young people train. About half an hour later, the wheelchair in which Meng Shanming was sitting was pushed. Shang Shuqing pushed it, and there was an old man with a strong posture, thick eyebrows, and yellow eyes. Mage! Meng Shanming greeted him. Niu Yudao turned back and greeted him with a smile. Politely speaking, Meng Shanming pointed to the old man beside him. It must have not been seen by the master. This is the famous unsmith Gongsun Tinyu, who had some troubles in his early years. He led his family to live here in seclusion. Since then, Mr. Gongsun has selected some talented villager children as apprentices and set up a craftsman workshop in the mountain to the north. www.mtlnovel.com. Build ordnance to prepare for unexpected needs. Niu Yudao smiled and listened and said hello to Gongsun Tinyu. Gongsun Tinyu's temper seemed to be not very good. Only to say a few words, he turned his head and looked at it. It seemed that he was not impatient with his hypocritical politeness. In the end, there was something else to say, and after a few people turned around and left. Mr. Gongsun is a good person, but with a stronger personality, master should not go to his heart. Meng Shanming apologized. It's okay. I wasn't familiar with it. Niu Yudao skimmed indifferently and looked at Shang Shuqing. Sovereign, I'm going to go to Jianzhou for the Lord, and I will meet the sea and the moon to see if this can be done for him. The Lord may summon and inform the prince. Don't be too anxious to do other preparations. Shang Shuqing froze for a moment, then shook his head and persuaded. Dao, don't do useless work anymore. You really don't need to go there in Jianzhou. Ryua's attitude is indeed proven, and it won't change. It's useless. Niu Yudao, it's okay to try again, but I still ask the master to hide the monkey for the time being. Concealing Yuan Gang? Shang Shuqing was puzzled. Niu Yudao had turned away, and he couldn't explain at all. Watching, Meng Shanming asked, Are you sure that the 2 stones he laid out are for you? Shang Shuqing, who also watched it, had a complex expression and smiled bitterly. I dare not confirm it before, but now I confirm it. Meng Shanming murmured, How to say? Shang Shuqing. Just before that, he didn't show a little clue until we just met Mr. Gongsun. We told this place is the secret manufacturing place of ordnance. He said he was going to Jianzhou. I don't believe this kind of thing. He didn't think about it. He didn't believe in this kind of thing. He could suddenly rise up to make a decision. The stone was shown to me. After the stone was put out, avoiding Yuan Gang, people appeared here and waited. He couldn't wait forever go on. Meng Shanming thought slowly. Understood. He is looking at our sincerity. If we don't say it, he won't ask, and he won't say Jianzhou. Shang Shuqing. Now that he knows the relationship between the 2 stones, he should have noticed something for a long time. Maybe he's been waiting for us to say, but he hasn't waited. This time, he showed me the stones like he's giving us a chance, giving us the last chance. If we still do and tell him, I have a hunch. We are afraid that we see Ant keep him. He is afraid to take Yuan Gang away and fly away. Instead of saying, go to Golden State. Meng Shanming also smiled bitterly. Understood, he is not worth it in weighing the value. It seems that he thinks he is at risk here. Shang Shuqing felt a little worried. She also realized that. But she could not stop. Tiananmen and Feng Lingbo would not give them siblings for too long. It seems that the only opportunity to annex Qingshan County is this time. To some extent, because she has seen the ability of Niu Yudao, she hopes that Niu Yudao's ability can help their siblings. However, this mentality made her quite self-blaming, and her selfishness required others to take risks. Where? In the yard, Yuan Gang heard the stunned after finishing his exercises. Niu Yudao said indifferently, Go find something to use in cultivation. Yuan Gang nodded. When is the departure time? He obviously meant to prepare in advance. Niu Yu Dao. Just go tomorrow. You don't have to go, I just take the old bear. I don't go. Yuan Gang was stunned. It seemed a bit unexpected that Niu Yu Dao would not let him go with him. Niu Yu Dao explained, "It's okay. I don't have to worry about getting stared from when I get out of here. If I go back to Songlu County from Medeo and start again, it's dangerous. Maybe I will be stared by the Chiu family. So I prepare to take the old bear and go directly over the mountains and walk people. This mountain road is not easy to walk. It is a problem for you to climb along the way." Yuan Gang was silent for a moment and thought about it too, and asked, "How long do I go, and when will I come back?" Niu Yu Dao, "We haven't been alone in the outside world yet. We don't understand many situations. I can't say it for a while, but it shouldn't be used for too long." Yuan Gang, "Am I waiting here?" Niu Yu Dao said, "You can do it here. You can go to Songlu County and see how Shang Shuqing arranges it. When I get back from work, I should go back to Songlu County quietly. If you go to Songlu County, you look at the old bears, and there is Lu Xingzhong. If the plan of the Shang dynasty is smooth, you can use the chess of Lu Xingzhong." Yuan Gang nodded and turned back to Yuan Fong, said, "After going out with Dao Yi, fight with a spiritual point. Otherwise, don't blame me for sending the group of monks to see the Buddha." Yuan Fong twitched and smiled. Yuan is at ease. The next day, in front of the dressing table, Shang Shuqing was very careful about the movement of Niu Yu Dao's hair, and the person sitting in the mirror closed his eyes in silence. After the two came out of the house, Yuan Fong had already wrapped the package and waited outside. Yuan Gang offered Niu Yu Dao's sword. Niu Yu Dao stretched out his hand and grabbed the sword. Striding away, the round side trailed. Shang Shuqing and Yuan Gang came out of the courtyard to watch, and Meng Shanming, who was sitting in a wheelchair, also watched from corner. Leaving the village in a hurry, Niu Yu Dao and Yuan Fong suddenly accelerated and flew in tandem to a high mountain. The two stopped at the top of the mountain. Yuan Fong followed Niu Yu Dao to look back at the village hidden in the mountains, and then took a small green leaf into his mouth. This leaf is nameless, and the people in the village named it Qingxin. Putting this leaf in your mouth can cope with the diffuse malaria in the mountains. Go! Niu Yu Dao gave a sound. His body suddenly popped out from the top of the mountain. The person shot like an arrow out of the string. The body's gas engine burst out and condensed like a wing, flying by the speed of fire and the height of climbing. Yuan Fong Yuchi taxied to catch up. There was a mountain on the head, and the two sides of the body in front and back quickly passed by the air buoyancy and passed between the two mountains like two big birds. The wind whispered in the ear. The repair of Yuan Fong was obviously not as good as Niu Yu Dao. The air wing crashed in the air at high speed and collapsed. The person quickly landed on the mountain and ran, then ejected again and regrouped to catch up with the air wing. Niu Yu Dao's ventilation rate is obviously much slower than that of Yuan Fong, but he still occasionally stops and waits for the first class. Otherwise, Yuan Fong will lose it. The two met up and down on the flat ground and flew across the hill. They either flew or circumvented the hill. They stepped on the cliff and escaped when they met the high mountain and ejected again when they reached the top of the mountain. In the vast mountains and the mountains, the two figures are one after the other like birds flying. Half a day later, the mountain's volatility gradually eased up and down a lot, and the miasma of the mountain was obviously invisible. Niu Yu Dao estimated that he had already left the area. Until they saw a ribbon-like official road. The two stopped, and Yuan Fong had become a dead dog. Ba spit out the leaves in his mouth and helped a tree to kneel on the ground. Breathless, the way he continued for half a day was really too much for him. Niu Yu Dao's face is also not good-looking. Mana is consumed too much. If it is not to rush off, he will not do it at all. In this week's situation, it is really troublesome to find trouble. The two hid in the mountain forest next to the official road to eat and drink, then meditated cross-legged to recover. Niu Yu Dao recovers quickly. First of all, he has not consumed a lot of money, and secondly, he can use the amulet of law in the body. The recovery speed of Yuan Fong is a bit slow, and it recovered only in the evening. There is no way to do it. There is no magic bullet in the two people to help rapid recovery. He can only recover slowly. Originally, Niu Yudao did, but the three brothers Song Yanqing searched out a bit, which was used by him for his attempts. Lu Xingzhong had also found it, and he gave it to Yuan Fong, and Yuan Fong, who had never tasted it, tried it immediately. To a certain extent, both of them are poor in the spiritual world, and they are poor and clean. On the official road, a passing carriage was stopped. After asking the path, a gold coin diverted the carriage to the nearest county. Hurrying all the way, the carriage finally sent the two into the city before the city gate closed in darkness. After finding an inn in the city, Niu Yudao asked for a table of delicious delicacies to treat him. At the dinner table, Yuan Fong asked Niu Yudao, who was looking at the street outside the window with a thoughtful look, "Master Dao, where are we going?" Niu Yudao said lightly, "Golden State House." Yuan Fong muttered, "It seems there is still a long way to go." Niu Yudao, "Hurry up and eat. There's still something to do after eating." "Oh." Yuan Fong quickly filled her stomach. At the checkout, Niu Yudao threw a silver coin to reward him, and the man nodded and bowed with joy. Niu Yudao waved his hand, and the money was not given in vain. "Man, I'll ask you something." The man was busy. You said. Niu Yudao asked. "Do you know where the county's Chung Ili family is?" The man thought for a moment and pointed in the direction, not far from the county government office. Li Qingyi's house is in the alley on the left opposite the county government office. Ask him there. If the visitor finds something wrong with Master Li, Niu Yudao smiled and said, "It's nothing. His friend asked me to send him a letter." Sent casually, and then left the inn with Yuan Fong, went straight to the place where the buddy said, and found the home of Chung Ili. It's natural to find someone else who wants to borrow a stagecoach to use it. It's not that they see ain't afford a horse, but the horses of the station could be changed at the station all the way, which is convenient for quickly going. There is no difficulty in this matter, and no threat of force is needed. Instead, the threat of force is not good, and it is directly smashed with money. A handful of gold coins were spilled on the table, and the Chung Ili was immediately taken care of. The two parties agreed to see you tomorrow morning. The next day, in a remote place outside the city, the Li Chengyi brought 2 stage horses, as well as 2 sets of clothes for the postman. The official letter was also brought in. By the way, the two sent a letter for public and private considerations. The so-called handing over money and handing over the delivery, the other-handed gold coin, was given to this Li Chengyi. Niu Yudao and Yuan Fong changed their clothes, turned their horses on their horses, hurried away along the way, and changed their way all the way to the station. 2 days later, the 2 servants of the wind and dust successfully arrived in the Jianzhou city, delivered the official letter to the government office, and the stage horse was also left. There was no need to take the stage horse to cause trouble. At Fulin Inn, when the 2 came to the door of the inn, Yuan Fong took a branch of flowers, which was very conspicuous. Immediately, a man approached the 2 and whispered, "Fong." Niu Yudao looked up and down at each other and said, "Niu Yudao." The man named Fong Zhe was relieved and immediately stretched out his hand to ask, "Dao Yi, please." He led the 2 into the inn and went to his room. The reason why there is this scene, www.untilnovel.com, was prepared with Shang Xuqing before departure. Shang Xuqing urgently sent a message to Shang Chaozong, so that the people who contacted Jinzhou before the Shang dynasty and Niu Yudao meet. When he arrived in the room, Fong Zhe closed the door and turned around and asked, "The Lord summons let me cooperate with Dao Yi. I don't know how the grandpa wants me to cooperate." "The situation," Niu Yudao said. "Tell me in detail everything you know about Haryu." "Good." Fong Zhe immediately explained the situation in detail. Niu Yudao interjected questions from time to time, and the 2 stopped talking for a long time. After a certain understanding, Niu Yudao got up and said, "After a short break, the inn will open a room for us and take me to the Shifu house tomorrow." Fong Zhe followed up, Dao, I am afraid it will be inappropriate tomorrow. Tomorrow is the 40th birthday of the moon, and many guests come to the door. She is afraid that she won't see you. She is now too unwilling to see you." Niu Yudao said, "It's okay. You can say that the good doctor the prince invited for her son is here, not to mention the 40th birthday. Even if she is married again, she will have time to see me. Yuan Fong, who was listening to it, tilted his mouth and found that Dao Yi was inexplicably talking, and he was able to see him when he married. Fong Zhishaoan took a hand, was in it a lie, and reminded, Dao, do look at Hai Ryue as a woman. When her husband is weak, her widow can still stabilize her power and control Jinzhou. It's not simple. I went see a good doctor and dare to lie to her with such a thing. I am afraid we don't even want to walk out of Shifu alive. Niu Yudao said indifferently. You do what I say. This? Fong Zhi smiled bitterly. Dao, it's not that I'm afraid of dying. I'm also willing to go for the prince to go through the flames. But if I anger Hai Ryue, it will cause trouble to the prince. Yuan Fong stared at each other. Whatever you want to do, waste what you say. Unconsciously imitated Yuan Gang's tone. Yuan Gang is not. He subconsciously thinks that he should stand in Yuan Gang's position. Niu Yudao raised his hand at him, not letting him scare others, and slowed his tone. Naturally, the Lord sent me to send me. There is no reason to send me to bad things. Otherwise, I will let you cooperate. Me, Fong Zhi, do you think I will make a joke about my life? In this way, Fong Zhi's stretched heartstring was relaxed, and he said, Okay, I'll go to fix the room for the two first. Niu Yudao stretched out his hand and asked for convenience. After Fong Zhi went out, the two were temporarily waiting inside the house. The room was quiet for a while. Yuan Fong suddenly said, a little confessed. Dao Yi, in fact, this Fong Zhi also has some sense. Niu Yudao looked sideways. Why? Frightened? Didn't you just say that people are quite confident? Yao Dao misunderstood. Remind me. Yuan Fong haha laughed. Just learned Yuan Gang's tone to train people is of course addictive. But he regretted after the words, but Yuan Gang still lack of confidence. Mainly it was to run to Shifu, to lie to the woman, and it was really possible to lose her life. Before long, Fong Zhi arranged the room, and specially asked for the next room. The three of them took a look in the next room. No problem. Today is temporarily appropriate. Niu Yudao made Fong Zhi busy, and he took Yuan Fong out of the inn. It is said to go around, but in fact it is necessary to survey the terrain within the state. The state city is second only to the capital city, and its prosperity is naturally not comparable to that of ordinary places. All kinds of shops on both sides of the street are lined up, people come and go, and people who wear expensive clothes are not comparable to small places. Walking in the center of this state can make people forget that this is a troubled world. Yuan Fong is purely a villager entering the city, looking around with curiosity, and is novel about many things. Niu Yudao occasionally glanced at him and secretly sighed that there is still a big gap between this goblin and the monkey. If the monkey is changed to accompany the job, knowing that there may be danger, the monkey must be observing the terrain and route wherever he goes, in case for need. However, you see blame Yuan Fong. To a certain extent, Yuan Fong has no knowledge. She has been staying in the backcountry, saying that it is a monk. In fact, she has been doing the job of a thief and has never left that piece. Chung Chi can understand even after seeing it. Simply, Niu Yudao let him know more by the way. Get used to it will not be like this next time, so he will drill in the lively places. However, there's a saying that the enemy is narrow. When approaching a store with a fascinating facade, Niu Yudao inevitably glanced at the high-hanging signboard and wrote the words Linglong Pavilion, and then looked at the door decoration and couplets, and probably judged that it was a store selling Qijin. Since passing by here, Niu Yudao also wanted to see what was sold in it, but he was stunned before he could come across the street. Two people guarded the door of Linglong Pavilion and kept looking around. One of them and Niu Yudao's eyes met each other, and then he was stunned. This person is not someone else. And Yuan Fong also knows that it is one of the fellow good brothers whom Niu Yudao once used, Chun Guishuo, who was let off at Nanshan Temple. As for why Chun Guishuo appeared here, he could not get away from the Song family. Song Jiuming has 3 sons. The eldest son Song Quan was an official in the court of the Yin Kingdom. The third son Song Shu was at home, and there was a second son Song Long. The history of Jianzhou's thorns in Zhao State also belongs to the category of embracing the soldiers. For the kind of people in the enemy country, Yin State is very happy to see, and it is hoped that the officials of Fengjiang under Zhao State are all such talents. For this kind of person, Yingguo is eager to win the linkage. As the 40th birthday of Hai Ruyue, as Yin Zhao's emissary of Zhao, can he give up the opportunity to meet and exchange? Regardless of the grievances between the Song family and Yu Dao, the Song family, as an important member of the Royalist Party, sent wealth to the Emperor Yin, naturally looking forward to the great Yin. So Song Long personally came here, nominally not to celebrate the birthday of the mother of the Jinzhou priest, but to the birthday of Princess Zhao Hua. Hai Ruyue was the sister of the current Emperor of Zhao, saying that it is to celebrate the birthday of the princess. No. When Chen Guishuo was not tolerated by the Shangqing sect, he naturally fled to the Song family. In fact, he had long been a member of the Song family. The Song family promised him that he had no promises, but a good future was not enough. At that time, the Song family had not torn the face completely with the Shangqing zone, so he sent Chen Guishuo to Zhao, errands for the second son of the Song family. Chen Guishuo is at the door of Linglong Pavilion, and Song's second son Song Long is in Linglong Pavilion to see if there is anything suitable to add to the birthday gift list. Why is this guy here? Yu Dao groaned in his heart and didn't expect to meet Chen Guishuo here. As he said to Yuan Gang after leaving the village, in Songlu County, he was worried about being targeted by the Chiu family. The so-called Chiu family was mainly the Song family. He came from the village over the mountains and over the mountains. No one from Zhao Guo should know him, but who wants to meet Chen Guishuo and the Song family? If Chen Guishuo leaked the news, the Song family knew that he had emerged from Tai Newman's protection and appeared here. In every case, 9 people will be sent to chase down. Don't say that Shang Chaozong's affairs can't be handled well. I'm afraid that even he himself will have his own life worries. He, who has always claimed that he does not like to fight, kill, suddenly has a thick murder in his heart and must not let the other party leak the news. He walked slowly towards the opposite side. Yuan Fong was also surprised and did not expect to meet Chen Guishuo here. He did not know the relationship between Yu Dao and the Song family, so he did not know the danger. Chen Guishuo also dreamed that he would encounter Yu Dao here. Although Yu Dao's eyes were calm, he felt a killing opportunity. He remembered the scene at Nanshan Temple. Goodbye Yu Dao was coming, and he was shocked. His figure flashed, and he fled into the Linglong Pavilion for the first time to escape. But when he saw Song Long with his hands in his back, he was almost happy. Song Long was protected by masters. Why should he be afraid of cattle, right? He quickly flashed to Song Long, second lord. Yu Dao is outside. Huh? The prestigious Song Long looked a little puzzled, but didn't respond. Chen Guishuo reminded quickly, Yu Dao, the Yu Dao who killed Master Yanqing, is outside. Song Long narrowed his eyes suddenly and waved his hand. The 4 entourages in the Linglong Pavilion immediately followed Chen Guishuo. Yu Dao, who had reached the steps of the shop door, stopped quickly and returned to the door with a smile on his face. Chen Guishuo made him aware of the danger. To be precise, the danger came from the 2 people around Chen Guishuo. One thing is certain, Chen Guishuo is not his opponent, should have self-knowledge. Then Chen Guishuo's confidence comes from where one can imagine. Not to mention him. Even Yuan Fong was aware of the danger. Brother Niu, it seems that you and I really have a fate. Chen Guishuo sneered. As soon as his words fell, one hand tapped lightly on his arm. Chen Guishuo looked back and hurried aside, pointing at Yu Dao. Song Long appeared and stood in front of the door and said, "Are you a good man?" Yu Dao calmly said, "Who are you?" Song Long also said calmly, "Song Yanqing's second uncle." Yu Dao was stunned again. Among the people around this guy, there was a guard of Jindan realm. He was right. Song Long had 2 Jindan, 2 Zhuji, and 2 Qi refiners. But what he couldn't figure out more was, how could he meet the Song family here? However, Yu Dao was not at all chaotic and still said calmly, "Originally, Brother Song's second uncle, Niu missed the Song family very much. Why didn't I say hello in advance when I came to Jinzhou? I also do my best to be a landlord. Song Long. It's not too late. Niu Dao said. There are still errands in Shifu. A few may wish to wait a moment. I will come back and treat a few of them right away. The word hospitality was particularly meaningful, and he turned around, waved his hand, and took Yuan Fong away without hesitation. This guy became the man of the Golden State Thorn Shifu. Chen Guishuo froze. Song Long, who stood at the door with an arrogant and cold look, was also stunned. He just didn't dare to let his men do it. ICA and figure out Niu Dao's identity in Shishifu. I didn't dare to act rashly www.mtlnovel.com, but quickly reacted. The ghost knew that the other party said it was true or false. Keep up, if not to stab Shifu, immediately take it to me. Remember, if not necessary, don't cause riots in the city. Hai Ryue was over his life. He came to make a joke, and it was inappropriate to jump. What the master puts in his eyes, this is not the place where his Song family ran wild. Hearing what he said, Chung Guishuo beside him inserted a pleasing sentence. Adult, the one next in Niu Dao is a bear demon, the golden king bear in Alien Beast, and his hair can be used as a body protector. Clothing, not invulnerable, could be a birthday present. Song Long immediately waved at the guard. Immediately, for people walked away from him, and Chung Guishuo was among them, 1 Jin Dan, 2 Jinji, and 1 Chi Chi. Niu Dao, who led Yuan Fong, did not dare to rush away, fearing that the signs of Lu's escape would cause the other party suspicion, and he was walking in the crowd. Yuan Fong knew his intentions and still had lingering fears, secretly squeezing cold sweat for the scene just now. Fortunately, the responder responded freely, otherwise it would be difficult to escape. Without going far, Yuan Fong looked back and immediately saw Chung Guishuo's familiar face not far away, immediately whispered to remind Niu Dao. Dao Yi, no good. They followed. Niu Dao turned around and confirmed that 4 people were following. So he whispered, their goal is me, and we walk away, otherwise I won't be able to take care of you once you start. Yuan Fong knew that this was the truth, and he and the Song family had no hatred. Dao Yi was the goal of others, and if the two were separated, the chance of Dao Yi getting out alone might be greater. Taking him with him is a burden, so voice. Master Dao, what should you do? Niu Dao said, you don't need to control me. You can get out of here first. We may not be able to go together. Remember, when we go to Shifu, we meet outside Shifu. After he was arrested, he was said to have been sent by the prince. After that, Shishifu will naturally contact Fong to verify. Yuan Fong yelled and looked at Niu Dao with a complicated look. Dao Yi is asking someone to lead the danger away. Front, Niu Dao reminded. There's a fork in the front, people are coming and going. Yuan Fong understands what he means and is separated in front. After arriving at the fork, Yuan Fong reminded, Master Dao, be careful. Niu Dao said nothing. The two separated and left and right. The following 4 looked at each other, and the Jin Dan monk pointed out that the 2 monks who built the foundation followed Yuan Fong, and he led Chen Guishuo to keep up with Niu Dao. Through a stall, Niu Dao threw a few coins into the hawker's basket, took a fruit, rubbed his sleeves, and nibbled directly. By the way, he looked back and found that there were only 2 people following him. Not good. It is estimated that Yuan Fong is in trouble, and I don't know if Yuan Fong can get rid of it. Now I can only hope that the other party will not dare to openly operate in Fuqing. Otherwise, Yuan Fong may be difficult to get out. After biting the sweet and juicy fruit, Niu Dao continued to move forward with a heavy heart. The circle on the other road secretly complained and found himself stared at. He also walked to a stall, threw money to buy scones, and asked the stall owner, where is the Shishifu? When he asked this question, his intestines were regretful, and he had bypassed outside the Shirsher mansion before, but he looked everywhere behind him and forgot the way. The stall owner waved his finger, turned right in front of 2 streets to see. Yuan Fong jotted down, nibbling on the scones and moving on. A Foundation monk walked to the stall that Yuan Fong had just visited, took a piece of scones, and threw a silver coin to the stall owner. "Don't look for it, you just pointed it out." The man in felt hat asked, "What did you do?" "A piece of scones can get a silver coin," and the stall owner is not happy, without any concealment, and directly exposes the Yuan Fong. Oh, he didn't ask anything, he asked where the Shishifu is. The two monks in the Foundation period glanced at each other. Their eyes dimmed, realizing that before Niu Dao fooled them. They were not the people who stabbed Shifu. How could the people who stabbed Shifu not know where he was? The two immediately speeded up and moved towards a circle without any scruples about the people who stabbed in Shifu, and were ready to start. When I saw the followers stopped in front of the stall where he bought the cake, Yuan Fong knew it was bad and wanted to smoke his mouth. This is the consequence of playfulness. In fact, it is indeed the case. If it is Yuan Gang, it is impossible to make such a low-level mistake. Seeing that the other party was approaching quickly, the scones on Yuan Fong's hands were thrown, and regardless of the exclamation from the street, he flew directly onto the roof and fled on the roof, hoping to rush to Shishifu as soon as possible. The two monks during the Foundation period quickly leaped into the air and quickly caught up with Yuan Fong. Yuan Fong realized that there was more than a little difference between his cultivation practice and the other party, but he regretted it too late. Boom! There was a huge pain in the waist, he was hit with a foot, and fell into an empty alley. He fell into a 7 and 6 element. After he settled down, his chest was stepped on with a foot, and an icy sword front hit his neck. There was a cry of exclamation from behind the crowd. Niu Dao looked back quickly and saw a person descend from the sky and fell beside the two who followed behind. Niu Dao recognized that it was one of the 4 people he tracked before. If he was not wrong, this person should have parted ways with Yuan Fong. Seeing the appearance of this person, Niu Dao realized that it was not good. Sure enough, after the man and the two behind him bit their lower ears, several people quickly approached. Niu Dao, who listened to the 6 roads and listened to all directions, turned naturally and went directly into a lavish blue building beside. Everyone has a share. A group of flowery girls gathered around. Niu Dao grabbed a handful of gold coins, and in the palm of his hand, he threw it out. A group of girls immediately went into a mess to grab, and old bustards, tortoises, and the like also joined them to pick up the money, which was called a lively. When the 3 monks rushed into the blue building, a figure appeared in the window to the right of the main entrance of the blue building. While the 3 of them were entering the front door, Niu Dao came out the side window, closed the window gently, and walked quickly. The 3 people who rushed into the blue building saw that the scene was messed up, and their eyes quickly glanced. Someone flashed upstairs to search. Some people searched downstairs, and some people quickly came out and flew to the top of the building to observe, guarding against Niu Dao's escape from other directions of the blue building. Niu Dao, who returned to Fullin, and quickly found Fangzhe. When he met, he said, "Take me to stab Shifu and introduce me to see the sea as the moon." Now, Fangzhe stunned and looked at the sky outside the window. "It's getting dark. Isn't it appropriate to see you at this time?" Niu Dao said in a deep voice. "Immediately. Quickly. I can't stay here. Transfer immediately." If you're not in a hurry, according to the judgment of the previous situation, it is estimated that these people will not dare to kill the people in the city, and it is very likely that Yuan Fong is still alive. If it is Yuan Gang, he dares to ensure that Yuan Gang's death will not call out a foothold here. The man in Yuan Fong is too smooth. He ain't guarantee that he ain't hope that Yuan Fong's mouth will be hard and stay here in this adventure. Another point is that if he is found, Yuan Fong is more dangerous. If he cannot be found, Yuan Fong will have more hope of living a while longer. He must find a way to rescue Yuan Fong as soon as possible. The sooner he starts, the greater the chance of Yuan Fong surviving, and the longer it is dragged, the more dangerous Yuan Fong will be. In addition, after a long time, I don't know what Yuan Fong will say. I must get it early. Upon hearing this, Fangzhe knew that something had happened and nodded again and again. Okay. He greeted 2 companions who came to work together, and with Niu Yudao quickly evacuated the inn. Several people found a place to rent a sedan chair. Niu Yudao got into the sedan to hide and went straight to Shifu. As night fell, Chun Guishuo and others who searched in the Qinglu for a while, but found nothing, returned to Lufeng Museum. Lufeng Hall is a hall dedicated to the guests set up by Jianzhou Shishifu. There are many large and small courtyards. There are many people who come from outside the field to celebrate the sea and the moon. Song Long is just the end. Running. Song Long Horan, who was standing in the hall, turned around and stared at the Jindan monk named Xie Chun among the four. That Niu Yudao seems to be a gas monk. How many of you can actually let him run under his eyelids? Your Majesty sent you to be the guard of the ambassador. I am very worried. Just tell me that even a gas cultivator can't figure it out. Can I still count on you to protect me? Xie Chun looked embarrassed, and he was also puzzled. He clearly saw that Niu Yudao entered the Qinglu. He had quickly controlled the Qinglu as soon as possible, but Niu Yudao disappeared like nothing. It disappeared underneath, and no one in the blue building saw where Niu Yudao had gone. It was a hell. That bull is really cunning and threw a handful of gold coins. Xie Chungang justified by talking, and Song Long interrupted. No need to explain. The implication is that does excuse make sense? Another Jindan monk named Huang Shuxing said, Master Song, it's meaningless now. Niu Yudao's associates are here. Hurry up and ask the question of Niu Yudao's whereabouts. So Yuan Fong was quickly dragged up. Huang Shuxing drew his sword in his hand, and the sword edge pressed against Yuan Fong's eyeball. Where's the bull? Dare to have a lie? I will dig you. The stunned Yuan Fong was stunned, his eyes rolled steadily, and he instantly understood that Dao Yi ran away. Otherwise, people would not ask like this. There's a cry in my heart. Look at the Taoist people, and then look at yourself. This is the gap. He didn't succeed, and he was terrified, and he trembled. Full lean in on Tongfu Road. Even the room where he lived was very happy. People like Dao, he dared to guarantee that he must no longer be in Fulinin, so why should he be stricken with that flesh? He had even predicted that Yu reading www.yuqiangshu.com would surely find a way to save him, otherwise some secrets would be exposed. What should be said and what should not be said, he was clear in his heart. Showing weakness is his strength. Now showing weakness weakens the opponent and makes the family feel that they are afraid of death. What they say later will convince the opponent. However, he was extremely anxious and wondered what way Niu Yudao could rescue himself from these people. He could not guarantee that his mouth would fool for too long. Huang Shuxing immediately turned and said to Xie Chun, Brother, you will take someone to go again, and don't make mistakes this time. Xie Chun glanced at Fong very silently. Even if the old man said it was true, but he didn't have any guts, and he moved when he was frightened. As a colleague, Niu Yudao didn't understand this soft bone at all. It's weird even there, but there was no way. He saw his brother's eyes and understood his brother's meaning. Some things had to be done in front of Song Long. He had to turn around and greet a few people to leave. Although he did it, he didn't give Song Long any good words. His private enmity was about our farts. However, due to the relationship between the Song family and Sherman, he is not good at showing any dissatisfaction. Under the night, the sedan fell outside the Shifu and was also stopped by the guards outside. Fong just stepped forward to negotiate with him. Niu Yudao, sitting in the sedan, closed his eyes quietly and looked calm. The lanterns in the house are dazzling, and the zhuge is magnificent. The weather was already warm, but there was a charcoal fire in the house. The table was full of delicacies. The teenager at the table was wearing thick clothes. His skin was fair, his face was bloodless, his eyes were blue, and he seemed to have no appetite. The woman who was sitting next to her was a different scene, wearing a thin, gauze gown and slightly sweat beads on her fair skin. No way, the stove is still roasting this season. The woman raised her hand and cast her feet quite prestigiously. Her face was also radiant, her hair was tall, her eyes were picturesque, her face was gorgeous, her charming, her posture was slightly plump, and her kind of plump. The young man is the Golden State stabbing Xiao Tianjin who inherited his father's career. The woman is now the eldest princess of Zhao Gua, the emperor's sister, and the mother of Xiao Tianjin, Hai Ryue. Although she is 40 years old, she has been tolerant to her for years, leaving no trace on her. I know you have no appetite, but you have to eat if you don't have an appetite. Hai Ryue personally raised chopsticks for his son. Outside the house, the gray-haired butler Zhu Shun appeared at the door, didn't come in, but nodded to Hai Ryue. Hai Ryue looked up, put down the chopsticks, and stood up, while not forgetting to tell his son, "If you don't want to eat, you need to eat. This is for your good, not for you." After leaving the house, the money came to the door, and the slave servant who was standing outside immediately put on her gown, and the temperature outside was no more than the house with the stove. After the master and servant had gone a little further, Zhu Shunfang reported, "Madam, that Feng Zhe is here again." Hai Ryue slanted her eyes and said, "What can't be said? What has been made clear, and there is nothing more to talk about." She has told her not to see it, not to mention that it is too late. She is a widow who usually does not have a male guest at night. There must be a reason. Zhu Shundao said, "He brought a person this time, and said that it was a good doctor specially sent by Yin Guangjin Wang to diagnose and treat the young master." Good doctor? Hai Ryue frowned. They already know Zhun's condition. What good doctor could diagnose and treat? Zhu Shundao said. The old slave also felt weird. It should be reasonable that this should not be the case. But he also thought that Shang Chaozong should not act arrogantly on this kind of thing. "So please ask Mrs. C or not." Hai Ryue was slightly hesitant, but the same view was expressed. The Shang dynasty should not be confused about this kind of thing, and then nodded. "Bring it over." "Yes." Zhu Shun owed and hurried away. Soon, he led Feng Zhe and Niu Yudao to come, and Niu Yudao's saber had been temporarily detained. When they entered the inner courtyard, their bizarre classics and 8 veins were also sealed by the monks here, and Niu Yudao's mana could no longer be used. Relatively speaking, Hai Ryue is also responsible for Shang Chaozong in thinking of Ning Wang's old feelings. After all, the two sides want to talk about secrets. It is not appropriate to let too many outsiders know. Beside the pavilion and waterside pavilion, the sea like the moon in a gorgeous long dress looked at the night sky and the moon, leaning against the fence. Qianying was lonely, and the moon reflected in the water. Feng Zhe and Niu Yudao stopped a short distance away and saluted to Haryu, who turned away from each other. "I have seen Princess Chang." Zhu Shun approached the sea and murmured a few times. Hairu turned around slowly, and the atmosphere under the lights was infinite, so that Niu Yudao should not secretly praise. "What a beauty!" "Niu Yudao, aren't you the abandoned man of the Qing sect of the Yin kingdom?" Hai Ryue looked up and down coldly. Niu Yudao didn't expect the other party to know even this, but it is understandable that the neighboring borders of the enemy country must be looked at with eyeliner, not to mention the fact that Shang Chaozong is communicating with this side. How can the other party not understand what is going on? So it's not strange. Nodded. "It's right down. Hai Ryue, when I was in Yin Kingdom in the early years, I communicated with King Ning, and I also had frequent contacts with your master Dong Guohaoren, which is also considered an old friend. How could Dong Guohaoren's disciples become good doctors who can cure incurable diseases?" Niu Yudao found that Dong Guolaoer's contacts were still quite extensive, and replied, "Princess Mingjian, the person who really cures the disease is not me. I was ordered to the good doctor, but when I arrived in Fucheng, there was an accident. Was robbed." Hai Ryue squinted slightly. Zhu Shun frowned. "What's going on?" Niu Yudao said, "Princess Chang doesn't know. I have some grievances with Yin Guoding's Song family in Yingguo. I just arrived in Fucheng today. I didn't want to meet Song Jioming's son. I was chased and killed. The good doctor who came to their hands. At this time, I didn't know where the good doctor was taken, and I didn't know how to live or die. I hope that the princess can find a good doctor. After all, this is the sight of the princess. He has nothing to do with the manpower here, and he can only borrow the widow's momentum to save Yuan Fong." Feng Zhe, who was on the side, thought a little bit about how to bring good doctors. You probably guessed Yuan Fong. After hearing these words, he seemed to understand why Niu Yudao hurriedly evacuated Felinin. Hai Ryue had a long grasp of the situation of the Shang dynasty. Since hearing the name of Niu Yudao, he knew that he was an apostate of the Qing dynasty, so he probably knew the grievances of the Song family. Zhu Shun whispered beside Hai Ryue. Song Jiuming's second son Song Long has indeed arrived in Fuqing and has been placed in Lefengwen. Nothing appeared on Hai Ryue's face, staring at Niu Yudao and asked, "Are you sure that the good doctor you brought can cure my child's disease?" Niu Yudao said, "Even if he can't heal with a good hand, he is the one who is most likely to call for Qiyang Zhugua. Princess, your son's illness. The prince is very clear that the prince can send us for this matter. Naturally, I am quite sure. Long princess, if you drag on, the good doctor's life may not be guaranteed. Now, no matter what else, it is important for him to rescue Yuan Fong first." In his view, the great cause of the Shang dynasty may not be more important than the life of Yuan Fong. He and the followers of the Shang dynasty have different ideas and differences in values and ideas. Hai Ryue slowly looked back at Zhu Shun, expressionless. "You personally take someone to let Song Long hand over the people." The tone implied no doubt. "Yes." Zhu Shun responded and said to Niu Yudao again, "Come with me." He didn't know the so-called good doctor. He needed Niu Yudao to recognize people, and he needed to let him know if necessary. Niu Yudao confronted Song Long in confrontation, and no one proved it. What if Song Long didn't admit it? Niu Yudao immediately said goodbye to Harryu and left Zhu Shun. Zhu Shun summoned more than a dozen masters to accompany him in an instant. As for Feng Zhe, he was temporarily detained in Tashi Shifu, and it smelled like a hostage. In Lu Fengwan, Xie Chun and others had just returned, facing Song Long, who had a low face in the hall. Xie Chun and others naturally returned without success. Facts have proved that Yuan Feng's words, Niu Yudao did indeed settle in Felinin. This can be known by asking the Ngais and the shopkeeper to verify the appearance. There is no need to search anything. The person who found the room is already empty. The shopkeeper also said that the person had just checked out and left. In this regard, Xie Chun was not surprised at all. This was an expected thing. There is nothing strange. If Niu Yudao really stayed there, it would be a strange thing. I didn't catch Niu Yudao, and here I inevitably pulled out the square to examine it carefully, such as where Niu Yudao might go, why did he come here, and so on. Yuan Fong is still timid as a rat, and asks what to answer, but there is no truth. There is no way to ask, and Yuan Fong will naturally have to suffer a bit. At this moment, there was a commotion outside. A large number of people rushed in, and the sound of the clamor of the war armor was obvious. The young man under Song Long ran in panic and anxiously reported, "Master, Zhu Shun, the steward of the Shifu mansion, has come and brought a lot of people to encircle our courtyard. What's going on?" Song Long was suspicious and asked other people in vain. Others didn't know about it. He quickly led people away. When I quickly walked into the courtyard and saw Zhu Shun, who led a group of people from outside the gate, I immediately understood everything because I saw Niu Yudao on the edge of Zhu Shun. This situation made Song Long's heart chuckle. Is this Niu Yudao said true? He is really the person who stabbed Shifu? What shocked him more was that Niu Yudao could actually work Zhu Shun to drive himself. He couldn't help but look back at Xie Chun, seemingly questioning, "How did you do it? Didn't he let you first confirm whether it was someone who stabbed in Shifu, and then start?" Upon seeing this scene, Chun Guishuo in the crowd was thrilled and wailed at his heart. How could Niu Yudao gain momentum in Jinzhou? There was too much movement here, and envoys from various countries in the Lufeng Hall who were mischievous about Zhaoguo were all alarmed. Jinzhou has sent people here to encircle the place where the envoys of the Yin Kingdom have settled. People in other countries cannot see it clearly. Jinzhou's attitude towards Yin state is worth paying attention to. On the edge of Yinghua, if there is any conflict, it is not a trivial matter. The people in the courtyards of the Lufeng Pavilion are all showing their heads, but this side was surrounded by heavy soldiers and could not be watched. Is it him? Zhu Shun stared at Song Long and asked lightly. Niu Dao confirmed, "Yes, it is him." Song Long was wondering www.mtlnovel.com. Don't Zhu Shun dare to make trouble for him, an envoy of the Yin kingdom, for his sake? Although his mind was a bit chaotic, his emissary Zhao Guo represented Dian's face, and he sternly shouted, "Zhu Shun, what do you mean? Is this the way to treat guests in Jinzhou?" Zhu Shun stared at him. The ceremonial servant is a guest, and he is regarded as a guest of honor. Everyone is disgusted. "Master Song, don't go around anymore. Hand it over." When he came to Lufang Hall, he had already checked with the guards here. Song Long and these people had indeed escorted individuals into the Lufang Hall, and he was able to match up with Niu Dao in terms of time. So he directly sent troops to surround him. How could Song Long easily admit that he was arresting people at random in other countries? This is not an envoy's job, and it is not in accordance with the rules. Sophistry. Who to hand? Song Mao does not know what you mean. Zhu Shun, Master Song, it's better to cooperate. Otherwise, don't blame me. Song Long lifted his head and raised his chest. Full of breath, said, "I am the envoy of the Yin kingdom, but I want to see who dares to move." Zhu Shun, can the envoys of Yin state catch people in Zhao state? Song Long tit for tat. Zhu Shun, can't talk nonsense. Zhu Shun, Master Song, the visitor is a guest. I don't want to make things bigger, but that person, I must take it away today. Give it away. I haven't had anything to do. Otherwise, I will force me to order a search if it is searched. Then I have to detain you and let the court of the Yin kingdom give Jinzhou an explanation. Master Song, there is no room for negotiation and ambiguity. I will reiterate it again and hand over the people. Nothing happened, absolutely speaking. The person he caught was inside. He had been surrounded by heavy soldiers. Now he wanted to hide, and there was no place to hide. The other party's attitude was very clear. There was no room for discussion on this matter. Although the hair of the Golden King Bear is precious, it is nothing compared to some things. In addition, this bear demon is of no use to him. Not to mention that he intended to give someone a gift, and he did not intend to hide the treasure. Song Long glanced at his real goal, Niu Dao's eyes flickered for a while, and he turned his head and said, "Bring people out." Seeing the people around him back inside, Niu Dao quickly whispered to remind Zhu Shun, "Can the dead be cured?" He was worried that the other party would kill his mouth. After all, it was not a trivial matter for the envoy to catch people in other countries. In case the side killed the square, an excuse said that the wounded person he met on the street was brought back for treatment. If you don't admit that you caught it yourself, then this battle is not clear. Zhu Shun's eyes flashed and warned with a very serious tone, "I want to live. If a person dies, don't even think about leaving here alive." He can say such things, and he can say them so seriously because he knows what if the good doctor can cure the young master's disease, what it means to the Xiao family and his wife, and even knows if the Xiao family collapsed to him. What does Zhao's housekeeper mean? Song Long sneered. "It's a big tone. I'm the embassy of the Yin kingdom." Even if the Zhao state's court did not dare to say anything about killing the foreign envoy, it seems that Jinzhou is bigger than the Zhao state's court. Now, Zhu Shun, Master Song misunderstood. Jinzhou did not dare to be bigger than the court. Jinzhou was just not afraid of Yingguo, and would not condone Yingguo's behavior in Zhaoguo. If Master Song did not believe it, he could make a dead person and try it out. I dare to guarantee that if something goes wrong, Yingguo will know the truth and will not pursue anything. Song Long was blocked by this remark. Although the other party's words are polite and nice, the meaning in the words is obvious. Even if I kill you, Yingguo would not dare to take it seriously. As a foreign ambassador, it is unbearable to hear these words, but I dare not fight it harder, because Yingguo's fist and squeeze, he say and fight, and he see it and threaten the enemy. It's useless. Although this matter was caused by the private affairs of the Song family, today he can profoundly understand what is called a weak country without diplomacy. Even the princes in the Zhao state dare not take Yin state into their eyes. For a foreign envoy, what a shame. In fact, he understood that Yan's comprehensive national strength was not weak, not much worse than Zhao's. Yengua's weakness was caused by internal chaos and became a mess. It was put a few years ago, when the male soldier under the command of King Ning was still there. Zhao Guo had to be short in front of Yengua. How dare Zhao Guo talk to Yengua's envoys at that time? However, in the eyes of the Emperor Yin, perhaps his brother Ning Wang is a more imminent enemy than his foreign enemies. There are some things that these courtiers are not good at saying. Eventually, the blood-bearing square was brought out, and Song Long was considered to be forced to release the people in front of everyone. Seeing Yuanfang, Zhu Shun gently asked Niu Yudao, "Is it him?" Niu Yudao nodded, "Yes." Seeing Niu Yudao again, seeing that Niu Yudao brought so many people to save himself, Yuanfang wanted to cry excitedly. Dao Yi didn't give up on him, and he came to save him. When he was sentenced to prison just now, he knew in his heart that no matter whether he recruited or not, the other party might not let him go. The key is, why should he be let go? He thought he was going to die, and he didn't expect that he would be rescued from the fire by Dao Yi from the moment he was arrested, and it was estimated that he would not arrive within an hour. The taste in his heart was fiery. There are some things, even if Niu Yudao said what he said before, Yuanfang still has doubts in his heart. Talking 10,000 times is not comparable to this true personal experience. Goodbye, Niu Yudao is really excited. He limped to Niu Yudao and shouted emotionally, "Dao Yi." Niu Yudao looked up and down and asked, "How is it hurt?" Yuanfang, "The flesh hurts, can bear it." For him, being alive is better than anything. And the opposite Song Long suddenly changed his smile and arched his hand. Zhu manager, a misunderstanding, but also looking at Haiyan. He was probing the other party's attitude to see if there was any need to stay in this Jianzhou city. Zhu Shun bowed back to the courtesy and said, "Sir Song is right. It is indeed a misunderstanding. This matter has passed. The old slave still has errands, so leave first." The attitude he gave was also very clear, and the words were counted. When this thing never happened. For him, as long as the goal is saved, he does not want to provoke the dispute between Jianzhou, Zhao Wuting, and Yingua because of this. The overall situation and reality are in front of everyone. If you're happy or unhappy, you have to be the one who can afford to put it down, regardless of measure. Song Long breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Zhu Guanzhao walks slowly. "I will not send it away." "Master Song stays." Zhu Xuanyi politely waved, and then waved the siege horse back, and turned to take the people away. Before leaving, Niu Yudao confronted Song Long's eyes. His eyes were calm, but they all showed badness. The first time they met, Niu Yudao suffered a loss. Song Long lost face. No one can help anyone. Now no one can help anyone, not to mention who won or who took advantage. The people who surrounded the courtyard of the embassy of Yin Kingdom evacuated, and Niu Yudao helped the limping, blood-wounded person out, very conspicuous. At least the envoys of all countries can see clearly. They also pay special attention to the two strangers Niu Yudao and Yuanfang. They want to know who these two are. Ask the entourages who were more familiar with the situation in Jinzhou. They shook their heads and said they didn't know and hadn't seen them. This made the envoys more curious. Who actually could work? Zhu Shun personally brought people to encircle the courtyard of the envoy of the Yin Kingdom. At the same time, everyone is also very concerned about what conflict Song Yansong Yin has with Jinzhou. Will it become a bigger conflict? Will it affect Yin and Zhao and change the world? When the Wu dynasty collapsed and hundreds of princes called Wang Ligua, the pattern of the world has been changing and gradually evolved into today's 7 kingdoms. Not to mention, the smell of Qin's division seems to haven't dispersed yet. Let me ask the envoy, how can you pay close attention? After Zhu Shun's horse evacuated from Lufeng Hall, the envoys of Jin, Han, Song, Wei, and Qi kingdoms walked towards Song Long at the gate of Yin Hall to express their concern. "Brother Song, why did Zhu Shun look so unpleasant to you?" South Korean ambassador Zhuge Sun took the lead and said with a surprised look, "He is a young man in white clothes, with a long jade tree in front of the wind. He is the youngest among the embassies of the various countries, and the one with the best appearance. Of course, what is said is not very pleasant, because everyone can understand that South Korea has just cut away from the state of Yin. The two countries have suffered a lot of deaths and injuries in a war, and they are still in a state of confrontation. It's strange to be nice. Song Long said indifferently. It's not big or small. I am old enough to be your father. Is Korean etiquette letting you talk to elders like this? Remember to call it uncle in the future. Juga Shiwonha said, I have never heard that the envoys between the countries are based on seniority. When I look back, I sent a 100-year-old man in Korea to South Korea. Wouldn't Song Song meet the grandfather when he met? Sorry. The envoy of the Song state, Tu Huayu, scratched his beard and scorned, what does Mao have no chi? Also deserved to be a messenger. He did not help Song Long to speak, but because Song was also adjacent to South Korea, and they were also right and wrong with each other. In addition, Zhuge's son was too young to be a bit unpleasant. Such a young man was useless to make him an old fellow. The envoys of Jin, Chu Xiangyu, Sui Pai, and Zhou Enian, the envoys of the princes, were all happily beside them, and there was a suspicion of watching the excitement. There is no way. The close proximity of Yin, Zhao, Han, and Song countries often creates contradictions. Relatively speaking, Jin, Wei, and Qi are farther away. Anyway, www.untilnovel.com. These embassies all came to celebrate the birthday of Hai Ruyue, and don't say anything else. What did Emperor Zhao Guohai Wuji think? These people are eager to provoke conflicts between the brothers and sisters of Hai Wuji. Song Long had something to worry about. He was not in a mood to fight with them. He was too lazy to say hello, turn his sleeves, and turn back. After returning to the house, his face really sank down and ordered the accompanying officials. Go and find out what the relationship between Niu Dao and Shifu is. In the Shifu Palace, Zhu Shun ordered people to take Yuan Fong to wash and treat the wound, and asked others to help Xiao Tianjin to see a doctor. How could this embarrassing situation go to see his wife? Fresh inside the house, without outsiders, Yuan Fong said to Neo in a small voice, Dao Dao, I didn't say anything except that you settled in Felinin. Neo Yu Dao said with a smile. No explanation. I believe you. Yuan Fong was stunned, secretly moved again. Unknown, Neo Yu Dao knew very well that if Yuan Fong revealed secrets that should not be revealed, Song Long had every reason to hold Yuan Fong. Now the reason is not the time to explain, Neo Yu Dao whispered. The situation cannot help people, just inconvenience for you. Slowly changed his clothes, and Yuan Fong busy said, I understand. The monks don't have that obsession, and it doesn't matter if they are out of breath. But now there is a good chance to be angry. Neo Yu Dao talked about the situation of asking Shifu to come to the rescue. Yuan Fong was frightened. Dao Dao, how can I cure that problem? Neo Yu Dao said calmly. No need for you to cure. You just need to see the action later. Try not to speak. Try to deal with the rest. After some careful instructions, Yuan Fong understood his intentions. Although he nodded and agreed to express his cooperation, he was depressed. This is simply holding his head to death. In fact, Yuan Fong would like to ask Neo Yu Dao, didn't you say something about cultivation? He spent so many years in the mountains of Nanshan Temple. He was used to cleanliness. He suddenly became involved in such a storm when he entered the world. He was hasty and a little caught off guard. Has been properly packed here, and people have been notified. Soon, a notice came from the backyard, let the two pass, and someone led along the way. This road scene has made Yuan Fong look around for a while. I have never seen such a luxurious house. Think about the untouchables in the mountains. Look at this. The difference between the mud and clouds. I am lamented how this rich man cannot be tempting. No wonder, everyone yearning for Ba in my heart. In an elegant hall, the guests and the host met, and the round side stood expressionless and motionless. Neo Yu Dao saluted. Hai Ryue, in a gorgeous skirt, raised her hand to show rudeness. Her eyes fell on a limp circle and asked, This is the good doctor who came to cure the disease? Neo Yu Dao said, Exactly. The sea is like a moon. I don't know where the good doctor's name is. Where is Xinxiang? Yuan Fong said neither cold nor hot. Huat Tua. Yamano Murano. Hi, Ryua. Oh, it turns out to be Mr. Hua. Mr. Hua does not seem to be very happy. Is this palace neglected? Niu Dao said, I don't hide Princess Chong. We are here to resign. Zhu Shun Horan, who was calmly beside him, looked up and looked at him. Hi, Ryua. I narrowed her eyes and said, Are you kidding me with this palace? This palace did not hesitate to offend the foreign envoys and rescue the people. But you did not do what you promised and wanted to leave? Could it be that this palace is a widow? Easy to bully, easy to use? Niu Dao said. Princess Chong misunderstood. Mr. Hua ran to medical service not far away, but he didn't want to even lose his life, so he didn't dare to stay here, fearing danger again. Hi, Ryua. Don't worry. Mr. Hua only cares about seeing a doctor with peace of mind. This palace assures you that no one on the ground of Jianzhou dares to move you again. Niu Dao said, Princess Chong doesn't know. There's a rule for Mr. Hua to treat a patient, and he will not be cured when he is in a bad mood. No one provokes anyone and is hurt. Harryu meaningfully, oh, I don't know how can Mr. swallow this breath? Niu Dao gave 8 words. You have revenge. You have revenge. There was a slight silence in the hall, and Hai Ryue's eyes turned back and forth for a while, and he slowly said, I don't know how to avenge me. Niu Dao said, Injustice has the head, the debt has the owner. It is enough to give Song Long to Mr. Hua. Hai Ryue smiled faintly, staring at Niu Dao, and said, How do I think this is not what Mr. Hua meant, but you want to take the opportunity to find the Song family to settle the bill? This is what I meant after discussing with Mr. Hua. The people in front of me don't tell secret words and don't hide Princess Chong. I mean what Mr. Hua meant. Niu Dao was also calm and added another sentence. And there is no way for the Song family to break the knot, and I have no deterrent force to let the Song family give up that period of knot. In this case, it can only be your life and death. The princess also saw it, and the Song family also has this attitude. When I arrived in Jinzhou, I started to deal with me. Then I can only have this attitude. As long as Princess Chong helps me to achieve my wish, I will resolve it for Princess Chong. Hai Ryue said coldly. Do you still want to use this palace? Niu Dao said, It's not a use, it's a bargain. Hai Ryue. It seems that Shang Chaozong did not want to cooperate anymore. Niu Dao said, If I don't even have my life, does it matter to me whether Yongping County King and Princess Chong are not cooperating? Hai Ryue, you are already in the hands of this palace. Is there room for you to bargain? Niu Dao said, Ling Lang's life is also in my hands, and Princess Chong has no room for bargaining. Hai Ryue sneered. Joke, it seems that you are really living impatiently. Niu Dao said, Is it forced to see a doctor? The 2 results are not cured, or the death is directly treated. Does the princess dare to take the life of the patient? In short, there can never be a cure under persecution. Of course, Princess Chong can also kill us and let the patient continue to wait for death. I do not know which result Princess Chong is willing to choose. I repeat again, except for me and Bingshua Pavilion, no one in this world can solve Princess Chong's imminent worries. There was anger in Hai Ryue's eyes, and it was found that there were really bold people who used this to dare to threaten this side. However, the other party was so determined about her treatment effect that she still barely squeezed this anger and coldly said, You can believe what you can believe in this palace? Niu Dao, Yongping County King knows that the patient's condition can still send us because Princess Chong thinks about it, and we are already in the hands of the princess. Leave? Although Song Long's life is golden, I don't need to trade my life for his life. The hall fell into silence again, and Hai Ryue and Zhu Shun stared at each other for a while. In the end, Zhu Shun said, Princess Chong can't kill the envoys of other countries. At that time, Zhao Gua can't give Yingguo an explanation. Yingguo will inevitably kill Zhao Gua's envoys. Although Zhao Gua is not afraid of Yingguo, it can cause the consequences of this dispute. Jin, the people behind the state, will not agree. The people behind it naturally refer to the practice schools that control Golden State. The implication is that it is impossible to help him kill the emissaries of Yin Kingdom. Niu Yu Dao said, "If it is my personal grievances with the Song family, at that time, nature and Yingguo will have nothing to do with Jinzhou. I think it would be okay for the elder princess to create some opportunities for me to start. The elder princess need not bear any responsibility. There is no loss of responsibility. There are benefits. Why not do it?" Hai Ryue didn't seem to want to blend this in, turned around and left. Her behavior was also an attitude. Niu Yu Dao but shouted, "The princess stays behind. I need an identity to cover here, so as not to make people doubt the princess and the prince." Hai Ryue stopped a little and turned away. "I will let the news go out here and say you are my face." "Face? Your male pet?" After Niu Yu Dao reacted, Shao Kahn suddenly refused and said, "It's wrong. This identity is not suitable." Stood silently at the corner of the round, square mouth and twitched, also showing a strange expression. Hai Ryue turned her back slightly and asked, "Why?" "I'm afraid that my widow will ruin your reputation." Niu Yu Dao hurriedly waved his hand and said, "No, it's because I'm afraid of ruining Princess Chang's reputation." Hai Ryue turned around slowly, answering the question, "What do you think of this palace?" Niu Yu Dao didn't know what she meant by asking this, and replied carefully, "Princess Chang is naturally a stunning pose." "Hai Ryue, do you think there is any good reputation for me as a beautiful widow sitting in this position? I'm afraid that all kinds of rumors and sayings have been flying all over the sky. You can rest assured that this reputation does not matter to me." Niu Yu Dao's expression stiffened, and he waved his hand again and refused. "I came here at the order of the prince. This kind of thing can still be avoided. It would be better to go straight, that is, to order the aunt's birthday at the order of the prince. It is also reasonable for the Lord to be pleased." According to seniority, Hai Ryue is also regarded as the aunt of Shang dynasty. Niu Yu Dao saw the princess and found that, to a certain extent, the bloodline of the merchants is still good, as can be seen from the appearance of the Long Princess and the appearance of the Shang dynasty. Of course, Niu Yu Dao believes that Shang Shuqing is an exception. "You should discuss it with Zhu Shan." Hai Ryue didn't say much, throwing away her words, dragging her long skirt away. After watching her leave, Niu Yu Dao emphasized to Zhu Shan again, "I still have a good birthday." He was really shocked by Hai Ryue's words. If he had a scandal with Shang Chaozong's aunt, he turned back and saw that the Shang brothers and sisters could not explain clearly. "Yes." Zhu Shan nodded. Niu Yu Dao immediately arched his hand to leave. As for how to start with Song Long, let the other party think about planning. Zhu Shan raised his hand, indicating that he did not have to leave in a hurry, reminding, "Song Long is not good at having an accident here. Whether it is mobilizing a horse or using a monk, it will shock the people behind Golden State. Behind Golden State people will not agree, because they do want to cause this trouble. The assassination will not work either, and the envoys of embassies will enjoy protection in various countries, as usual. If the protection is unfavorable, they will also have to bear responsibility here. Princess Chang is not easy to intervene here, otherwise everyone is not a fool. Anyone can see. Listening to this means not wanting to help this." Niu Yu Dao said slowly, "What does Zhu Guanjia mean?" Zhu Shan waved his hand www.ntlnovel.com and said, "I will arrange for you to stay in the Lufeng Pavilion immediately. You can find a way to start." Niu Yu Dao's face sank. So many masters around him. "How can I start?" "Zhu Shan, we can't help you, but someone in the Lufeng Hall can help you. It depends on whether you can seize the opportunity." Soon after, Niu Yu Dao and Yuan Fong and his party were invited out of Shishifu, moved to Lufeng Hall, and Fangzhe was released. After setting foot in a small courtyard in Lufeng Hall, Niu Yu Dao didn't make any stop and immediately came to visit the guests in the hall. In the Korean library, in the study room, Zhu Bisun is picking up a light to read the documents. A follower walked in quickly and reported, "Adult, there's a guest called Niu Yu Dao outside to ask for your lord." Niu Yu Dao. Zhu Bisun looked up suspiciously. "Who is it?" The entourage explained. The adults who have seen before and come out of Yingguan, the adults also asked to inquire about their identity. Oh, Zhuge Sun suddenly became interested. Diplomatic diplomacy, and diplomacy is to go abroad for the sake of national interests, and put down the documents in his hand. He said, "Hurry, please." Soon, the host and guest met in the main hall. After a brief greeting, Zhuge Sun reached out and invited Niu Yudao to sit down with tea, and he asked cheerfully, "I wonder if Brother Niu has any advice here?" Niu Yudao said nothing, and went straight to the theme. "I want to kill Song Long, Song Zhu. I hope Brother Zhuge will help me." Zhuge Sun was speechless, a little ignorant, thinking, this person is sick. I don't even know who you are, and you dare to make this request as soon as you meet? Yuan Fong, who was on the side, knew that the situation was better. Fong Zhike, who came with him, was a bit overwhelmed. He looked at Niu Yudao and wondered what happened. Kill Song Long? He really wants to pull Niu Yudao out and ask a clear understanding. Are you here to work for the prince, to kill a country's envoy? Does this help the prince or cause trouble to the prince? The people behind Zhuge Qing looked at each other. Zhuge swallowed his mouth and swallowed the tea, quickly sipped the tea, suppressed his surprise, and concealed his gaffe. Put down the teacup and smiled. "Brother Niu, are you kidding me?" Niu Yudao said, "No kidding, I am serious." Zhuge Sun shook his head and said, "You are serious, just kidding, right when I heard nothing. Drink tea. Please use it." "Okay, drink tea." Niu Yudao offered the teacup and held his hands to the other party as a tribute. Then he tasted slowly, stopped talking, drank, and signaled the person to refill. Zhuge Sun waited for a while, or he opened his mouth first and asked, "I don't know who Brother Niu is. Where is he high?" Niu Yudao said, "Yin Guoren is now a follow-up master under the prince of the Shang dynasty of the Yongping County. The princess is 40 years old, and the prince can't get away with something." "Shang dynasty?" Zhuge Sun uttered. His expression was a little complicated. He was no stranger to the name. At that time, Shang Chaozong was imprisoned in Yinqing and was locked up in the prison. South Korea was also concerned. In the early years, Ningguang Shang Jianbao caused a lot of pressure to South Korea. 10,000 iron rides broke the 100,000 army of South Korea. Going south to attack Yingguo, he naturally knew a few sons of Ningguang. Zhuge Sun turned his head and gave a wink. Someone quietly withdrew immediately. He slowly took a sip of tea and immediately asked, "Why are Brother Niu and Song Long killed?" Niu Yudao said, "I just arrived in Jianzhou City today, and Song Long gave me a poisonous hand. I was lucky to get out of it, but my brother was caught by him. I asked the people in Shishifu to come out and rescue them. He wanted to kill him. Me, why can't I kill him?" Zhuge Sun is strange. Why did Song Long kill Brother Niu? Niu Yudao said, "I am a disciple of the Yanqing Shangqing sect, and Song Longqing's nephew Song Yanqing was originally a brother of the same discipline. After I was expelled from the Shangqing sect, Song Yanqing refused to let me go and intercepted me along the way. After self-protection killed Song Yanqing. This hatred was forged." After Zhuge Sun, a monk's eyes flickered, approaching him, leaning his head against his ear and whispered, "Speaking of this, I think of it. It seems that there is a name for this cow in Shankingzong. People, it seems that this is the case." The announcement issued by the Shangqing sect to the practice circle accused the Song family of accusation of this, but it did not mention whether the disciple who killed the Song family's children was expelled from the school. Soon earlier, I heard the news that Shangqingzong had already turned to our South Korea's Beizhou, Shi, Dengyun. Zhu Gushun thoughtfully, and immediately looked like a sigh of emotion. No wonder. It turned out that Brother Niu and Song family had such a knot. This Song Long, as an embassy of a country, does not attach importance to national affairs. It's really not ridiculous. But then again, a country's envoys represent the face of a country. No matter what country the embassy is, no one dares to write if there is no real conviction. Otherwise, it is easy to cause disputes between the two countries. Brother Niu, let me help this. It's a bit abrupt. Although South Korea and Yin Kingdom are enemy countries, it is a rare thing to put the matter of brave murder of envoys. Even if the two armies are not killed in battle, How can I do such a thing? Niu Dao said, don't let Brother Zhuge do it, nor let Brother Zhuge bear the responsibility. Just want Brother Zhuge to create an opportunity for me to do it. Zhuge Sun's eyebrows were raised, so he picked up the teacup again, his eyes slightly thinking. Before long, the people who went out quietly came in again, bowing his head and whispering in his ear, go to the yard where they live and confirm with the guard. Yes, it's called Niu Dao. It is indeed Yin Guoyangping people from the Wangshang dynasty sent to Hairuyue to celebrate birthday. Zhuge Sun is waiting for this news. It is impossible for Niu Dao to say what identity he is. He believes what identity he must believe, and it must be verified. After knowing the situation, the teacup quickly let go and sighed. Brother Niu, it's not that I won't help you. In fact, I'm also for you. You think killing a country's envoys is not a trivial matter. Can I easily let you go? I'm afraid you won't even be able to leave the ground of Jinsho. This is the third time the Song family has killed me. I am passive every time. How can this kind of thing be repeated again and again? The rabbit is anxious and bites. Niu Dao stretched out 3 fingers and lit up then, let go and asked, does Brother Zhuge think I don't kill Song Long? Can Song Long let me easily leave the ground of Jinzhou? I have decided. Zhuge smiled. My mouth smiled mysteriously, intriguing. In Yin Hall, Song Long is also picking up lights to read documents. The news about Zhao Jing from Zhao Guijing's side is an embassy stationed in Zhaogua. For screening, all useful information should be immediately sent to Yinjing by Goldwings. S. Entourage came in and reported, Adult, the person who has sought the Shishifu has confirmed that Niu Dao has nothing to do with the Shishifu, but that the Shang dynasty sent him to celebrate Hairuyu's birthday. Song Long leaned against the back of the chair, and after a strange look, please ask Huang Xuxing to come. Yes. The entourage resigned. After a while, Huang Xuxing came in and asked, Sir, is something wrong? Song Long said slowly, Niu Dao was only sent by the Shang dynasty to give Hairuyue a birthday. Hairuyue is the master. The guests who came to his show below have something under her eyelids. She cannot ignore it. I came forward to solve it. It was indeed that we were acting before. Huang Xuxing didn't say a word, but he was muttering in his heart, you shouldn't do this as the identity of your current emissary. Is also waiting for his following, knowing that he will not just say this. There must be something else, otherwise he will not call himself over. Song Long sighed and said, I know my identity is not suitable for doing this kind of thing, but after all, it is a smooth thing if I let it go if I go back and see my third son in my family. It is not easy to explain. A son. I heard that my brother and sister wash their faces with tears every day. How can I explain to her? Brother Huang, staring at Niu Dao, once he finds a suitable opportunity, he will solve it immediately. Said that he got up and bowed his hand to Huang Xuxing. Please. Huang Xuxing frowned and finally nodded. I will do my best. Song Long smiled. Brother Huang is assured. After this matter is completed, the Song family will have to thank. At this moment, an entourage came in and an invitation was placed on the bookcase and placed in front of Song Long. He reported, the invitation sent by the emissaries of Han Zuzug invites adults to dinner. Song Long took the invitation in hand and opened it. After reading it, he frowned. What kind of ghosts are Zhuge children doing during the big dinner? Is there anything to say there? The entourage said, I didn't say anything. I just said it was a night party that only talked about the wind and snow and invited all the envoys from all countries. Both. Song Long doubted that if he was just invited, he still had to think about what he meant. The envoys of all countries invited him. But he was awake. Don't be sold by these people together. He definitely have to come to see what is going on. Is also an envoy. He knows the nature of these people too, and they are all unscrupulous people for the national interests behind them. These people who are pregnant with ghosts only get together and talk about the wind and snow. It's strange to believe him. Look at the time on the invitation. It's almost time, and immediately order people to make a little preparation. Baiwa Pavilion is located in the garden in the middle of the Lufeng Pavilion. The pavilions are elegantly decorated with bright lights, and there is a small lake on the side. The guest hadn't come yet. The host of the banquet arrived first. Zhuge's son wandered around the fence of the water pavilion. Several singers were playing the piano and playing flute. Didn't wait long. The embassies of various countries were stuck in time, and Song Long was naturally among them. First asked Zhuge's son what happened. Zhuge's son just smiled back, and I will know later. Looked back and collided with Song Huayu's eyes. Everyone was there. Wine and delicacies were served one after another. Zhuge's son reached out and invited everyone into the chanting pavilion to sit down. After sitting down, they found that there was still an empty space. Sui Pai, the envoy, asked, Zhuge, did he invite other people? Slap, slap, slap. Zhuge's son gave 3 high five. The sound of the piano and shao under the steps suddenly stopped, and the other side of the pavilion where everyone sat was leading to www.mtlnovel.com. The closed door opened, and Niu Yudao walked out, followed by Feng Zhe and limping a round square in his arms. Some people are suspicious, and some people are puzzled. Song Long narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhuge with cold eyes. Yuan Fong and Feng Zhe stopped outside the pavilion, did not follow up, nor did their followers enter, nor were they special. Everyone saw that Niu Yudao came in, but no one was worried that he would come in disorder. There are so many masters on the side, unless they are living impatiently. After Niu Yudao entered, he arched his hand to everyone. In Niu Yudao, he served under the king's tent in the Yongping County of Yingguo. This time the prince should have come to celebrate his aunt's birthday. Come here to do the work. I can see the prince is here, and Niu is lucky to have 3 lives. Everyone looked different. No one said anything. Zhuge's son reached out and gestured. Niu Yudao sat in the middle of Jin Xiang, Chu Xiangyu, and Wei Sui Pai. Just sitting down here, Song Long has sneered. The envoys are all the envoys of the countries. What kind of thing are you worthy of seating here? Niu Yudao's expression was calm. His brows were lowered, his eyes were silent, and he was allowed to ridicule. Others are watching. Zhuge's son pressed his hand, gestured to Song Long to take it easy, and said with a smile, Before talking about the matter, there is a small thing to explain to you. In fact, on the way to Jinzhou, I met Brother Niu. It is too late to meet each other. Before that, Brother Niu found me and talked about a grudge between him and the Song family of Yingguo. He didn't want to dare to fight against the Song family. But what happened? When you come to me, I hope that I will come forward as a peacemaker and resolve this grudge. Since everyone is there, let me be a witness. I don't know what Brother Song thought. It's just an excuse to say that he met on Jinzhou Road. In fact, he wanted to say that the Shanqing sect has now turned to South Korea, and Niu Yudao is a disciple of the Shanqing sect. Then he came forward to be a peacemaker. However, Niu Yudao had little room to discuss this, and he strongly disagreed with what he had to do with the Shanqing sect, and told him firmly that he had been expelled from the division by the Shanqing sect, and he had no more relationship with the Shanqing sect. Relationship? Song Long squinted with cold eyes. Zhuge's son, are you too wide? Zhuge's son quickly waved his hand. Don't get me wrong, just talk, and it's okay to talk. The so-called enemies should be settled rather than settled. Some things passed, so why not hold on? Song Long sneered. I don't understand what you're talking about. Let's talk about business. Unrelated people should still step back. Don't ask for fun. Zhuge's son smiled bitterly. Zhao Zheoyudo spread his hands, and I couldn't help it. Side envoy Tu Huayu said indifferently. This is a guest invited by others. How can you be a guest to catch the guest? Is Yingguo's etiquette eaten by dogs? Song Long stared. Tu Lao Air, don't be okay. These people may be more reserved in speaking and doing things in the DPRK and China in their own country. But after going abroad, it is normal to argue with the beat table of the other countries, envoys, or blush and swear at the neck, or even swear words. You're welcome. Of course, after the scolding, you can sit and drink together, and you can scold after drinking. Even if they are called brothers and brothers, they can immediately turn their face when the national interest is needed, and can immediately chat and laugh when the national interest is needed. Tu Huayu ignored him and turned his head to look at Niu Yudao. Little brother, The old man is interested in listening to what is going on. I don't know what hatred you have at the Song family. Other people are also curious about this matter. It was very curious to see the scene where Zhu Shun brought people out of Yingguan. Chizwa and Ian also said happily, "It doesn't hurt to say anything." Most of the others nodded slightly in agreement. Song Long's face sank. He wanted to leave immediately, but he wanted to know what Zhuge Sun was going to talk about. I was originally a disciple of the Shanqing sect, but was expelled from the mentor by the sect of the Qing dynasty. On the way, I was killed by his brother Song Yanqing. Niu Yudao took out the previous argument about Zhuge Sun again, and then he spoke. Song Long said, "Nanshan Temple killed me once, I killed Song Yanqing. Songlu County killed me once, I killed the son of your housekeeper in Guifu. This occasionally encountered Master Song in the city of Jianzhou. Shifu came forward. I do not know what the situation is. Master Song, I really do not want to go on like this with the Song family, and I see it in afford to provoke the Song family. Today, the fathers testify here. Let me go." Song Long sneered in your heart. "What kind of thing are you worthy of negotiating with the Song family?" On the surface, he said calmly, "It's a bunch of words. I don't understand what you're talking about. This is not a place for you to talk nonsense. What did I kill you? I can't talk about things without evidence." Almost at the same time, Huang Xuxing and Xie Chun, who heard the movement inside, had flashed behind him to prevent Niu Yudao from talking about the rash. Niu Yudao stood up and arched his hand. "Master Song, I am sincere. As long as you can let me go, you can talk about any conditions. This is not a lie. The Song family is powerful, and if it can be resolved peacefully, it is the best." Song Long leaned against the back of the chair and calmly said, "Nothing. How do you let me talk?" Niu Yudao said nothing. He understood the attitude of the other party. All of the people present here are discerning. Everyone understands the meaning of Song Long's words, but it's just because it's a lively show. No one cares about Niu Yudao's feelings. Song Long looked at Zhuge Sun. "Zhuge, don't make this inexplicable. Let the irrelevant people retreat. Talk about the business." Zhuge Sun could only stand up and give away the passengers, and said, "Brother Niu, I'm really sorry. You see, did you go back and rest first?" Song Long dismissed the cow with a sneer, and a slight sneer was raised in the corner of his mouth. Aside, Tu Huayu suddenly Yin and Yang said, "Some people really don't know how to think. This kind of thing can also promise to be a peacemaker. Think about it, and know that there is no spectrum. Is this not embarrassing the guests? No hair on the mouth, work not strong." The apologetic Zhuge Sun Horan turned his head back, seeming to be somewhat embarrassed, and angrily said, "Song Long, old thief, who are you scolding?" Tu Huayu also stood up and glared. "Zhuge, who are you scolding?" Zhuge Sun, "Whoever scolds me, I will scold anyone. Uncultivated things, I will take care of your father and mother." Tu Huayu rebuked with a wave of slaps. Snapped. A slap in the face was clear and loud, and it was slapped Zhuge Sun's face. Everyone was stunned. It wasn't the first time they watched the two people scolding each other, but it was really the first time they saw it. Song Long froze for a moment, almost did not laugh out loud, and said his thing. "These two people did so? I also want to see his excitement, but now I want to see who sees his excitement." Covered his face. Zhuge Sun was also stunned. He didn't expect that the old man would actually do it, but the privately arranged drama didn't happen. This is because he knew that he couldn't shake things out afterwards and took the opportunity to retaliate. Niu Yudao was also stunned, but also started, "These two guys can really play it." Zhuge Sun slapped back almost immediately. Tu Huayu, who started first, was already on guard and raised his hand for a block, but the next moment Zhuge Sun grabbed his beard. The scorpions outside, the two flashed in and pulled the two apart. Brushed into so many monks at once. It was easy to be accidental. Other people's followers also immediately flashed in, and the protector who protected himself first left the kiosk. "Who?" Suddenly someone shouted. A Zhuge Sun sergeant suddenly turned around, grabbed the shoulder of Huang Xuxing, who was about to protect Song Long, and shouted, "Why kick me?" "I didn't kick." Huang Xuxing waved him away, but the latter stumbled over the table. This action immediately messed up the scene. All the people of Zhuge Sun rushed over immediately. Song Long's people were naturally unwilling to show their weakness, and they all came up. Seeing to be dry, Tu Huayu, who had been separated from Zhuge Sun, scolded, "Stop them! Don't hurt the harmony!" His people immediately rushed up, joined forces with Zhuge Sun's people. Almost every two people caught Song Long's one, immediately let Song Long out of protection, and fell into isolation. "Stop, stop!" Song Long shouted. Niu Yu Dao, standing at the tipping table, stared at Song Long outside the pavilion with a cold eye and raised his hand. The round side holding the sword at the back immediately threw the sword out, grabbed a sword in his hand. Niu Yu Dao suddenly flashed out, passing over a group of people. Huang Xuxing and others suddenly raised their heads and were frightened, but they were pulled to death. "What do you want to do?" Song Long exclaimed. Everyone looked and saw that Song Long had been grabbed by Niu Yu Dao and knelt down on the ground, and Sun Lungjian foam put it on his neck. Adult, the monk next to Chu Xiangyu, Jin's envoy, asked if the intention was to stop it. Chu Xiangyu raised his hand and stopped for a moment, then said lightly, "The internal chaos of Yingguo is not a bad thing." "What are you doing?" There was a loud drink in the night sky, and dozens of people descended from the sky, encircling the cow with a wei, and people from the side of Shifu came. Zhuge Sun and Tu Huayu glanced at each other, and I didn't know why the cow was rubbing. Can I still start? Never mind this. The two were eager to get rid of their responsibilities, and they both quickly waved their hands and signaled that their people let go of Song Long. Huang Xuxing and others got out and rushed immediately, but was stopped by the people who stabbed in Shifu. "Stop it all." Huang Xuxing can only refer to the surrounded Niu Yu Dao and shouted. Niu Yu Dao immediately released Master Song. Niu Yu Dao looked around coldly and finally stared at Song Long, who was kneeling and shaking, and said indifferently, "Song Yanqing killed me. I killed it. Lu Ziyu killed me. I killed it. You killed me, and I killed it. The Song family comes one, and I kill one, waiting at any time." Now, Han Meng scratched a spray of blood on Song Long's neck, and the showgirl screamed in fright. "I don't like to kill people, but I don't do it, but it's quite ruthless." Song Long was too late to scream, so he was taken down by Niu Yu Dao, and his residual body was kicked and twitched on the ground, convulsing, and there was no chance to survive. Huang Xuxing and others were stunned. How could this be explained to Yin Guo and Sherman? The envoys of various countries took a breath. Rao Shizhu and Tu Huayu were mentally prepared. They were also trembling by this scene. Fangzhi was completely speechless. Who was sent by the prince? Yuan Fong stared at him, whispering in his heart, "Dao, you really dare? I am afraid it is too big." Cheng Guishua's startled, dumbfounded. In this case, still dare to do it. www.mtlnovel.com. Are you really not afraid of death? He really did not expect that the guy who was under house arrest in Teo Weiyuan was actually a cruel, desperate man. Niu Yu Dao threw the stage directly to Huang Xuxing. The sword in his hand was subsequently shot down and was quickly controlled by the people who stabbed Shifu. Huang Xuxing and others rushed in madly and were also stopped by the people who stabbed in Shifu. The murderer pays his life. Huang Xuxing angered. The person who stopped him put a sword on his neck and warned, "I will handle it without you to teach. Jianzhou is not a place where you want to make troubles." The disciples listened to orders. Whoever dares to act arrogantly, kill, no amnesty. All deduction. The alert sword flashed for a while. Soon a large number of people rushed in, and it was a leak that was all there. All were taken away, and no one resisted, didn't dare to resist. And here he went to fight with the people in Shishifu. Song Long's body was subsequently removed. An untasted wine dish in the pavilion knocked the ground. Everyone was confined in a courtyard, and the monk was sealed with meridians and unable to use his power. Zhuge Sun pushed a door open, touched his face with a slap print, and sat down on the tea-sipping Tu Huayu, cursing, "Old things, who made you do it?" Tu Huayu said happily, "This is not to act like an act. You took away a few beards from the old man, Didn't you care to? People wandering outside have not yet come out of the scene where Song Long was killed, all wondering what consequences this matter will have. At the same time, I was also wondering, all of them were arrested for the banquet, which can also be involved, and now I have to wait for outsiders to communicate. It's late at night. Wash and sleep. It's not our business. We will go out tomorrow morning. Chizwa, Annie, and Zhao, several people gathered together to enjoy the moon, said, raised his hand to cover his mouth, and yawned. The envoy Sui Pai asked, what is Guan taking here to wash? Zhua Enian touched his face and said, it doesn't matter if you wash it overnight. Looking up at the moon, Chu Xiangyu murmured, you said, will Zhuge Sun and Tu Huayu the old ghost be acting together? The other two were immediately alert. Zhua Enian asked, how do you say it? Chu Xiangyu turned around and looked at the two who were staring at himself. Dare to kill someone on this occasion. Is that Niu Yudao really not afraid of death? The most strange thing is that none of the monks under Song Long could escape and stop in time. He was all caught by Zhuge Sun and Tu Huayu. Is it a coincidence? These words plunged Sui Pai and Zhua Anian into contemplation. After being silent for a while, Sui Pai said, as you say, did the people on Jianzhou's side suddenly appear to be blocked in order to stop Song Long's people from doing things right against the cattle? Did people on Jianzhou's side also participate, not successful? Otherwise, Niu Yudao will definitely die. Zhua Enian blinked. Is Zhuge's Sun, Tu Huayu, and Jianzhou acting together? Song Long and Jianzhou have nothing to do with each other? Really want something? Song Long dare not come. Anyway, Song Long is guest. Come here to celebrate birthday. Kill the guest before the birthday. You Qingli C8 int justify it. In addition, this acting is also a little unreasonable. You think Zhuge Sun will make Tu Huayu take a mouthful? The slap mark on my face it's also clear, it's not easy to start. Speaking of that slap, Chu Xiangyu and Sui Pai both twitched their mouths. In retrospect, Tu Huayu's mouth really sucked into the cruelty. In this way, after thinking about it, several people shook their heads. It seemed that it might indeed be a coincidence. The pavilion was in chaos, squeezing each other, and the bull took the opportunity to pick up the cheap price. People from the government came to stop. If it is really a coincidence, Song Long's deserves this. Oh, go to sleep, go to each place to sleep, and then watch the fun tomorrow. Zhua Enian yawned, waved his hand, and turned to find a place to rest. The others also dispersed afterwards, but there was nothing to worry about. It was none of their business, let alone forgive Jianzhou, and how dare they treat them. Asking the situation must let them go. Overall, their treatment is still good, and house arrest is still a certain degree of self-restraint. And the real parties were directly caught in the iron prison. Inside the prison, Niu Yudao, Yuan Gang, and Fangzhe were taken out. They seemed to be sent to the outside for interrogation. Seeing Niu Yudao being escorted through the aisle, Huang Xuxing, who was also in Guan, rushed over, grabbing the iron fence with both hands, and shouted, Niu Yudao. When Song Long died, he was in great trouble. As the leader of the stern war, Song Long died under his eyes in this way. He could neither explain to the imperial court of the Yin kingdom nor the master. Niu Yudao Horan looked back and stared at Chen Guisha. He knew clearly that Song Long didn't know himself at all. If Jin Guishu hadn't leaked his identity, Chen Guisha wouldn't have happened. It was not directly done at Nanshan Temple. Chen Guisha was chilled by the staring eyes of his cold eyes, and he also knew clearly that if this matter had not been punctured by the people in Shifu in time, if it had not been time for Niu Yudao, he would not have the energy to take care of the others. To poison him. The Nanshan Temple's killing of Song Yanqing is still vivid. Today, he witnessed Song Long's being killed. Song Long is a country's envoy. This man actually dared to slay the public in public, and it was crazy to cut Song Long in public. He just asked that Niu Yudao be executed quickly. Otherwise, he would have to avoid this madman. Otherwise, he would not let himself go. Huang Xuxing, who was angry, was suspicious in his heart. He always felt that something was wrong tonight, and no one here could rescue him in time. Interrogation? Does Shifu know the whole process well, Does it still need to be reviewed? Deportation and interrogation are naturally pretending to be, and Niu Dao was directly escorted to the Shishifu. The thing about Niu Dao is over. The thing about assassination of Shifu is not over. See a doctor. Hall saw Niu Dao coming. Hai Riwe, slightly sighed in the heart, found that this did what he said, actually cut Song Long to the public, and how dare. Lufeng Hall. She naturally has been informed of the details. Niu Dao came in to salute. Princess Xie Chong finished. What's going on? I didn't do anything. I don't know anything. Hai Riwe let this matter aside with a faint whisper. I'm calling you to ask you. There will be no change in the matter of seeing a doctor, right? The surface of the round square is calm, and the heart is very embarrassed. Niu Dao smiled and said, Mr. Hua's anger disappeared, so I can see the doctor with peace of mind. Hai Riwe heard his spirits, although he was suspicious in his heart, but he still hoped. After all, the other party was full of confidence and even took a small life as a guarantee. Otherwise, would he agree to cooperate with the Lufeng Museum? Of course, it is also because the Lufeng Museum does not require any responsibility from her side. She was also afraid of long nights and dreams, and what other moths the other party made, and asked, It's not as good as now. How about going to the doctor now? Niu Dao nodded. Yes, but I want to lift the ban on me. Hai Riwe looked at Yuan Fong, and Niu Dao said again, In fact, the real good doctor is me, and the person who saw Ling Lang is also me. I have concealed a lot of things before, but it's really good, and I want to see Princess Haiyan. Indemnity. Hai Riwe suddenly looked sullen, but when he thought of asking the other party to heal, he could only bear it temporarily, giving Zhu Shun a look. Zhu Shun immediately went out and recruited famous monks to release the ban on Niu Dao, but he stayed aside, fearing that Niu Dao would be in disorder. Then a group of people went out of the hall, went deep into the inner courtyard, and came to Xiao Tianjin's bedroom. Own made palm lights in order to facilitate medical treatment. Zhu Shun ordered many lights in the house, brightly lit. Xiao Tianjin was pale under the thick quilt, his eyes were dark blue, and he was obviously asleep. When he saw his son, Hai Riwe had a complex expression. She was sent to Yanghua as a hostage before she was a teenager. Her central acid was not good enough for outsiders. She was forced to marry here and married a sick man, who knew the pain in her heart. She finally gave birth to a son, and she turned out to be a sick man. She did not know what evil she had made in her previous life, and she fell on her to bear all the retribution. She remembered crying on her knees before her mother, who caressed her and told her that this is the glory of the rich and wealthy, and that this is the life of the children of the royal family. The mother said that no matter what she would do in the future, her mother could only save her life as much as possible, and she could not worry about her food and clothing. Others could not afford her, and the rest depended on her. Would not complain about her. Zhu Shun walked to Niu Dao and asked in a low voice, Do I need to wake people up? Niu Dao shook his head, walked straight over, and sat beside the couch. Zhu Shun went to help and gently opened a little quilt and took Xiao Tianjin's hand out. Niu Dao's fingers gently rested on Xiao Tianjin's pulse. When his fingertips touched Xiao Tianjin's skin, he could feel the coldness. Is this body temperature such a thick quilt? He unconsciously looked back at the charcoal brazier placed in the room, quietly put away the distracted thoughts, slowly closed his eyes, and injected true gas into the investigation. Secretly panicked under peep, Xiao Tianjin's meridian slender scary, like a few-year-old child, and extremely thin and brittle, and not very resilient. Not only the meridians, but also the blood vessels, as well as the heart. It is conceivable that this patient did not dare to move a little bit more in his ordinary life. Otherwise, he would find death. This is a person who has no childhood fun. Niu Dao made a judgment. It is all that is necessary. What is even more weird is that the veins are naturally cold and are the source of hypothermia. Even the temperature of the blood on the body is lower than normal people. Niu Dao is inconceivable. This kind of person can still live to the present, and I don't know how much work has been done to maintain this. He said that it was natural nonsense to see Xiao Tianjin. It would be better to say that it is to confirm the situation, not to say what is the situation here, but to confirm whether Hai Ruyue is refusing. After it was confirmed, Niu Yudao silently mobilized the dry gas in his body. The true qi in his body is different from the general true qi, and the two qi of yin and yang in Qinkuan are divided. This is probably the origin of the name of Qinkuan Ju. The dry gas silently entered Xiao Tianjin's body, spreading all the way along the meridian, spreading all over Xiao Tianjin's body, and wanted to see if he could dispel the coldness in the meridian for Xiao Tianjin. Xiao Tianjin suddenly seemed like a dream. www.mtlnovel.com. There was some movement in his mouth. The eyes of the people next to him immediately fell on his face, and Hai Ryue's eyes lit up, bursting out with splendor, and he found that his son's face was gradually showing blood, and his hands and fingers were tangled together. But Niu Yudao looked at her with her eyes closed, but didn't dare to bother. Zhu Shun looked at Niu Yudao with a little anticipation. The quiet needle drop in the house is audible. However, the situation is not as optimistic as they imagined, and the real situation is only Niu Yudao knows best. The condition of Xiao Tianjin's meridians is really special. Niu Yudao has clearly dispelled the cold in his body's meridians with dry gas. However, once the dry gas was withdrawn, the cold in his meridians came back again. I don't know where it came from. Niu Yudao had to spread his whole body meridians with dry gas, and protected his whole body meridians with dry gas for a while, preparing to cover his meridians for a while, and then covering his whole body to cover and look again. Gradually, Xiao Tianjin's face became rosy, and the dark green around the eyes gradually faded, and his face showed a rare, sweet look. Eventually, it gradually became a little dry, and there was a voice in his mouth, hot, thirsty, water. Niu Yudao opened his eyes and looked at him. The sun actually felt the heat, and Hai Ruyue was overjoyed and quickly walked close to the couch. The monk quickly stopped her, fearing that Niu Yudao would be against her. Hai Ruyue waved him back and sat sideways beside the couch. He looked at the opposite of Yudao Niu and saw that there was no objection, so he tried to reach out. When he passed his son's nose, he could clearly feel the heat from his son's exhalation. The palm fell gently on his son's forehead, and his body temperature was hot. At this time, Xiao Tianjin, who was moving his eyelids, also woke up from a deep sleep and manually moved. He noticed that someone was pulsing himself, and his eyes moved from his mother's face to Niu Yudao's face. Suddenly asked, "How long can I live?" Niu Yudao smiled and said, "Anyway, I can't die. This is pure relief. People are no longer children. If they do not speak, they can guess that it is not good, and it is impossible to tell them that they will die soon." "Really?" Xiao Tianjin asked. Niu Yudao's relaxed tone also made Hai Ruyue look forward to her. Niu Yudao smiled and nodded to Xiao Tianjin, and the finger resting on the opponent's pulse was also removed. He smiled on the face, but his mood was a little heavy, not for anything else, only to sympathize with the kid on the sickbed. But the boy grew up so big that he suffered so much crime. He came here for the Shang dynasty's annexation of Qingshan County, not for the treatment of Xiao Tianjin. He will do some Chinese medicine treatment and some Western medicine treatment. His previous life is even more powerful than the ordinary Chinese medicine. He will know some prescriptions that the ordinary Chinese medicine does not know, but he is not a professional healer. He has limited knowledge. Of course, he also hopes to solve Xiao Tianjin's illness by the way, so that he could be more confident in the latter things. But in fact, he can't even diagnose Xiao Tianjin's disease. At least others can still diagnose it. He damaged the veins. He can only detect a condition and can't even understand the cause of the condition. When the dry gas was withdrawn from Xiao Tianjin's meridians, he noticed that he clearly removed the cold from Xiao Tianjin's meridians and also warmed up his meridians and the entire body. From where it came out, I believe it will take a while to erode its whole body. Very strange illness. Niu Yudao has no clue, and naturally there is no cure for rescue. Return Xiao Tianjin's hand back to the quilt. Niu Yudao got up and walked out. Hai Ruyue immediately got up and followed, and Zhu Shun quickly waved his hand to take care of Xiao Tianjin. After walking out of this room, Zhu Shun asked, "Is the master practicing positive masquerade?" Niu Yudao asked lightly, "Why do you say this?" Zhu Shun, in the past, people who had come to practice positive exercises in order to save the young master were in a similar situation to the young master just now. Niu Yudao said loudly, but did not answer whether he was masculine or not. A group of people returned to the hall. Hai Ryue finally couldn't hold back and asked, "Master, what's the result of the diagnosis and treatment?" Niu Yudao shook his head barely. "Ling Lang's illness is very strange. I can't help him temporarily." When this remark came out, Yuan Fong was terrified, secretly crying, Dao Yi, which one of you is out of control will die." Sure enough, Zhu Shun's complexion instantly gloomed, staring coldly at Niu Yudao. Hai Ryue also had a cold face in an instant. "Niu Yudao, do you dare to play me?" Niu Yudao said hee. "Princess Chong is too anxious. I just said that there's no way for the time being, not that there's no way forever. What I want to know now is, can Chigu Zhuwa really cure Ling Lang?" Hai Ryue paused for a while, staring at Niu Yudao with some itchy teeth, and found that this guy had one after another, which was purely irritating. "Will you die if you say something at once? It makes people lose their temper and don't want to send it either. It's a bit uncomfortable to hold him helplessly." Zhu Shun on the side said, "There should be nothing wrong. I have invited many seniors to see it and said that Qiang Zhugua can cure the young master's Tianyin damaged veins. The head of Wandong Tianfu came to see it in person after that. It is the same thing, there is no mistake. The so-called Wandong Tianfu is behind the scenes to support the practice of the Golden State, and it is also a great faction that Zhaogua can count." Niu Yudao said, "That is to say, as long as I can get Qiang Zhugua to Princess Chong, my promise is completed. As for whether it can be cured, it has nothing to do with me, is it?" Listening to his words, it gives a glimmer of hope. Hai resolutely said, "Yes, as long as you can get Qiang Zhugua. Even if you have fulfilled the promise, the others do not need you to control. I immediately sent troops to support Shang Chaozong. This is not clear in one sentence or two. Can we sit down and talk slowly?" Niu Yudao suddenly spread his hand to divert the topic. Hai Ryue wants to spray his face with spit, and after playing for a long time without results, he still wants to sit. "Later, I will see where your head is. Need to know that Niu Yudao killed Yin Long, Song Long. Now that she killed the other party and said it was acting according to law, no one would say anything. But finally, Chun Na temporarily felt anger in her heart, reached out and begged to sit down, and walked to the upper position and took a long skirt and sat down. Zhu Shun went out to say hello and made the tea. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Niu Yudao. Yuan Fong and Fong Zhizhen were worried, but Niu Yudao was in a state of unhurried calmness, slowly sipping tea, slowly swallowing down Cha Han. Only then asked, "Princess Chong, I wonder if you thought about the consequences of Qiang Zhu's failure to cure Ling Lang?" Hai Ryue coldly said, "This is not what you should worry about. You just need to get Qiang Zhugua for me." Niu Yudao said calmly. "What if the Qiang Zhugua can't be cured?" Hai Ryue said angrily, "You hope my son will die early?" Niu Yudao said, "The eldest princess made a heavy statement, and Ling Lang and I have no grievances or grievances. We are not so lacking in virtue, we just calmly reason. Hai Ryue, this palace doesn't need to listen to you. Do you want to make up some rhetoric to get away from the Qiang Zhugua incident? This palace warns you that this palace has repeatedly conceded to you. This is nothing. If there is no possibility of concession, I see it and hand it in, and I do need the Song family to do it." Niu Yudao said calmly. "Since I promised Princess Chong, I will not go back on my words. I said that if the cure is not good, Lang will go to Qiang Zhugua, and I will honor my promise. I have also said before Princess Chong's imminent worries will also be fulfilled. Two things, I will deal with Princess Chong together." Hai Ryue froze for a moment, and remembered that before Niu Yudao did say that she was about to resolve the imminent worries, but at the time, it sounded like he was treating his son. Now, I learned that the other party said two things, and they were all wrapped up in the body. They said they would help her solve them together. What is the other thing? After looking at Zhu Shun, who was also puzzled, Zhu Shun apparently did not know what Niu Dao said. She had to reply, "The imminent worry of this palace is my child's illness. As long as my child is ill, everything is natural. Solve it." Niu Dao asked. According to Princess Chang's meaning, at present, the crux is still on Qiang Zhu, right? Hi Ryua, isn't it? Niu Dao. Princess Chang would dare to make sure that Qiang Zhu will be able to cure Ling Ling? If something goes wrong, he can't be cured. He suddenly stood up, walked to Zhu Shun, and said to Zhu Shun, "Just afraid Wandong Tianfu wants to choose someone to inherit the foundation of Jinzhou? Isn't there a reason for this in this regard?" Turning around and walking towards the sea as the moon again, he said, "As far as I know, after Xiao Huang's death, Xiao Biashan was weak and was not suitable for hosting the military and political affairs of Jinzhou. The intent of the situation relied on Princess Chang's ability to assist the concubine. In addition, Wandong Tianfu had missed the Xiao family for so many years to serve his life. Standing in front of Hai Ruyue, staring at the changing face of Hai Ruyue, after Xiao Biashan passed away, his son was young and infirm, which was even worse than Xiao Biashan. Wandong Tianfu seemed to have the intention to replace him, and some people have eyebrows with Wandong Tianfu below, try to replace this stabbing history, and the princess was cleaned in a timely manner by iron and blood, and then the matter was suppressed again. If there is any accident in the healing effect of Qiang Zhu, without the name of the Xiao family and the prestige that the Xiao family has accumulated in Jinzhou for many years, how long can the princess hold down the following? Is it possible to repeatedly apply iron blood in Jinzhou? Unsuccessful means? Golden State is not stable. It is definitely not what Wandong Tianfu hopes to see. In addition to the old love of Xiao family and Wandong Tianfu, if you are afraid of being determined, what should you do then? Is Princess Chang looming? Not to mention this, Niu Dao returned to his position and sat down. And these circumstances are just one of the situations that Niu Dao came to Golden State under his need. www.mtlnovel.com. Fangzhe. A few words made Hai Riyue feel heavy, but she sneered. "You really worry about it. This palace is Princess Zhao Guochang. Your Majesty is my elder brother today. My queen mother is my biological mother today. I don't want to be in Jinzhou. I can back to Beijing, still worry-free. Why did the Long Princess have to work hard here? Why not give up here and take Ling Lang to Beijing to enjoy the glory and wealth?" Niu Dao pushed back with a word and picked up the teacup with a faint smile. "Let's not say whether Wandong Tianfu will let the princess leave with the secret here. Jinzhou has soldiers for many years, and I don't know how many offended the royal family in Beijing. Harmony. I returned to the capital. I believe that food and clothing are worry-free. But a person who has been with the court for many years alone has returned to the capital and wanted to do nothing. Has the princess thought it possible? Can the emperor contribute to this trend? Regarding the Golden State, wouldn't it be practicable to ask the eldest princess a clear understanding and not force the eldest princess to explain it? It's a matter of national affairs. The queen mother can cover the sky with one hand. The eldest princess grew up in the palace. It is clearer to me than some people's faces. Does Princess Chang dare to go back? Is the capital comparable to the wind and rain here? Hai Riyue was said to be a little bit angry, and his voice became a little bit sharp. "What's your business?" Niu Dao said calmly and quietly. "I said, I want to help Princess Chang resolve this imminent worry." Hai Riyue sarcastically said, "Even if you saw the song long, you are asking people. Don't say you can still control Zhao Guojing over there." Niu Dao smiled and said, "I don't know where Zhao Guojing's gate is heading. How can I do that? But it's okay for Princess Chang to keep Jinzhou under control." Fangzhe was confused there, wondering what Niu Dao was doing. Yuan Fong was even more glaring, not knowing what kind of lord is in trouble. Zhu Shun has been frowning and looking at Niu Dao. Hai Riyue seemed to hear Tianda's jokes again and again, sarcastically. You let me keep Jinzhou under control? Listening to what you said, it seems that you have more influence than Wandong Tianfu. I want to hear what you have to do with Wandong Tianfu, and dare to say such a rant. No, no. Niu Yudao waved his hands again and again. Princess Misunderstanding, I have nothing to do with Wandong Tianfu. I am not familiar with anyone in Wandong Tianfu. Hai Ruyue sneered again and again. You don't even know where to open the door of Zhao Guijing City. You don't even know Wandong Tianfu. Do you still want to control the situation in Jinzhou? Niu Yudao slowly took a sip of tea and slowly swallowed. The people who control the situation in Jinzhou do not need to be related to Zhao Guijing City and Wandong Tianfu. Yongping County King can help the princess. Hyryupi smiled and said, You let him leave Feng Lingbo. Niu Yudao put down the teacup and looked at Zhu Shun. I want to map the whole world. Zhu Shun looked at Ru Haiyue's reaction and saw that she had no objection and immediately turned around and left. Zhu Shun knew in his heart that Niu Yudao had spoken to this point. It shouldn't be a joke. Although the princess was still ridiculing, the princess still had patience to accompany her, indicating that the princess also wanted to know that Niu Yudao is in it true, but it is just that Princess Chang's attitude cannot be left to others. And he himself actually wants to know the answer, how to solve the imminent worries of the so-called Princess Chang. It didn't take long for Zhu Shun to bring a roll of map himself, without fake the hands of others. Niu Yudao got up and walked, waving his hand to Yuan Feng and Fengzhe, open. The two stepped forward to pick up the map from Zhu Shun's hand and laid it out on the ground in the hall. After spreading out halfway to reveal Yingguo and Zhaoguo, Niu Yudao motioned for the two to stop and let the two pull the map up, pulling sideways. Stared at the map and looked at it a little bit. Niu Yudao turned and reached out to ask Hai Ruyue, Please ask Princess Chang to move forward and see. Hai Ruyue snorted, walked over slowly with her manners, glanced at the map. She was also very familiar with the map. Generally, women do not dare to be interested in anything without beauty and dullness. But there is no way. She has reached the point where she is now, not touching these things. Niu Yudao stretched his finger to Zhaoguo and pointed to the southeast of Zhao, Golden State. The finger was biased towards Qingshan County in the southern state of Yin State next door, and it was pointed at the location of Songlu County. Yongping County King here. He asked Hai Ruyue again, What does Princess Chang think of this situation? Where is the situation? Hai Ruyue wanted to throw out a sentence of unintelligible to him. Jinzhou is a powerful place. The land of projectiles in Songlu County is trapped on all sides. Niu Yudao knew that her words meant to devalue Songlu County, but what others said was also true. The land of a state is equivalent to a province of his previous life. Songlu County is naturally a county, and there is no comparison at all. However, it wasn't time for a woman who was more familiar with this woman, and his fingers circled again in Qingshan County. If the king of Yongping County unified Qingshan County, what's the situation? Is it connected to Jinzhou's neighbor? Zhu Shun said, It's connected together, so what? How could he let Master answer the mentally retarded question vigorously, saying that if it's chaste, wouldn't Master embarrass him? Niu Yudao said, It's very simple. Once King Yongping seizes Aoyamagun, he can rely on each other with Princess Chang to form a trend of unity and mutual assistance. Oh, Hai Ruyue chuckled. Little Zaiqingshan County is my golden state? Niu Yudao moved his finger and landed on the Broad County. How about adding a Broad County? The Broad County has a lot of food, and there are 100,000 existing soldiers. After the king of Yongping County occupied the Qingshan County, it was natural we must also expand the manpower. Don't forget, Princess Chang, that both Feng Lingbo and Yongping County King will serve the Tianyuman, and if they move together, they will help each other. Harry Yu disdain. How about the two counties? Do I have to rely on this little reliance? Niu Yudao. Princess Chang, don't forget who the father of Yongping County King is. The 100-footed worm is dead and not stiff. Ningguang still left some money for his son. If the Yongping County King trains a male soldier, if Ning Wang 10,000 heroic martial arts guards reappeared during her lifetime. Will Princess Chong think this is a little reliance? Not to mention that Ning Wang's 10,000 Tiechi destroyed the 100,000 South Korean army. I have seen the power of the heroic martial arts guard. I have seen thousands of horses intercepted by the court of the Yin kingdom. Baichi defeated in one fell swoop. Hai Ryue was silent, and Zhu Shun's eyes flickered. In addition to the men and horses of Guangxing County and Qingshan County, if Zhao Huang dares to move the Golden State, not only is there the confrontation of the Princess Jianzhou, and the two sides are close at hand, and 10,000 heroic martial arts guards can immediately cross the border and kill Zhao State. Coupled with the cooperation of the majority of the people in Guangyi County and Qingshan County, Zhao Huang does not gather heavy soldiers to deal with it. I am afraid that it is not so easy to block. If Yinghua is to threaten Jinzhou, it must inevitably pass through Nanzhou. Do and stop, show the posture to support Princess Chong's attack on Yinghua's abdomen. Niu Yudeofu turned and faced the map again, pointing to Jinzhou, pointing up and down in Jinzhou. Jinzhou has Pingzhou in the west and Guangzhou in the north. They are all under the control of Zhao Huang. The situation, Wandong Tianfu did not dare to make Jinzhou instability, is afraid of this, fearing that the two states will take advantage of the situation. Jinzhou faces Yinghua Nanzhou in the east, and there is a vast sea in the south. It can only escape and cannot retreat. And once Princess Chong has the full support of Yongping County King, the situation is very different. You can let Zhao Huang be afraid inside, and you can make Yin State not dare to act rashly, and Jinzhou is worry-free. Wouldn't such a situation be so pleasant to hear? Similarly, if Wandong Tianfu dared to replace the Master of Golden State, if he dared to replace the Long Princess, Yongping County King would naturally not agree. Seize the Golden State. Replacing the princess means that Golden State is not guaranteed. Does the Wandong Tianfu still dare to do this? Isn't this the solution to the princess's worries? Hai Ryue and Zhu Shun glanced at each other. After a little silence, Hai Ryue sneered again. It's really weird. It's obviously to come to the palace to send troops to help, but this palace listens to it. How did it become the Shang dynasty sect to send troops to help this palace? Niu Yudao put it down from the map. Chun Kin said, "This is a matter of mutual benefit. Of course, Yongping County King has to get the support of the princess before supporting the princess." In one sentence, the understatement was over, and the words turned. Another point, this is not only beneficial to the princess, but also beneficial to Wandong Tianfu to steadily receive the benefits of Golden State. For at least a long period of time, Wandong Tianfu need not worry about Golden State. Stable. As long as the princess sent this plan, it is so good that Wandong Tianfu has no reason not to agree. Similarly, it can help Tanyuman to swallow Qingshan County, and Tanyuman has no reason not to agree. Hai Ryue stared at the map, his eyes flickered, and he said obliquely, "The Shang dynasty was trapped in the projectile land, but there were only thousands of soldiers. Most of them were borrowed. It's such a big cake." Niu Yudao said abruptly, "Princess Chong is so bad. What the king of Yongping County lacks is just an opportunity. As long as Qingshan County is won, there is a large enough site, enough soldiers, and enough food and grass supplies. 10,000 in Yang Wuliwei reappears just around the corner. What is practical? How can it be a cake? Even if there are only 5,000 rides, it cannot be underestimated. As long as the situation is 10%, whether it is the princess or the king of Yongping County, no one can easily replace it if they want to change it." Hai Ryue turned around and slowly walked back to the throne. After turning around and sitting down, he slowly said, "Listening to what you mean, does this mean that you will have a reliance on it? Does it matter whether you get Qiyang Zhugua?" Niu Yudao waved his hand and took the initiative to come to her. Ling Lang's illness is naturally important. 1 yard down to 1 yard. Heal the sick, heal the princess, and solve the worries for the princess. The way to ask for the princess. Offer a solution for the princess. www.mtlnovel.com. just in exchange for a condition for the princess. Conditions? Hai Ryue raised an eyebrow and said, "Say listen." Niu Yudao said, "Princess Chong can't drag. You need to send troops as soon as possible to help Yongping County King win the Castle Peak County." He personally ran to do this, and it was really that the Shang dynasty zone could not afford to drag it. The Shang dynasty zone dragged on the ground of stabilizing the situation in Songlu County. It was impossible to drag on forever, looking for the matter of 100,000 crows. Human can't let it drag for too long. Hai Ryue said indifferently, "What's the hurry? It's not too late for you to get the Qiang Zhugua before sending troops." Niu Yudao. You know the Emperor Yinggua's fear of Ningguang. Under the pressure of Yinggua's court, Tainuman is also considering whether to give up the prince. Yongping County King can't wait anymore. The princess was not happy, so I had to give Qiang Zhugu time. It will be a lot of time for this trip. In case of a sudden illness in Xiao Tianjin's condition, at that time, the princess took care of herself and sent troops. How big can the princess be? How can the princess really want to go back to Beijing? Do and hide the princess. The pressure from the Yongping County King is so great that I see it and bear it anymore. If I see a and invite the princess long to send troops this time, the Yongping County King will leave the country and go overseas. Afterwards, the Princess Chong would even look for it. There is no chance for Wang Yi to cooperate. Escape overseas? How could the name of Shang Jianbao, I give birth to such a fool son? Hai Ryue snorted with a sneer and gave himself down the steps. Let me consider one or two. Okay. Niu Yudao arched his hand. As long as this matter is finalized, I will immediately set off with the princess to seek Qiyang.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.